Very warm welcome to everybody on this slightly chilly day. Good to be here again for the second day. And we have four very interesting talks today itself. The very first one, before I introduce the speaker, I want to mention something interesting that many scholars know but many don't, and until recently, until a few years ago, I didn't either. That after the destruction of Nalanda and the other centers of learning in eastern India around 1203 or so, it wasn't as if all centers of higher learning were extinguished. They continue. And one major one that is not very well known today, but that was revolutionary because a lot of modernist thinking basically occurred there. And that was in the island of Navadvipa. That basically flourished in Bengal. And then there was a similar center in Mithila in Bihar, also on Nyaya. So these two centers continue to exist for a long time, and in fact, right up until the British period. And in fact, there are some notices that you will see in the Calcutta Review about, very laudatory, very positive references to the quality of Indian scholarship that is now being engaged with by the British, and they're taking their help to solve their biggest conundrum, which is what law shall we rule India by, right? So they really need to have a Mimamsa, they need to have a Nyaya, approach to all of this. And if you read the debates of those times, it's absolutely fascinating. In some sense, what we are doing is that in reverse. They were interpreting the tradition for modern times, and now we are interpreting modern times for the tradition. So that was happening. And Professor Jha is a direct descendant of that tradition, both in a familial sense and in a scholarly sense. He comes from a family of scholars that is rooted there. And he's going to talk about Navya Nyaya. For me, it's a black box, I'll confess. So I'm looking to you, Professor Jha, and I'm sure, as are many others, of course, many are your fellow scholars of Nyaya. For them, it will be a reiteration of familiar territory. But you'll be doing a deep service to us, and I'd like to believe many others around the world, if you help us understand what was so revolutionary, what was so modern, what was so disruptive, what was so unimaginative. Unimaginably, not unimaginative, supremely imaginative and unimaginably powerful about this tradition. And so much so that I've heard that Gangesh is probably more so than Gödel or Heidegger or Wittgenstein, the most difficult scholar to penetrate, right? He's a scholar, so that you really have to spend a lifetime just to figure out what he said. And regardless of all of that, it was revolutionary. So over to you. Hopefully you can be the conduit for that. And your topic is, of course, Nyaya and Navya Nyaya. Nyaya and the new Nyaya. Oh God, I didn't even introduce you. I guess you all know Professor Jha, but let me please stay there. I'll just say two more lines. He's a professor of Sanskrit at JNU and is an expert in Nyaya and also Navya Nyaya and Vedanta, and has done a huge amount of work in linking cross-civilizational India, Korea and India, among others. So the floor is yours.
Idam nama harishibhya purvebhya respected Madam, respected Professor Mehtaji, Professor Mishra, Professor Martin, and other scholars, fellows. So it's a big opportunity for me to be before you. Actually, few days back, I talked to you, and you always said that just try to give the basics of Nyaya, Nyaya, so that we can do something new for interaction with other disciplines. So I will begin with the ideas presented by Professor Vaisesika and also by Madam and also by Professor Mishraji. The first issue that all know that Naiyayiks are supposed to be the realists. Realist in their sense. All philosophical systems are supposed to be realist. So if Nyaya is a realist system, then as said earlier that they have to prove the reality of this world. And yesterday it was said, Gyayatvam avideyatvam cha padarth samanya lakshanam. So if you want to prove that this world is real, then you have to fulfill two criteria. First, you will have to prove this world is real. So Nyayika says, Gyayatvam avideyatvam cha padarth samanya lakshanam. If this world is real, then it should be the object of your knowledge. And if it is the object of your knowledge and you know it, then it can be expressed through language. So if you fulfill two criteria, then you can claim that this world is real. And with this understanding, Gyayatvam avideyatvam cha padarth samanya lakshanam. Gyayatvam means this world is the object of knowledge. And avideyat means this knowledge, the knowledge of this world can be expressed through language. So in this way, what Madam said, padarth means padasya artha. So if you want to know this world, then there are three terms used in the tradition. One is vastu. Vastu means any existing reality. That is vastu. Vasati iti vastu. But if it comes to the frame of knowledge, then it becomes the object of your knowledge, because all vastu cannot be the object of your knowledge. Whatever is the object of your knowledge, that is known as Vishaya. Vishaya visinvanti swena rupena nirupaniyam kurvanti. One more word, Vishaya visinvanti anubadhanan swena rupena nirupaniyam kurvanti. This is by Vaisesika in Sankhya Tattva. So it is the object of your knowledge, then that object will color your mind. In other words, you can say the internalization of those external objects is knowledge. So this is Swena Rupena Nirupaniyam Kurvan. So if it is the Vishaya, then you have cognized it. You have cognized it. And cognition can be of two types. Real cognition and unreal cognition. Yesterday, the definition was given that Sarva Vyavhar Hetur Buddhir Jnanam. Knowledge is that which prompts behavior. In tradition, it is said Jnana Purvaka Vyavhara. So if you know something, then you can use it. And this is also Vedic model. That first knowledge, then desire, then mental preparedness, then physical activity. So yad vishayakam jnanam tad visayni ichha, tad visay ka prayatna, tad visayni chesta. So what you know, that can be desired. And if you have desire, then you will be mentally prepared for physical activity. And finally, it is chesta. So knowledge is very important in Indian tradition, and all efforts were made to protect it. So to protect Ved, there are so many methods developed by our rishis, Jata part, Ghan part, so many parts. So there are two traditions. One is to have kanthasti karanam, because you have to protect knowledge. So in our tradition, this is Shruti Parampara. Shruti Parampara means transfer of knowledge from one generation to other generation. And in this way, they protected Ved as it is. So one is the Ratan Vidya. They have nothing to do with meaning. They just kanthasti kar, everything did by heart. And second is the understanding of meaning. So even Nirukta IIAS says, if someone doesn't understand meaning, then anagna vivsuskedo na tajvalati karits. So there is a fire in wood, but it is without flame. So you have to understand meaning. And to understand meaning, there are different methods. And particularly, Nyayikas are known for the developing of those methods. So it is known as Praman Shastra. So there may be some discussion regarding the Moksha Shastra of Nyaya, as had yesterday. But Nyayikas are well known for Pramanas, developing processes. This is non-controversial. So in tradition, Padavakya Pramana is very, very popular term. So if someone is trying to understand Shastra properly, then they have to understand grammar, because grammar gives the derivation of words, the root, the suffix, the prefix, the meaning of everything. You will have to understand Vyakaran. Then Vyakaran is Pad Shastra. Then Mimamsa. Mimamsa is Vakya Shastra or Vakyat Shastra. What is the nature of the sentence? How sentences are related with each other? How can you explain the whole text? So, if you want to understand it properly, then you will have to understand the Mimamsa system. So that is Vakyat Shastra. Or third is Praman Shastra. That is Nyaya. So, if you are trained in these three traditions, it means you know the tools to understand Shastra. So, by understanding Nyaya, I can claim, I can say with experience that I can understand Vedanta in better way. So, this is the contribution of Nyaya. So, Padavakya Pramanagya is very important term in this tradition. So, if you want to organize this universe or this world, then you have to apply processes. Praman. What is this Praman? So Praman, in a very, very simple word, Praman is the process through which you know, you acquire knowledge. It's a process through which you acquire knowledge. And Nyayikas accept four Pramanas. Means four processes of knowledge. So from 1 to 6, you know, from Charvak to Vedanta or Mimamsa, there are different understanding. They accept different processes. So maximum 6, minimum 1. If you know these processes, then you can understand different types of cognition, have different types of cognition. So Nyayika says If you know this universe, if you cognize this universe, then through four processes, you acquire knowledge. Through perception, through inference, through analogy, and through verbal testimony. So four types of knowledge you can acquire. And when you acquire knowledge of this reality, then you have your own freedom. You can express that knowledge to others, or you can keep it intact within. So if you want to express it to others, then you will have to use language. So knowledge, according to Nyaya system, and even according to Vedanta system, knowledge depends on reality. Reality doesn't depend on knowledge. Knowledge depends on reality, and similarly, when you express that knowledge through language, then language also depends on knowledge. So if reality is A, knowledge is B, and language is C, then knowledge should be as it is. So A is equal to B, and that knowledge should be expressed as it is through language. So language is C. In other words, you say language maps reality. Language maps reality means knowledge should be expressed as it is through language. So if language is C, then A is equal to B, B is equal to C, means A is equal to C. This is Nyaya position. Once you express it through language, then there is a process. Yesterday it was mentioned that if you say Ram cooks, Rama pachati, then there are four words, four terms in that statement, and it differs from Vyakaran. So Ram goes. So Vyakaran will accept there are two words, Ram and goes. But according to Nyaya, there are four words. Ram, in Sanskrit it is very much clear, Rama gacchati. So Ram and Su, Su means a suffix. And third, Go means Gam dhatu, and fourth is Ti, gacchati. So four words, because according to Nyaya, that definition of term is Shaktam Padam. A word is that which can denote meaning. So any words which denotes meaning is known as word. So there are four words in this statement. Ram means a person, or in Nyayika's term you can say Ramat Visishta Rama. And Su, there is a singularity, and also there is a Pungsat, means male. And the third, Go, Gam is to a kind of activity, physical activity. And T has three meanings. One is time, it denotes about time, means present tense. Then also singularity. And then there is a difference between Nyayikas and Vyakaran. P means mental preparedness, according to Nyaya. And there are four terms, four meaning. Ram is a person with a singularity, means Ram is singular. Then Gaman Kriya, act of going. And before that Gaman Kriya, there is a required mental preparedness. So that is known as Kriti or Prayatna. Kriti or Prayatna is the mental preparedness. So the meaning of this statement is person Ram, which is qualified by singular noun, singular means number, and also qualified by act of going, qualified by mental preparedness. So you know Ram, you have desire to understand further, then you become mentally prepared, and then physical activity. So Ram is a qualified reality which has three qualifications. One is singular number, other is act of going, third is mental preparedness. So in this way, you can understand the meaning of the sentence. So this has been developed by Nyaya in better way, but for further details, I will move. So with this understanding, Geyatvam Avidheyatvam cha Padarth Samanya Lakshanam. Second is, this is very important and that should be highlighted, that actually it was Vaisesika who developed a model of understanding reality as well as explaining other texts. So that model is, if you want to philosophize something, explain something, you must understand four constituents. That is Pramata, Praman, Pramey, Pramiti. So these are four constituents, and through these four constituents, you can explain any text. So, as I said, that cognition may be true or false, but when after examination, because that is Pramanyavad. So whether your knowledge is valid or invalid, that has to be examined. And after examination, if you find, examination means yesterday it was expressed that Safal Prama Janakatvam, Safal Pravritti Janakatvam Prama. If your behavior is as per your knowledge, then it is valid knowledge. Otherwise, it is false. So, with this understanding, when you are 100% correct in your mind that this is valid knowledge, then the term will be used as Prama. And the object of knowledge is Prameya. So, first, Vastu, any reality. Second, the object of your knowledge, Vishaya. And third, the object of valid knowledge is Prameya. Vastu, Vishaya, Prameya. Similarly, Gyata means you know something, you have cognized, but when you become Pramata, Pramata means the substratum of valid. Substrate. So in tradition you will find everywhere they are using Vishaya, they are using Prameya, they are using Pramata and other terms. So Vaisesika says that these four constituents are to be understood properly. Pramata, the substratum of right knowledge. Prameya, the object of valid knowledge. Praman, the process of valid knowledge. And finally, Prama, the valid knowledge. So with this understanding, you can explain any text of this. This is the claim of the Nyayikas, and it was given a proper line by Jayant Bhatt. Pramata, Pramanam, Prameyam, Pramitrityevam, Chatasrisu Vidhasu Arthatattvam Sama. Pramata, Pramanam, Prameyam, Pramitrityevam, Chatasrisu Vidhasu Arthatattvam Sama. So by understanding these four constituents, you can explain any text. You can explain any reality. I think this Professor V.N. Jha says this is Indian model of philosophical analysis. Indian model of philosophical analysis. Now, regarding the ambiguity of sentence, so there is a difference between Prachin Nyaya and Navya Nyaya. So, Prachin Nyaya is Prameya oriented, object oriented. Navya Nyaya is process oriented, Praman oriented. First difference. The second one is Prachin Nyaya is using natural language, natural Sanskrit language. But Navya Nyaya created a new language out of natural language. So someone says it is artificial language because created by human being, created by human mind. So right from 10th century onwards, it was for the first time Udyanacharya who thought of this, that a language should be created so that we can explain anything with ambiguity-free language. So This was the development in 10th century, and it was actually developed finally by ShashiPrabha, and that is known as Tattva. So in 200-300 years, the language was created, developed, and that is known as Navya language. So now, what is the meaning of ambiguity free? I will give you one example. In Gautam Nyaya Sutra, there are 4 pramanas. 4 pramanas: Pratyaksha, Anuman, Upaman, and Shabd. 4 pramanas. But Gautam didn't define what is praman. So questions were asked. What do you mean by praman? So after 700-800 years, Vaisesika defined it for the first time. That Upalabdhi sadhanani pramana. So Upalabdhi, or their understanding, Upalabdhi was knowledge, but term was used Upalabdhi. So praman is that through which you can acquire knowledge in the sense of Upalabdhi. Okay. Again questions were asked. What do you mean by Upalabdhi? If Upalabdhi is knowledge, then you should write the term Gyan. Why are you using this term Upalabdhi? So then Udyotkar came, and Udyotkar again redefined it, that is Gyan Sadhanani Pramanani. So Praman is that which is the process for acquiring knowledge. Again questions. What do you mean by Gyan? Is it Yatharth Gyan or Ayatharth Gyan? Is it real knowledge or unreal knowledge? If it is real knowledge, then you should choose again proper word. And again, what do you mean by sadhan? Jnana sadhanani pramanani. Sadhan means what? There are many sadhanas. Sometimes sense organs, sometimes sense object relationships, sometimes so many other things. And it is uncountable. Many sadhanas. What do you mean by sadhana? So it was Vaisesika Mishra who clarified them in 9th century, and he defined, and that is final definition, that Pramankaranam Pramana. Pramankaranam Pramana means Pramana is the process for acquiring valid knowledge. Praman is the process for acquiring valid knowledge. So sadhanani was converted to Karan, and Gyan with Prama. So Prama means real knowledge, valid knowledge, and Karan is the uncommon process through which you acquire knowledge. There are so many definitions of Karan in the Nyaya system. Some says it is a phala yog vivachinnam karanam karanam. Karan is that which is just before production of knowledge. So that is sense object relations. It is relationship between sense object that produces knowledge. So when our sense organ comes with the contact of object, then suddenly knowledge comes into existence. So it is relationship between sense organ and object. There is one part. Other is vyapar vada sadharanam karanam karanam. Means it is sense organ that actually produces relationship between sense organ and object. So it is sense organ that is karan. So vyapar vada sadharanam karanam karanam. Jayant Bhatt has different opinion. He says samagri karanam, samagrataya karanam. Means right from the Atma to sense object relationship, as Madam mentioned yesterday, that relationship between Atma and mind, between mind and sense organ, between sense organ and object. The whole complex is current, instrument to acquire knowledge. So if there is any break between any two, then knowledge will not happen. So the whole samagrataya karanam. So there are different definitions of karan, but this is common that the uncommon process, an essential process, the most important process is known as karan. So prama, karanam, pramanam. That process is the praman of acquiring value. This is the final definition. So if you go with ambiguity-free language, then you know there is development in 1400 years. That from Gautam Sutra to 9th century Vaisesika mission. So actually that was felt by Udayana. That someone using Uplabdhi, someone using Gyan, and then Prama, it means there is ambiguity. So if you want to convey something, the word should be proper. The process should be proper, so that no confusion between two schools. So this is the actually seed for developing the parent. And Udayanacharya started it, and it got culmination in Pratachintamani of Gangesopati. This is another aspect. One is very important, that what is the definition of it? You know, Trividha Shastrasya Prakriti, Professor Arindam Chakravarti also mentioned, and this is very popular in tradition, that Uddesha, Lakshan, Pariksha. So first naming, then definition, then examination. So in Nyaya Sutra, Gautam didn't define. So Nam was there, naming was there, but no definition. So the question came that what is the definition of it? How can you define something? So the Navya has done a lot in this area. The first is that asadharan dharmo lakshanam. So the uncommon property, if you find some uncommon property in a reality, that can be accepted as the definition of definition. Uncommon property. For example, in cow there is a dewlap, that is galkambal in Sanskrit word. So sasnadimatvam buddha. A cow is different from others because cow has a dewlap. Other animals do not have it. So this is uncommon. So if some reality has uncommon property, that can be picked up as a definition of the reality. So uncommon property is very important. Asadharan dharmo lakshana. Navinaya says it can be refined. It can be refined. So he says asadharanatvam nam kim? What do you mean by asadharan? Navinaya says lakshata vachedak samniyatatvam asadharan. So lakshata vachedak. Now it's a technical term, but I am trying to explain. Lakshya is go, and lakshan is the definition. So if you want to define go, then go has its own property. That is gotva, the universal property, the cowness. Okay? So that is the inherent property in go. And uncommon property is dewlap. So dharma is also avacheda. There are four avacheda. Generally four avacheda. Dharma, sambandha. Dharma means a property that resides somewhere. So in 1 minute, the Nyaya accept this universe in three structures. One is dharma, dharmi, and relation. So dharma means a property which resides somewhere. So on this table, there are so many things that is residing on table. So all are properties for this table. So these are dharma and dharmi, where it resides. So table is dharmi, laptop is dharma. And there is a relationship. If dharma property resides somewhere, somewhere resides with a relation. So that is sometimes it may be content, it may be inherence. Inherence means I have a shirt and there is a relationship between thread and shirt. So this relationship is inherent. If cloth exists, then thread will also exist. So this kind of Nyaya says it is a nitya sambandh. It is an eternal relationship, thread and cloth. But there is a relationship between laptop and table. That has different nature. So that relationship is known as sanyogsam, contact. And third is swarup sambandh, as explained yesterday. Swarup sambandh is known as self-linking relation. So some reality is linking itself with its own nature. That is swarup sambandh. So in definition of definition, when you say it is goness that resides in a co, that is by the relation of inherence. And at the same time, there is a dewlap in co, that is uncommon property. So this sentence, lakshata avachedak samniyatatvam asadharanatvam, means the uncommon property should occupy that area which is occupied by its natural property. So dewlap is equal to both. This is actually the position. Uncommon property should be as equal to the inherent. Okay, lakshata avachedak means, as you said, dharma is avachedak, a delimiting property. There are four avachedak. Dharma, that delimits reality. Then sambandh, relation, that delimits reality. Then time also delimits reality, and space. So we are sitting here with some property. If you are sitting on chair, then you are the dharma and property is dharmi. Chair is dharmi. So dharmi sambandh, there is a relation. Relation is contact. So you are sitting on the chair means dharma, dharmi and relation. So in this way, the dharma means you are delimiting this chair. First. Second, this relation contact is also delimiting. Third, you are sitting here in a proper time and sitting in a proper space. So space delimits you, time delimits you, dharma and sambandh, all four avachedaka delimits you. And that is the actual position. So Nyaya explained it this way. So again, in definition of definition, the uncommon property is equal to the inherent property of the reality. So this is the meaning of lakshata avachedak samniyatatvam. So after defining this, then you can examine it. Examine it means if I am defining something that is occupying the same area, not more, not less. So if it is more, then it is ativyapti dosh. It is less, then it is avyapti dosh. And what you are defining, if that differs from the reality, it is defining something others. Then it is asambhav dosh. So after examining this definition, you can finally claim that this definition is free from three doshs: ativyapti, avyapti, and asambhav. So this is another aspect. Then Anubandha Chatushtaya is also very important. This is also the part of methodology, whether it is Nyaya or Vedanta or any other system, that there are four constituents to structure the whole text. One is Adhikari. Who is going to read this text? For Nyayikas to understand the nature of 16 padarthas. For Vaisesika, it is 7 padarthas. But for Vedantin, it is Jivatma, Brahmatma. Jiv is Brahma, that is the object of our understanding. So, as per your own goal, you can choose the nature of Adhikari. So, Adhikari, then Vishay. What are you going to understand or going to teach? That is Vishay. Third is relationship between text and the meaning. Fourth is what will you achieve? That is Prayojan. So finally, after understanding 16 padarthas, I will achieve the state of Nishreyas. Vedantin will say that if Jiv is Brahma itself, then I will achieve our goal. Goal means free from ignorance and also will achieve the state of bliss. So this is the part of methodology. You can apply it in any system. After explaining these things, now I will take some issues in Navya, and that there are some points there, and I will explain in brief. First is, I have explained the definition of definition, and property and property holder. It was explained that Nyaya accepts this structure in his analysis. Now, dharma is of two types. Dharma is two types. One is property. Property is of two types. One is dharma and other is dharma upadhi or jati and upadhi. Jati, I have explained that it is the natural universal property of reality, that is jati. And upadhi is also property, but upadhi has some different nature. Jati means nityam ekam anekanugatam, to the universal property that resides in many at a time. Resides in many at a time, and it is eternal. So, for example, if we take Kaunis, so Kaunis is jati. Gotu is jati because it is singular, it resides in many at a time, and resides with the relation of inheritance. So, if some property fulfills these three things, then it is known as jati or universal property. And second is upadhi. Upadhi is erroneous property, extraneous property. Extraneous property means there are two types of upadhi. One is sakhand upadhi, other is akhand upadhi. So akhand upadhi, for example, akashattu. There is a gotu or Kaunis, and there is a skyness. So what is the difference between these two properties? So the jati is that which resides in many, but akasatva is residing in a singular reality. So this is known as akhanda upadhi. Akhanda upadhi. For example, bhavat. Bhavat is a property that resides in bhav. Bhav is singular reality, existence. So that bhavat is known as akhanda. Akhanda upadhi means that can't be split. That is akhanda. But if you say Rupavan ayam means this person is very handsome. Rupavan ayam. So Rup has three aspects. Roop is residing somewhere, and roop has its own property. So residing in some person with some relation, and roop is also qualified by rupatva. Rupatva. So rupatva, roop and rupavan. There is a 3 layers. So you can split roop in this way. So it is known as a sakhandopad. So now this is very clear that one is jati, universal property, residing in many. Other is similar property, but that is akhandopadi, residing in one. And then third, all other are in third category. That is sakhandopadi. So property holder and relation. This is the structure of the whole universe as per Nyaya. Then now there is a relation. Relation is very important in Nyaya, and it was very big debate between Nyayikas and Buddhists in this context, because they do not accept relation. Nyayikas has very strong footing in relation. Without relation, no society. Without relation, no universe, no world. So relation is very important. What is this relation? The relation is that which creates Visheshan Bhav in you. Qualified and qualification relations. So without relation, you can't think. If you don't put laptop on this table, then this table cannot be qualified by laptop. So this is contact, this is relation that makes this laptop qualification and this table qualified. So Visheshan Bhav Prayojaka Sambandha. So Sambandh is that. So Sambandh is very important, and Sambandh is of 2 types. Generally, Sakshat Sambandh and Parampara. So Sakshat Sambandh means when you require only one relationship. That is Sakshat Sambandh, direct relation. The relation between laptop and this table is one. It doesn't require more than one relation. That is Sakshat Sambandh. Sakshat Sambandh can be created by Samvaya, inherence, by contact, and by self-linking. Other is Parampara Sambandh. Parampara Sambandh means indirect relation. Indirect relation means when you require more than one relation. Then that is known as Parampara Sambandh. For example, you have pen in your pocket. Pen is related with shirt. Shirt is related with you. So there is an indirect relation between pen and you. So this is Parampara Sambandh. Nyayika says Parampara Sambandh is uncountable. You can establish relationship between any reality. You can say that I am a person of England because my father is in England. Someone say I am Indian. Martin say I am Indian because I have a relation with the Indian Shastra. So any relation can be created through Parampara Sambandh. So through this Parampara Sambandh, Nyayikas established actually the relationship in the whole universe, whole world. So this is very important aspect. Now there is one other relation that is occurrence adjecting relation or occurrence non-adjecting relation, and that is Vritti Niyamak and Vritya Niyamak. Vritti Niyamak means there is a located relation. So if you are clear that this is located, this is adhe, and this is location, and there is a relationship between those two realities, that relation actually adjusting the position of property. So if laptop is on the table and table with the relation of contact, then this relation contact is adjecting the nature of left. Because now this is the adhe, this is the located, and table is the adha. This is location. You cannot reverse it. Table cannot be adhe in respect of this left. For example, there is a fruit in some utensil, correct? So that fruit is property, adhe, and that utensil is adhar, and the relationship contact is actually exacting the nature of that fruit. So this is vritti niyamak. Other is vritti aniyamak. Vritti aniyamak means there is no located location relationship. Other than, for example, relationship between a minister and a prime minister. So this is non-adjective relation, because you cannot say that minister is in prime minister or prime minister is in minister. You can say there is a different kind of relation. Yani Swami Bhav Sambandh means you cannot say that Mantri one Raja or Raja one Mantri. This cannot be said. You can say Rajkiya Mantri. So there are two types of suffix. One is Matu Pratyay, the possessive suffix, and other is other suffix. So that also establishes relationship, but not as location located. So that is vritti aniyamak sambandh. Generally say the parampara sambandh. Generally it is vritti aniyamak. So this is another important aspect. Now the nature of abhav. The nature of abhav is very important, because Nyayikas accept that abhav is also a reality. Absence is also a reality. So as the presence of an object is reality, similarly absence is also reality. So there is a chair, and also there is absence of chair, because it affects your behavior. If chair exists, then you can sit on this. If there is absence of chair, you can't sit there. So actually behavior defines the nature of true reality. So now 2-3 aspects to understand abhav. First, if something is existing somewhere with some relationship, if you change the relationship, then there will be the absence of that. For example, no, it's okay. This laptop on this table with the relation of content. So if you say that laptop is on the chair with the relation of inherence, then there is absence of this laptop. So this laptop can reside on table only with the relationship of content, not with the relation of inherence. So this is one aspect of. So in our day-to-day life, if someone is my sister, then sister with some relation. If you change relationship, then there will be absence of that. Yeah. So relation plays very important role, and that prompts our day-to-day behavior. First. Second, there is a vyapta vritti and avyapta vritti. Vyapta vritti and avyapta. Vyapta vritti means, for example, cowness is pervading whole cow. So there is no part in cow is not pervaded by that cowness. So this is known as vyapti, vyapya bhav. Similarly, in sky, akash, there is absence of color. There is absence of root. So absence in the whole sky. It is pervading the whole sky. Then this is vyapti vritti roop abhav, absence. So whether it is exist presence or absence, it should pervade the whole locus. That is vyapti vritti roop abhav. But another aspect of abhav is that abhav is residing somewhere partially. For example, I am here in this room, but I am not there. So there is absence of the same reality in another corner of the space. So this is known as avyapti vritti roop abhav, absence. So generally they give example of monkey. Monkey is sitting on a particular branch, but there is absence of that monkey in another branch. So when a property is residing somewhere and at the same time there is absence of the property in another space, then that is avyapti vritti roop abhav. So there are so many examples. Now I am giving the third aspect of abhav, that is mutual of absence and relational. Mutual means paraspar abhav. Paraspar abhav. Why? This is very strong point of Nyaya, that Professor Mishra cannot be mad because he is identifying with himself, not with others. If someone is identifying with others, means there is a identical relationship between two realities, then that will be tadatmya. That is the position of Vedanta. Vedanta says that all are identifying with all others. So there is a singular consciousness. But Nyayikas says no. Everyone in this universe is unique in itself. And it is different from others. So different from others means table cannot become chair and vice versa. Chair cannot become table. So there is a mutual absence. There is an absence of chair in table and there is an absence of table in chair. Vice versa. So this is mutual absence. And another is relational absence. So if there is absence of relation, any other relation of inherence, relation of contact, even self-linking relation, then that will the other aspect of abhav. So this is another way to explain absence. Now, the area of knowledge is very important because that is also the very important aspect of Nyaya. And there are 2-3 aspects to explain knowledge. One is that sanshay and nishchay. Nishchayatma gyan and sanshayatma. So nishchayatma gyan means when there is the property residing somewhere with some relationship. If there is no other property, you are confirmed that a property is residing in somewhere, then that is nishchayatma gyan. Nishchayatma gyan means that is valid knowledge. If you are experiencing more than one property in a locus, then that is sanshayatma. So you can say there is a laptop on table. So this is nishchayatma. But sometimes in the evening hour, we say that is it a tree or a human being, a person? So tree or person. Then two properties, treeness and personhood. Two properties are residing in same reality, same locus. So this kind of knowledge is known as sanshayatma. Sanshay. So sanshay and viparya. So this is again another aspect. Now in property, 2 types of property, siddh and sadh. This is also important aspect. Siddha and Sadhya. So Sadhya is for Mimamsa, Siddha is for Vedantin, Siddha is also for Nyayikas. In Mimamsa, there are so many Siddha. Siddha means already known. So for example, if you are doing some sacrifice, then you require a devta. So many other stuffs. So those are Siddha. But Sadhya is the Dars Purnamasa Vyam Swarga Kamo Yaje. So Yajan Kriya is Sadhya because it is to be in future. So Siddha and Sadhya. So Siddha property has different nature and Sadhya has different nature. And with this you can create so many sentences and you can express your knowledge through those sentences. So I will not go in detail. So these are very important aspects. Knowledge depends on reality. This is the position of Nyaya, but knowledge depends on reality is also the position of Vedanta. You know, Jnanam tu praman janyam, pramanam tu yatha bhut vastu vishay. This is the statement of Adi Shankaracharya. Jnana is that which is acquired through process, praman. And praman is that which is directly related to the reality. So, there is difference between Nyayikas and Vedantin's position. They are applying the same tool, but expressing or analyzing different layers of reality. So, for Nyayikas, this pluralistic reality is reality on which knowledge depends. And knowledge should be based on that reality. But for Vedantin, the nature of consciousness is also reality. And that reality should also be understood through some process. So, they also claim that knowledge of consciousness or the experience or realization of consciousness can be through some process. And through some process, that is different process. But when you cognize the knowledge of this pluralistic reality, that has different process. So for understanding consciousness, it is Shastra Praman. Shastra Praman means to destroy ignorance. This is the outcome. Because Atma always exists. So nothing to new there. Atma is in you. When you claim I am someone, it means you are Atma. So Atma is already existing. But you are delimiting this consciousness through your body, through your sense organ, through your mind. So now it becomes conditioned. To make it unconditioned, you have to understand Shastra or Upanishad to eradicate ignorance. That is the purpose of Vedanta. But for Nyayikas, the other processes, the same process can be used for acquiring knowledge. So there are so many issues, and actually in method part, there is no difference. Acharya Shankar is quoting Nyaya Sutra. Quoting Nyaya Sutra in the fourth Sutra, Tatu Samanvayat, again, what mentioned by Professor Arindam Chakravarti ji, that Mithya Gyan is the cause of the pain we are experiencing. Acharya Shankar also says it is Mithya Gyan. That actually is the root cause of pain. So Acharya Shankar is quoting Nyaya Sutra. We are saying same thing. But at the same time, when it comes to the nature of reality, then they are arguing with each other. So from methodology point of view, anyone can use any methodology, but it is for understanding the nature of reality. So Nyaya actually gives us a base to understand reality with some process. They have developed process and they are known for it. Also, in 5-membered syllogism, so I just want to make a comment that in Sankhya, Yoga, Vedanta, and even in Buddhism, they accept 3-membered syllogism, either from first 3 or the last 3. So this is Vedantins or Sankhya position. Only Nyaya accept 5-membered syllogism. So this is very important aspect. And other is that so thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I have tried to give some basics.
Yes.
Basics to formulate something and to apply it to understand other subjects, other aspects of reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we'll open up the floor for Q&A. Professor Jha, would you like to address them from here? I think that may be better. So the floor is open for questions.
One point I would like to raise, sir.
Yeah.
You told in your lecture that there was a confusion because Udyotakara defined Jnana sadhana.
Love sadhana pramani bhagavasya.
Was. So you find there is a contradiction or a confusion.
You know confusion, ambiguity.
Ambiguity. But I am telling you that there is no ambiguity at all because Gautam himself made it very clear in 1115 Sutra. So that I wanted to.
Hey, it's okay, but the actual definition, when you say Udesh Lakshan Pariksha, then you have to give proper definition.
That why
Because after that examination can be done. So actually, when it was defined by Bhaskara, then he used this term Uplabdhi, then Gyan, then Brahma.
point is this one. If you are telling that here they use the term buddhi sadhanam or upalabdhi sadhanam or jnana sadhanam, and later they introduce the term prama sadhanam, that is something different, and I agree. But if you say that somewhere it is used upalabdhi sadhanam and some places it is said jnana sadhanam, and you find that these are two ambiguities that are opposing.
I am not finding. It was not very means. So you can say the other scholars from other systems, they didn't understand it.
So the problem is not with the Nayayika. The problem with other scholars because they are not going to this sutra itself, which is very clearly making it clear because there is a confusion.
No, it's okay. From Nyaya point of view, it's okay. Yeah. From this point of view, but from Vedanta's point of view.
And Upalabdhi is also something different. And Jnana is something different. And here in Nyaya Sutra, because Akshar is very much aware of this problem, therefore he made it very clear that these three are identical, there is no difference. But their Jnana we cannot count. So that I thought that you somehow missed it, therefore I pointed it out.
No. I am just explaining it from others. If you want to have a dialogue, from Nyayika's point of view, there is no problem. But if you are trying to have a dialogue with Buddhist, trying to have a dialogue with Vedanta, then you have to define it properly. As defined by Vaisesika, Upalabdhi sadhanani pramanani. Upalabdhi sadhanani is lakshan. Pramanani is laksh. Similarly, jnana sadhanani pramana. Jnana sadhanani is lakshan. Pramanani is laksh. So that kind of definition was not given by Gautam. And again, using different terms is creating confusion sometimes. So if you want to make it ambiguity free for a proper dialogue, then it was one of the causes that actually led to develop Navya. So by developing that, actually it made it ambiguity. This is the only purpose. I am not questioning the intention of the ShashiPrabha, but for better dialogue, it should be ambiguity free. This is the only.
Other questions?
You are willing to ask me.
Just small addition that it was a Prabhakaran Praman.
Professor, if you want to turn on the microphone.
Mike. Yeah, that is. So, just as, I mean, Jnana, whether it is Yathartha or Ayathartha, this is one issue. The other issue is whether it is Anubhava or Smriti. I think you just did not mention that. I just want to add because Prama is Yathartha Anubhava, not Yathartha Jnana. And Yathartha Anubhava, so the Pramana is the Karana of Yathartha Anubhava and not of Yathartha Smriti. Yathartha Smriti. This is just an addition.
Yeah, other question? I have some, but, yeah, please.
According to
Yeah, no,
I found it, your comment about someone because when it brings to mind the ideas in physics and economics, where, in physics, the famous story say that the flutter of the wings of a butterfly in Sweden can cause a storm in Mexico, other side of the globe. So, minor, tiniest movement, someplace in the globe to create a storm. And one can logically derive everything physical world if somehow related to one another. Similarly, in economics, the general equilibrium theory, which is everything is equal, always one. So, my question here is not that I'm doubting this, but to create any kind of attempt to examine our physical world, it becomes necessary to delimit the extent of our influence and ignore those smaller effects across some arbitrary boundaries and ignore that parampara humanism. Because if you take it to be true, literally, diet or physics or any other discipline, they feel stagnant. Everything is dependent on it. Just a comment, a reaction from somebody who doesn't know yet.
No, this is the Vaisesika of Nyaya, and now it is also established by quantum physics. Actually, there is a difference between Newtonian understanding and quantum understanding. That Newtonian physics studies particle. Quantum physics studies the relationship between. This is the basic difference. So this is the actually nature of nature, that everything is interconnected and interdependent. Nyaya explains it in different ways, that anything can be related with others with some relation. And I think in Vedanta and Nyaya, this is the only difference. When Bhagavad Gita says, Mai sarva midam protam sutre manigana. Everything is related with others by some underlying principle. That is conscious. But in Nyaya system, physically, anything can be related with others, applying some relations. So this is the basic difference between Vedanti and Nyaya, but actually construct the thinking that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means we are the family, and the family with some relation. Relation physically or relation by some underlying principle. So this is the Indian way of thinking.
Other questions? Yes. What was sorry.
First, something by way of compliment to the learned author, who has provided us with modern method and idiom to define and understand the reality. Rather, he has bridged the gap between the modern man and the ancient wisdom of India. And more so by imagining and inventing analogies to understand and to illustrate the reality. This is my compliment for. There is just one, you can say anxious, very personal inquiry. Suppose the person who wants to understand the reality does not make any conscious effort to understand the reality, but goes on to trust a person whom he thinks that his knowledge, wisdom, and his morality and integrity to speak the truth can be trusted. A sagacious person. Because in Guru Granth is very assertive that you can trust a person who is exponent of that reality. Guru Arjan in Guru Granth says, Santan ki sun sachi sakhi तो पेख है जो देख है आंख distinctly realized persons, their perception or description of reality should be trusted as true because whatever they have experienced, whatever they say, they have experienced it, they have perceived it, they have tested it, therefore it should be trusted. Is there, does Nyaya recognize such a way?
Yeah. Says, and you can trust only on that person which is very authentic, accepted by society.
I missed it during the discourse.
So Pramata means Appurush. If you realize, if you cognize right knowledge, and if you are equipped with varied knowledge, then you are supposed to be Artha.
There's a very interesting lakshana of an apta person. Not only that he has seen the truth, or she has seen the truth, but has no incentive, but has an incentive to tell it as it is.
Oh.
Second condition, equally important,
Yeah.
that has no incentive to lie.
Wow.
Very important. Huh?
Actually, there are two definitions found some places. One is,
Sorry.
I am saying it from my memory, so I don't remember where it is found. One is Raga Divashadapi Nanyatha.
Yes.
One who doesn't tell a lie even if he is very much attached to someone and averse to someone. Because when we lie to save someone whom we love, or to harm someone whom we hate. So Ragadi Vashadapi Nanyathavadi Sa. So this is one. Second one is given. I think it is in Vaisesika's direction. Sakshat Krita Dharma Yatha Bhutarth Chikhya Vaishaya Prayuktaha Yatha Bhutarth Upadeshta. This is not a question, as I remember. So, who has experienced the truth, reality, perceived the reality, and he is willing to convey as he has experienced. Yatha. He is not aiding from his own side. As he observed, accordingly he is willing to convey. So that person is up. So these are two definitions found.
Actually, we have only one thinking regarding this. All systems except the same, and there is no confusion.
And here again, there is very important observation. I think this is also by Vatsyan. Rishyaya mlecha
Yes.
saman. So it doesn't mean if the person is a rishi or a person is an arya or a mlech. Whoever is qualified with these definitions is considered to be Arya.
And the example is between Adi Shankaracharya and Chandal. Kashmir.
Wow.
So when Chandal raises some very important issues of Vedanta, then Acharya Shankar accepts him as Guru.
Wow.
Chandalopi Guros Swatu Dvijo Vitya Samanishta. If it is Chandal or Brahman, it doesn't matter. If someone is equipped with valid knowledge
Wow.
and without any attachment, then that can be Guru. So this is the example of this kind of ministry.
So, Lisa, you had a question. Please, you first.
And a little bit just about just in English, sometimes it's strange to say false knowledge. Knowledge is supposed to be, you know, if you have, if you're not a so would you say that Amaha is knowledge, whereas Gnana is cognition, whereas Gnana can be erroneous cognition? And in or that's one question. Is it as somebody who's like.
I agree with you that in Western tradition, knowledge means right knowledge. Cognition is real or unreal. So, but in India, generally we use this term. Knowledge also added. But in Western perspective, you are putting
Cognition would be.
cognition is Dhyan,
Yes.
and Yatharthan, as we said, is knowledge.
And so extending that to Samshaya, I have Samshaya, not Samshaya. So, Samshaya itself it's not knowledge. It's some kind of cognition where knowledge is yet to come. So
But in Indian tradition, Gyan is of two types. Gyan is Anubhav, experiential, and Smriti. And experiential knowledge can be Gyan, can be divided into two parts: Yatharth Anubhav, real experience, and unreal experience. And in Yatharth Anubhav, there are four types of Yatharth Anubhav. That is perceptual, inferential, analogical, and sentencial. So four types of real means valid knowledge, and there are four types of processes. But unreal knowledge is Sanjay, Viparya, and Tark. So Sanjay means when you are perceiving two properties at a time in a locus, two or more than two properties, then that is a state of Sanjay, doubt.
So here's my final question for now. I'm gonna, so with sunshine, you have to know the property. You actually have to have a proper understanding of the property. So in order to have a doubt, you actually already have to have some proper cognition of reality.
I am not getting your question.
Yeah, could I respond?
Thank you.
Your question is very good, and it is very well accepted in language. The Nyayikas say, to doubt something, we must have dharmic jnana. If we don't have dharmic jnana, awareness, actually, every cognition can be considered in this way. If there is a qualifier, there is a qualificant, and there is a relation. So, what is a doubt? Doubt is actually such type of cognition where opposite qualifiers are coming, appearing, contradictory qualifiers. And we don't know with surety which one is present. Okay? Suppose I have this kind of doubt. If the man in front of me, if this is a stump or a person, okay? So here, I know surely something in front of. Otherwise, this kind of doubt wouldn't have arisen. So I perceive something is there, but what is there? We don't know clearly. I have this type of doubt, whether the thing is a stump or a person. So here, two things are appearing as a qualifier: stumpness and the personness. Okay? Therefore, we are having doubt. But we are very much sure that surely something in front of us.
So that is the dharmi that you're talking
Dharmic. So this dharmic jnana is very much required. Therefore, many, I have sometimes when some doubts which are appearing in our day-to-day life, I don't think that those are actually actual doubts. Like whether the God exists or not. This is not actual kind of doubt. Why? Because you have to define where are you.
What is the dharmi, the locus?
Yeah, what is the standard? And here, if God is dharmi, so God is known, you cannot doubt its existence. So that is very problematic. So this is not a doubt. It is called the sanshaya bhasa.
Appearance of doubt.
Appearance, it appears to be a doubt. So cannot be doubt.
Couldn't say we said for say, somebody doubts a teacher, you actually have to have some knowledge.
Yes, yes.
I think
Yeah.
a completely ignorant person cannot have legitimate.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Precisely.
some of the discourse, that's very interesting.
Thank you, Professor Jha. Thank you for catalyzing such a fascinating discussion. I'll just take 2 minutes to probably contextualize this before I introduce our next wonderful speaker. First, a personal experience, right? Sorry, I get carried away and don't do my duties well. So I want to share my excitement. When I first started to try and make sense of the Nyaya Sutras, I looked for everywhere. There's only one set of lectures that I could find which is in detail, that is the Satyajit Arya's lectures in Hindi. He had about 250 hours on the Nyaya Sutras. Amazing. I've gotten to about 19 of them, of 108 lectures that he has. And every lecture was a revelation. In one, the exact thing that came up, जो आपने पूछा ना साहब, Professor Sarma, that you asked, who's a trusted person? And I was blown away when he said, when Gautama says that, or I believe it's not, I don't know who, Vatsaya in his commentary, that Satyajit Arya says that it's not important that you know it. It's equally important that you have, that you're required to tell the truth. That is, you should be a person who's known to tell the truth. And I was sitting in my car and listening to this, and I said, my God, this is the perfect way to figure out fake news. And 99% of the commentators are not apt by that category because they have a motivation, right? They're motivated speakers. They are, their livelihood depends on saying yes, as another definition. And another thing, so this was, so quite apart from, so there were all these things. And the second one that struck me, that before you can have a doubt, you have to have a dharma, dharmigyan. And that's a very powerful statement, very powerful revelation, that to even doubt something, you must have some basic foundation. Otherwise, it's just perception of doubt. Right?
I could say something regarding this. Professor Vaisesika,
Yeah.
I think you might be knowing him.
Yes, I had the pleasure of meeting you.
Yeah, he wrote a book on Nyaya, the new commentary on the Old Text.
I have that.
At that time, he talked with me so many times that he argued that why doubt is coming after Pramana and Pramaya. In the ordering of these tattvas, Pramana is there, Pramaya is there, thereafter Sanjay is coming. Sanjay should come first place. And I told him that you cannot have doubt unless you know something. Therefore, Pramana and Pramaya come first. Thereafter, Sanjay comes.
So Pasteur had this famous line, right? That chance favors the prepared mind. He was talking about doubt. That you have to properly doubt to get the answer, right? Chance favors the prepared mind. Nature will give you the answer if you prepare. So in other words, we could almost title this lecture, The Proper Preparation of Doubt. Right? The Apta Sanshaya, I guess, right? And the second request that I have, by the way, and I'm saying this from a very selfish point of view, I'll tell you what I would love to have. And maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, if it exists, brilliant. If it doesn't, then we have to create it. Jha and Professor Mishra, Professor, so many others who have spoken, and I'm sure Professor Kumar will fall in the same category. You are basically giving us schemas. You're giving us tables, you're giving us relationships, you're giving us diagrams. Professor Varakedi used a couple of diagrams. I would love to see 100 of them. Essentially creating a manual of how to think and how to argue and how to progress, how to formulate a doubt, how to identify. See, look, I believe this knowledge has to get out of this room to school children. What am I trying to teach my son? Fake news. Beta, you fake news is this, how to tell fake news to others. Also, how do you prepare to learn? Essentially, preparing to learn is also learning how to prepare doubts. So all of these are skills that we need to transfer to people who've not been so fortunate as you have been, of being exposed to the tradition. So that is the task that remains. So I have this request. Maybe in the round table, we need to think about, if we can make a note of one of the topics of how to systematize this in a form with diagrams, with arrows, so that non-technicians, such as myself, can benefit. Yes, please.
So I wanted to use diagram, but there was no board.
Sorry, yes,
I teach through diagram.
So we need a copy of the lecture notes. Maybe I need to publish it. I had this crazy thought that we should record and transcribe Professor Satyajit Arya's lectures. So we actually transcribed plenty of them. It's very easy to do it, but checking it is not easy. So I reached out to him and I said, will you publish this in the form of a book? He said, not for the next 3 years. After that, I'll consider it. But his lectures are just amazing. If you haven't seen it, and if you're learning or struggling with Nyaya, they are just wonderful. Satyajit Arya on the Nyaya sutras. I've not found anything else. If you found anything in any other language, please let me know. YouTube is a Quran. One of the So strongly recommend. Now it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce a person who's become a dear friend, an older sister for me, a guide, a mentor, all of those, Mr. ShashiPrabha Kumar, who's the chairperson of the Institute for Advanced Study here in Shimla, and a very distinguished Sanskrit scholar, who's also held very important leadership positions, including the founder, vice chancellor of the Sanjay University of Buddhist Indic Studies in Madhya Pradesh, and many other institutions. She's currently a distinguished fellow of the Vivekananda International Foundation and dean of the Shankaracharya Sanskrit Mahavidyalaya in Delhi. She has had fellowships at the Center for Hindu Studies at Oxford, where she was a Shivdasani fellow. That is something that we share. Also got the Black scholarships, and I didn't realize that when I looked at your bio today, I realized that. And then the ICCR visiting chair at Shilpa University in Bangkok, and many other such positions. She's been recognized with the Shankar Puraskar of the KK Birla Foundation, the Balakrishna Sanskrit Award from the Bill Gates World Foundation, World Education Foundation, and many others. She has an honorary D.Litt by Uttarakhand Sanskrit University, and 37 books and 150 research papers. Over to you, Professor Kumar. We'd love to hear the distilled essence of 50 years of teaching in this.
टेबल तो नहीं रखना नीचे
I'll begin with the Vedic invocation, which has been my practice. Bhadram karnebhiः shrunuyam devaः Bhadram pashyemakshabhiryajatraः Sthirairangaistुष्टुवान् sastanubhirvyashemahi Devahitam yadayuhu Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May we hear with our ears whatever is noble and good. May we see with our eyes that whatever is pleasant to us. And may we live our full life protected by divine grace. With this prayer, I would like to thank Professor Shailendra Raj Mehta ji for conceiving of this workshop, for organizing it, and I am thankful to all the distinguished scholars from India and abroad who have made it possible to reach here despite so many difficulties due to weather conditions, other problems. I thank you all. I am especially thankful to Professor Ramnath Jha, who just spoke before me. He's like a son to me. I was teaching when he was a student at Delhi University. Then we were colleagues at Jawaharlal Nehru University for so many years. So he has made my task easier. But friends, he had taken you to the top floor of the building, and I bring you back to the root, to the ground. Because I belong to the ancient generation. I haven't been trained to the Navya Nyaya. So I belong to Prachina Nyaya. And that too, Vaisesika. But many of the terms and concepts, they have intermingled with Nyaya in such a manner that they cannot be separated. Like the terms Professor Mishra yesterday and Professor Jha today, they were using dharma and dharmi. These are the terms devised in Vaisesika. But Nyaya and Vaisesika, they are known as sister schools, like Samkhya and Yoga, and Mimamsa and Vedanta. So I am standing here not because I am a Nyaya scholar, but because I am a student of Vaisesika, which is a sister of Nyaya. And I'm thankful to you, Professor Mehta, for calling me a sister. You have made me emotional with these remarks. Thank you. So I will try to do an introduction to my talk, because yesterday and today Professor Mehta has repeatedly been saying that we want something which can be useful for today's life, Nyaya and the world. Although I had given my topic as Nyaya Vaisesika Theism, but that will be the later part of my talk. In the first part, I would like to say that Nyaya has different names. You all, my Sanskrit scholars, must be knowing all these names, but this is for those who do not know Sanskrit, who have not been introduced to Nyaya. So there are many names from ancient times, like Anvikshiki. Most of you must be knowing Anvikshiki in Kautilya and also in Nyaya Bhashya. Anviksha and Anvikshaya pravartate iti Anvikshi. What is Anviksha? Anuiksha. After investigation. So that has, whatever has been investigated, pratyakshagamabhyam, pratyakshanumanabhyam, ikshitasya anviksha. We have already introduced ourselves to perception and anumana. These are the two very, very popular means or processes of cognition. After that, whatever proceeds is known as anvikshiki. Anviksha is pratyakshanumanabhyam ikshitam. Taya pravartate iti anvikshiki. So anvikshiki is the oldest name, and it is said that pradipah sarva vidyanam upayah sarva karmanam. So Nyaya or Anvikshiki is very, very beneficial. It's like a lamp which enlightens everything, which illuminates everything around it. Pradipah sarva vidyanam, upayah sarva karmanam. All our activities can be made easy if we apply the knowledge of Nyaya, if we light the lamp of Nyaya. Ashrayah sarva dharmanam, shashvad anvikshiki mata. So anvikshiki is a science. This is a branch of learning which is very, very useful. There is another name, Tarka, which is interchangeably used in the tradition. Vada Vidya, because it focuses on Vada or debate. Hetu Vidya, because Hetu or reason is very, very important in Anumana, in the process of Anumana. Pramana Shastra, because just now Professor Jha mentioned, Pramana is the primary focus of Nyaya Shastra. 16 padarthas have been enumerated, but Pramana is the primary focus of Nyaya. And as we all know, the schools of these orthodox Indian philosophy, they were all propounded by the seers, the rishis. Nyaya was propounded by Maharshi Gautama. Akshapada was his another name, and it is a legend that Akshapada, Aksha means eyes, Pada in his feet. So he was provided with eyes in his feet because he was so engrossed in thinking and contemplation that sometimes he forgot and he fell down. So the divine grace was on him and he was provided with a sight in his feet. So Akshapada, Mithila was his origin place, just as Professor Jha is from Mithila. So Gautama, Akshapada and Nyaya Shastra Pravartaka, Maharshi Gautama. Now, Nyaya, the term Nyaya. Nyaya is very popular. These are all synonyms of Nyaya, Anvikshiki, Tarka, Vada Vidya, Hetu Vidya, Pramana Shastra. But Nyaya became the most popular in convention. What is Nyaya? Niyate anena iti Nyaya. You see, we Sanskritists are very fortunate that we can split the term and reach at its meaning. So Niyate anena iti Nyaya. Nyaya is the way or the path which from Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute in 1928. And this Nyaya Kosha has given many senses, many connotations of the term Nyaya. One of them is Loka Shastra Prasiddha Drishtanta Vishesha. This is in the sense of maxim. So Nyaya is also popular in the sense of maxim. These maxims can again be of two types, Laukika Nyaya and Shastra Nyaya. So I'll come to the Shastra Nyaya later, but first I'll give you some examples of the Laukika Nyaya. There is a book called Laukika Nyayanjali, published by Colonel A. Jacob, which I think it has more than 100 Nyayas which are employed. And there are Shastriya Nyayas in Mimamsa and Vedanta, about which Professor Vimali will be speaking. But I'll just give you examples. For Laukika Nyaya, we have Sthali Pulaka Nyaya, Aja Kripani Nyaya, then Andha Kupa Patana Nyaya, Andha Chataka Nyaya, Andha Pangu Nyaya, which is used in Sankhya to explain the complementarity of Prakriti and Purusha. So there are many like Laukika Nyaya, that way Nyaya is useful and very, very popularly being practiced in our day-to-day life without even studying the Nyaya Shastra. People in India have been using these Nyaya, isn't it? Gunakshara Nyaya, तो हम हिंदी में भी कहने लगे गेहूं के साथ गुण भी पिस जाता है. Ahikundala Nyaya, Ahinakula Nyaya, सांप और नेवले का. So these are some of the Laukika Nyaya. And for Shastra Nyaya, we have Adhyaropa Nyaya, we have Suchi Kataha Nyaya, we have like Kadamba Mukula Nyaya and Vichi Taranga Nyaya. When the Vaiseshikas and the Nayayikas explain the origin of word or sound, Shabda, they employ these two examples. One is that the word or sound travels in a circular way, Kadamba Mukula Nyaya, or it moves in a virtual way, in a linear way, and that is Vichi Taranga Nyaya. All the examples are taken from nature. That is another beauty of it. All these examples for these maxims are collected from our day-to-day life and mainly from the nature, animals, birds, rivers, mountains, trees, etc. So with this introduction, can we now come to the next Shastra Nyaya or Gautamiya Nyaya? It has been introduced, it has been explained yesterday and today, but this Gautamiya Nyaya, the definition given by Vatsyayana, Pramanaihi Artha Parikshanam Nyaya. Nyaya is that which Parikshana investigates into the nature of Artha. Artha is the object. Padartha, as I said yesterday, Pada is the name and Artha is the object or the meaning. Artha also denotes meaning. Artha is also the object, Vishaya. Prasiddha Indriyarthaha. So says Gautama in his Nyaya Sutra. How many Padarthas? They are 16 according to Gautama, Pramana, Prameya, Sanshaya, Prayojana, etc. They are 6 or 7 according to Kanada, the Vaisesika Pravartaka, propounder of the Vaisesika. And these have not been mentioned, so I'll just mention them. Dravya, Guna, Karma, Samanya, Vishesha, Samavaya, and Abhav. 7 Padarthas of Vaisesika. Professor Jha has also already mentioned about some of these Vaiseshika Padarthas. For example, he has explained Abhav. He has also explained Jati. Jati is Samanya. So the concepts and the terms, they were intermingled in both these traditions. But when we trace the history of these twin schools, originally they were separate. Nyaya was propounded by Maharshi Gautama, Vaiseshika by Maharshi Pranada. And up to a certain period, they developed and grew separately. I will give you 5 major texts of ancient Nyaya. Up to that period, Nyaya was separate. First is the Sutra by Gautama. And mind you, these are technical terms of Indian philosophy. Sutra, Bhashya, Vartika, Tika, Sangra. They have been defined. Their lakshanas are available and they are used across the schools. Every Indian philosophical school, they will have Sutra as the earliest text. Sutra is very brief. It is not easy to decipher the meaning. So Bhashya is, it follows. Bhashya is a commentary. Like Gautama's Nyaya Sutra hai, a Bhashya by Vatsyayana. Brahma Sutra by Vadarayana has a Bhashya by Shankara and many others. Kanada's Vaisesika Sutras, actually the Bhashya is lost, but now Anandalal Thakur has searched and published a Bhashya with the name of Vaisesika, but it is Prashastapada Bhashya which became very popular. Although it is technically not correct to call it a Bhashya. So the Nyaya literature, from Gautama's Sutra, we go to Vatsyayana's Bhashya. Even when the time passes, there is certain changes in the understanding and there are certain objections, additions and revisions. So Bhashya was followed in almost all the schools. Vartika. Vartika was also a type of text in Indian tradition. I can't go into the definitions, but they are all available on net. Vartika, Nyaya Vartika was written by Udyotakara, to whom a reference was just made. After Vartika comes Tika, that is Nyaya Vartika Tatparya Tika by Vachaspati Mishra. His name was also referred. So Sutra, Gautama Sutra, Bhashya, Vatsyayana Bhashya, Vartika, Udyotakaracharya, Tika, Vachaspati Mishra, and last but not the least, where I want to stop, that is Udayanacharya, Nyaya Vartika Tatparya Tika Parishuddhi. And Udayana is not an ordinary scholar. Since yesterday too, you have been listening the name of Jayanta Bhatta. He was a stalwart in the tradition of Nyaya. But Udayana was no less than him. Udayana has contributed a lot to the tradition of Nyaya Vaisheshika and also to the tradition of Indian philosophy. So I am really fan of Udayana, a student of being student of Vaisheshika. I'll tell you what Udayana has contributed. Udayana began the trends for Navya Nyaya, to which you just heard an exposition by Professor Jha. It was Udayana. He was not the propounder of Navya Nyaya, but the trends of Navya Nyaya were set in motion by Udayanacharya. He was the bridge between the Prachina Nyaya and the Navya Nyaya. It was in 10th century that he was in Mithila. So he was a bridge in between the Prachina Nyaya and Navya Nyaya. He was the one who tried the amalgamation, not only tried, he made it possible, the amalgamation of Nyaya and Vaisheshika. Just look at the books that he has authored. Nyaya Vartika Tatparya Tika Parishuddhi, I already mentioned. Then he wrote Kiranavali on the Prashastapada Bhashya of Vaisheshika. Parishuddhi on Nyaya, Kiranavali on Vaisheshika. Lakshanavali on Vaisheshika, Lakshanamala on Nyaya. These are 2 on Nyaya, 2 on Vaisheshika. But then he wrote Atma Tattva Viveka, which has another name, Bauddhadhikara or Bauddhadhikara. This is in repudiation of the Buddhist arguments against no soul theory. Atma Tattva Viveka. This is a text which belongs to both the Nyaya and Vaisheshika. This is neither exclusively of Nyaya or Vaisheshika. Similarly, the most important text that he authored is Nyaya Kusumanjali, and that is the theistic text he has authored. This is Nyaya Kusumanjali, and this is for proving the existence of God. This was written in a response to a text which is a Buddhist text, and that is known as Ishvara Bhanga Karika, refutation of God. This was written by a Buddhist scholar, and Udayana responded to that by writing this text, Nyaya Kusumanjali. But before I come to that part of my talk, that is theism, let me finish the contribution of Udayana. He was the one who proved the existence of Atman by writing the text Atma Tattva Vivek. And mind you, all these texts authored by Udayana have many commentaries on them, a series of commentaries. That is the beauty of Indian philosophical tradition. Each school has a seed text and upon it a bhashya, vartika, tika. Up to that, we have one. But after that, there are lots of commentaries. We call them upatika, vritti, or whatever. And a time comes when both of them have amalgamated in such a way that some small text, we call them prakarana granthas, like Tarka Sangraha, Tarka Bhasha, Bhasha Paricheda. These are the primary texts for beginners who want to get introduced with Nyaya Vaisesika. These are taught in the syllabi for BA and MA. Tarka Sangraha, Tarka Bhasha, and the Bhasha Paricheda. Then he proved the existence of God by writing this book, Nyaya Kusumanjali. But the proofs are given in the last section of this book, the 5th chapter. The four chapters of this book, they are in response to different objections raised by 5 schools. That is Charvaka, Buddhist, Jaina, Mimamsa, and Sankhya. So first he gives full details. This is another very important trait of Indian philosophy, that they honestly give full space to the opponent. First, they will give full freedom and they will describe the theories, the objections raised by them. And then they will come prepared and one by one they will just refute and say, this is my theory, this is my response. Next, you just heard the types of abhava. It was Udayana in the tradition of Nyaya and Vaisesika who first mentioned abhava as a padartha in an explicit manner. In his text Lakshanavali, he says padartha dvividha bhava abhava bhedat. Before that, abhava was not accepted clearly as a 7th category in the tradition of Vaisesika. So Udayana, credit goes to Udayana for adding of abhava padartha in the tradition. And the last one, he also refutes the objections of Buddhists against the jati or samanya accepted by Nyaya Vaisesika. And he has also proved and supported the Paramanu the atomic theory of Vaisesika. There was a very strong objection against Vaisesika theory of atomism, that you do not have any scriptural support for this. This is merely based on inference, anumana. Pratyaksha is not possible in case of Paramanus, and anumana alone cannot be strong enough. So you don't have any agama pramana in support of them. But it was Udayana who quoted that verse that was recited yesterday by Professor Chachidananda Mishra, Vishwatash Chakshuruta Vishwato Mukho. And in the second line it says, Sambahubhyam dhamati sampatatrayi dyava bhumi janayan deva eka. And Udayana himself explains that sampatatrayi, it is in plural number, and sampatantiti sampatatrani. Even a bird is called patatra because it has the wings and it falls down, it flows, it flies, sampatatra. Here Udayana says the Vedic verse is suggesting Paramanu, because the Paramanus, the minute particles, they are running in the atmosphere. They are all there, and God creates the world with the help of these Sampatatra or Paramanus. I'll come to that later when I discuss God, that God is only the efficient cause or the nimitta karana. Paramanus are the material cause or the upadana karana of the world. So this one, and Udayana is also credited with 2 very beautiful verses. You see, when we use verses in poetry, they are known as shloka or padya. But then with these verses are employed in the Shastra, the technical name for them is karika. So Udayana has given us 2 very, very important karikas, And the students of Nyaya, they all remember by heart. One is the Jati Badhaka Sangra. Jati Badhaka, the Buddhists refute the concept of Jati or Samanya. But Udayana has proved its existence, but he agrees that there are certain cases where this concept of Jati does not apply. Those are known as Jati Badhaka. And he has put them all together in a verse in a karika. Similarly, for proving the existence of God, he has given 8 arguments, and all those 8 arguments are collected in a single verse, which is known as Ishvara Siddhi Karika. So Udayana has contributed to the corpus of Indian philosophical tradition a lot. Much needs to be done in this regard. But before I come to the theory of God, I would like to read what he says in the first chapter of Nyaya Kusumanjali. You see, you have heard just now that there are 4 pramanas: Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, and Shabda. Perception, inference, analogy, and verbal authority. Out of these, there are certain objects or concepts which cannot be perceived. Paramanus cannot be perceived. Jati or Samanya cannot be perceived independently. It can be perceived with the help of the Vyakti. So, like that, God is not an object of perception. He says, even though it is not perceptible, there is no doubt about the existence of God, because he is a devotee, he is a theist, core theist. But before I read what he says, there is a legend, a popular legend, that being a core theist, being a repudiator of the Buddhist objections against God, it happened that once he reached a temple and the doors of the temple were closed. And Udayana challenges God. He says, Aishwarya Mada Mattosi, Mamavajyaya Tishtasi. Now you are feeling proud of yourself and you are ignoring me, my presence. Who am I? Samayateshu Bauddheshu Madadhina Tavasthiti. Let the Buddhists come and you will be nowhere. I am the one who has established that you are there, you exist. And now I come to see you and you have closed your doors. So this is a legend. I don't know how much true it is, but it is a popular one. Aishwarya Madamattosi Mamavajyaya Tishtasi Samayateshu Bauddheshu Madadina Tavasthiti. That is a not very authentic one, but now I quote from the first chapter of Nyaya Kusumanjali what he says about God. Iha yadyapi yam kamapi purushartham arthamanaha shuddha buddha swabhava ityaupanishadaha. The Upanishads quote him Shuddha Buddha Swabhava. He is pure, he is in the form of knowledge. Adi Vidvan Siddha Iti Kapilaha. The Sankhyas do not accept God as a creator, but Adi Vidvan Siddha. Klesha Karma Vipakashayai Rapara Mrishto Nirmana Kaya Madhishthaya Sampradaya Pradyotako Nugrahakascheti Patanjala. The Yoga Sutra accepts God as the first Guru. That is, Klesha Karma Vipakashayai Rapara Mrishta Purusha Vishesha Ishvara. Yoga Sutra. Loka Veda Viruddhairapi Nirlepaha Swatantrascheti Mahapashupataha. Yadyapi the Mahapashupatas do not accept Veda, but they say that God is Nirlepa and Swatantra. Shiva iti Shaivaha. Purushottama iti Vaishnavaha. It's clear. Pitamaha iti Pauranikaha. Yajya Purusha iti Yajikaha. Sarvajya iti Saugataha. The Buddhists accept Sarvajya Buddha. Niravarana iti Digambaraha. The Jainas. Upasyaptvena Deshita iti Mimamsakaha. Loka Vyavahara Siddha iti Charvakaha. Yavaduktopapanna iti Naiyayikaha. We'll come to that later. Kim Bahuna Yam Karavopi Vishwakarmetyupasate. Even the technicians or the carpenters, they upasate, they worship him as Vishwakarma. Tasmin evam jati gotra pravana pravara charana kula dharma divad asansaram suprasiddhanubhave bhagavati bhave sandeha eva puta. Everybody is accepting God in one form or the other. So where is the doubt? Sandeha eva puta. Bhagavati bhave sandeha eva puta. Kim nirupaniyam. Why should I deliberate upon this? Tathapi. Even when I am venturing upon this, and this was also quoted yesterday by Mishraji, Nyaya Charcheya Mishasya Manana Vyapadesha Upasanaiva Kriyate Shravana Anantarana. What I am trying to do, this is Nyaya Charcha of Ishvara Manana Vyapadesha Shravana Manana and Nididhyasana. These are the three steps in Indian tradition. It is said that to know the ultimate reality, you have to follow these three steps. Shravana, listen first. Manan, contemplate, reflect upon it, and then Nididhyasana. So he's saying, I am just doing Manana. This Charcha pertains to Manana only, and that is because the Upanishad says, he's quoting there, Shrotavyo, Mantavyo, Nididhyasitavyo. So this much about his prayojana, why he is doing this, why he is writing this text for proving the existence of God. But before we go to that, let us just think, what are the roles for God? You see, in Indian philosophy, we have 6 orthodox schools and 3 heterodox, so to say. Out of the 6 Astika schools, Sankhya, Mimamsa, and Vaisesika, they do not accept God, or they do not mention God, I should say. They do not require God for the sake of creation. They do not explain the nature or role of God in their sutras or their literature. Even then, they are Astika. Why? Because Manu says, Nastiko Veda Nindaka. What is the criteria for Astika and Nastika? Those who believe in the authority of Veda are Astikas, and those who do not believe, rather they repudiate Vedas, they are known as Nastika. So Charvaka, Jaina, and Buddhist are classified as Nastika, and these 6 schools, out of which 3 do not accept God, even then they are Astika. And those who accept God, they are, Nyaya is one of them, Vedanta is one of them, and Yoga is also one of them. But Yoga accepts the metaphysics provided by Sankhya, so they do not require God for creating the world. They only require God for Ishvara Pranidhana Dva, in the form of the first teacher, Adi Guru, and also as a center of worship, center of meditation. This is said Ishvara Pranidhana Dva, as the goal of surrender. To whom we can surrender, that is Ishvara. So the role of God in yoga is limited. But the role of God in Nyaya Vaisesika came later, because as I said, in the original sense, Vaisesika was separate. They don't mention God in clear terms. It is only Udayana who is writing a separate independent text for proving the existence of God. See the integrity and honesty of these scholars. When he is writing a commentary on the Vaisesika, Prashastapada Bhashya, he does not mention God as a separate category. Because even Prashastapada, he described the Srishti Samhara Prakriya, but they do not count it in the Padartha. What was done? Paramatma or Ishwar was counted as a subgroup or subdivision of Atma. So Atma Dvividha, Jivatma, Paramatma. Jivatma, Bhavah Santi, Jivatmana, Bhavah Santi, Alpajyaha Santi. Ishwara Ekah Sarvajya. What is the role of Ishwara? First role is Creator God. According to Nyaya Vaisesika, we require God because he creates the world. Why? That I will explain. Second is author of the Vedas. According to Mimamsa, God is not required because for them, world is not created, never created. It is Anadi Pravaha. Srishti and Pralay goes on since beginning and it will go on like that. Therefore, Vedas were never authored by anyone, not even by God. But Nyaya Vaisesika, being realists, they argue that the world is created by God. The Vedas are authored by God, just like any other book is authored by a human being. And third, God is the controller of Adrishta. What is Adrishta? The results of our actions, Punya and Papa. Whatever we are doing, good deeds or bad deeds, who keeps the account and control? It is God. So triple roles are assigned to God in Nyaya Vaisheshika scheme of the things. He is the creator, he is the author of Veda, and he is the controller of Adrishta. Right? Now, the first question is whether this world is a product, is it created, or is it going on like this? And even if it is created by chance, or is there a design to it? Is there a cause for it? According to Charvaka, there is no cause to anything. Everything happens by chance. There are mentioned in the Shvetashvatar Upanishad, Kalaha, Swabhavo, Niyatihi, Yadricha. Either Kala is the Hetu for everything. Everything happens according to time, Kala. Swabhava, it's all natural. Everything is happening. This rain is happening, it is by nature. Niyati, it was destined to be like that. So Niyati, Niyativada, Swabhavavada, Kalavada, and last is Yadrichhavada, by chance, Akasmika, Sanyoga. So these are the four types of explanations given by those who do not accept the relation between cause and effect. Those who do not accept the theory of causality, according to them, this world can be explained by any of these Kalavada, Swabhavavada, Niyativada, or Yadrichavada. But the Nyaya Vaisheshikas, according to them, there is a theory of causation. And every effect, every product has a cause. So Karya is the product, it is the effect, which is caused by its own precedent cause. Karana is precedent and Karya is the Karana is the earlier one, the precedent, and Karya is the antecedent. So Karana gives rise to Karya. Karya is caused by the destruction of its own pragabhava. Beautiful definition of Karya. Karyam pragabhava pratiyogi. Abhava is of four types. Out of those four, first is pragabhava. Whatever is not yet produced, that object has its pragabhava. For example, you see, some new model of car, electric cars are coming, but some automatic cars are now being created. Tesla has already brought one, but there are many other models which are yet to be produced. We have their pragabhava, prior non-existence, right? So pragabhava, earlier it was not there. Whatever did not exist is created and its non-existence is abolished. So what is Karya? Karya is the pratiyogi. It is the opposite of its own pragabhava. This is the definition of Karya, and which is acceptable to Nyaya and Vaisheshika both. Now, how does the Karya get produced? It's not acceptable to Nyaya Vaisheshika that it is produced by chance or by nature or by destiny. There has to be a design. There is a perfect design. Everything is fixed for everything. Every effect has certain causes. Three types of cause. You have heard the definition of karana, pramakaranam, pramanam. But before karana, we have karana. Karana is cause. Karana is the specific cause. Karana is the ultimate. But right now we are discussing the causes. There are many types of causes which are required. For creating this glass, what do we require? First of all, we require the material. the glass, the plastic, or a metal, whatever. So material cause, that is known as Samavai Karana in Nyaya Vaisheshika. In Vedanta, it is known as Upadana Karana. In Vaisheshika and Nyaya, it is Samavai Karana, the material. And then Asamavai Karana, the properties residing in that material. Suppose this glass is made of a metal, steel. What properties are there in steel? All those properties, the color, the size, the design, all these are the properties and these are the Asamavai Karana. Efficient cause, material cause and non-inherent cause. Inherent cause, Samavai Karana, non-inherent cause, Asamavai Karana. Now material is given. The whole bunch of material is lying in the factory. The material is provided, the machines are set, the design, a die is made, everything is okay. But what do we require for creation? Can it be created? Although nowadays many things are happening automatic, robots are being created. But are these robots created by on their own? Some human being, some human agency, some conscious agent has to be there. This is the logic of Nyaya Vaisheshika theory of causation. There has to be a nimitta karana, an efficient cause. And that efficient cause, in worldly products, it can be a human being. But for creating this whole world, no human being is capable. Therefore, we need somebody who knows everything. You see, if I'm writing a book, what should I know? What should I know? I should at least know the topic, the subject, the available material. Similarly, if somebody, some engineer is creating a car, he should know the designs, the materials, the available models of that car. Similarly, if somebody has to create this world, he should not only know the world, but even more than that. So no ordinary human being can create this world. This much we know from our own experience. We haven't seen anybody who has created this world. If we had seen, then there was no necessity for argument. That would have been practical. So it is inferred, anumana, that there has to be a sarvajya karta, somebody who knows everything, who is omniscient and omnipotent, and that is God. So this theory of cause and effect, three types of karana, samavai, asamavai, and nimitta. The same samavai karana, which is known as samavai in Nyaya Vaisheshika, is known as upadana in Vedanta. In Vedanta, Brahman itself is the upadana, he himself is the nimitta. Abhinna nimittopadana karana. This is the theory of Vedanta. But Vaisheshikas and Nayayikas, they are realists. So according to them, samavai is material cause, asamavai is the properties and the activity pertaining to that material, and efficient cause or nimitta karana is separate. That is God. Okay. This is about the nature of God. Now, what is the relation between cause and effect? You have heard about dharma and dharmi. Dharmi is the product, is the substance. Dharma is the property or the guna. And there is a sambandha. So what is the relation between cause and effect? According to Sankhya and Vedanta, no relation is required because cause and effect are identical. They are tadatma. So what is the relation? Tadatma. For Buddhists, they don't accept any sambandha. Actually, Grantha is written Sambandha Pariksha, where the refutation of sambandha, like that Ishvara Bhanga Karika, refutation of the principle of God. But here in Nyaya Vaisheshika, they are two different entities. Cause is different and effect is different. The example, popular example is given of milk and curd. You see, according to Sankhya, milk transforms into curd. Curd was unmanifest and it gets manifested. That is what Karya Karana Bhav in Sankhya. According to them, Nyaya and Vaisheshika, they are different. And the properties of milk are different, properties of curd are different. That is proved by the medical science today. Even in Ayurveda, it is different. The properties of milk is not digestible to many, but curd is digestible to many. So same happens today also. The doctors say if you can't digest milk, take curd. So means properties are different. There is a change. So cause and effect are different, but they are related. Related by a relation which is inseparable relation. Because we cannot create curd out of sand. We can create curd out of milk only. We can get oil out of the mustard seeds only, not out of every seed. So the relation between cause and effect is the relation called samavaya. Professor Jha was given the example of laptop and table. That is the sanyoga sambandha. But what is the relation between the wood and the table? If you want to separate, the computer can be removed and was removed by Martin for a while. But wood cannot be separated from the table until you break the table. This is an inseparable relation, inherence, samavaya. And on it is based the theory of asamavaya and samavaya karana. There is no debate right now possible regarding samavaya and asamavaya, but we come to the nimitta karana. Now, do we require somebody as an efficient cause, as a karta, to create the world? Now they give an example and then anumana. Yesterday we discussed what is the structure of anumana. So they give an anumana and Udayana has quoted it. Kshityadikam sakartrikam. Kshiti adi, this earth, etc., has an agent, has a karta. Kshityadikam sakartrikam. This is the pratijyava. First statement is, what do we want to prove? We want to prove that the earth, etc., all the products for that matter, they have a karta. What is the reason? How can you say that? Karyatva, the hetu, the reason. Because they all are karya, they all are product. In Gita say, whatever is produced, that has to perish. So this is the popular theory, karya and karana, that karya perishes, then it is born again. And karana, it stays in the form of karana, but they are, because they are different. It's not that karya merges in karana and gets manifested again like the Sankhya model. The Sankhya theory of causation is known as Satkaryavada. That karya is already pre-existent in the karana. Nyaya Vaisesika theory is Asatkaryavada. That karya was not present in its karana in the name and form that it is now produced. This is the difference. So we need a karta. We need an efficient cause to create the world. Kshityaadikam sakartrikam karyatvat. What is the example? Any example can be given. Bhatavat, patavat, sanganakavat, vahanavat. All the things that we see in the world are being produced by someone, some conscious agent. Therefore, we have to posit, we have to infer that there is a sarvajya karta, because asmadadi sadrisha karta jagat srata na bhavidu. None of us can create the world, so we need a God. We have to postulate God. This is the theory of inference for proving God. Pratyaksha is not possible to prove the existence of God. Only two pramanas are possible. First is inference or nyaya, and next is shabda. And there are plenty of scriptural statements to prove the existence of God. For those who believe in those scriptures, astika, for them there is, as Udayana has himself said, there is no need to prove the existence of God for those who already believe in Him and worship Him. But there are some who do not believe in these scriptures. So it is for them to convince them, although they are convinced or not is a matter of contradiction and debate. But the Naiyayikas are famous for debate. They have set the rules of debate. They are ready to debate and argue. That is a separate issue. So Udayana has given 8 arguments for proving the existence of God. It's too technical to go into the 5 objections that have been raised by the Purvapakshins. So I will just give you those 8 arguments that Udayana gives. And these are Karika, I will recite first. Karya yojana dhrityadehe padat pratyayatah shrutehe vakyat sankhya visheshacha sadhyo vishwavidavya. Sadhyo vishwavidavya. The last portion of the verse is Vishwavid, the one who knows the whole world. Vishwavid Sarvajya. Avyaya, the one who never perishes. Avyaya. Akshara, Avinashi. Vishwavid Avyayah Sadhyah. He can be proved. How can he be proved? 8 arguments. And all these 8 arguments are given in Panchami Vibhakti. I told yesterday that whenever we have to give a reason, we have to quote, we have to give an argument for proving something, we use the declension Panchami Vibhakti. Apadana. So, Karya Ayojana Dvityade Panchami, but 3 of them are clubbed. In this statement, 3 arguments are clubbed. Karya, first I have already given the Anumana in the form of Kshityadikam Sakartrikam. What is the Hetu? Karya. Karyatva is the first argument for proving the existence of God. We have to accept that Jagat, this world is a Karya, this world is a product. Do we accept or do we not? This we are not going to prove. We know that this world is a product, because we are seeing so many new things being produced, isn't it? We see that the old things are getting extinguished, the old persons are dying, the new ones are being born, old things are getting destroyed and abolished, new things are coming. The Prachina Nyaya is gone in oblivion and Navya Nyaya has taken over. This is the cycle of the world. And in Indian tradition, the concept of time is cyclical. It goes on like that. क्या है उसमें जातस्य ही ध्रुवो मृत्यु ध्रुवम जन्म मृतस्य च. So this is the cycle of creation and dissolution. So world is a product. Jagadidam karyam. So karyatva hetu is the first. And as explained already, that for being a product, for getting produced, this world needs a creator, an agent, a conscious agent, an omniscient agent, an omnipotent agent. This is the most popular argument which is given in the Western traditions. So, karyatva. Next is ayojana. Simply we can translate it. Actually, the translation creates many problems. For example, you raise that false knowledge. So knowledge cannot be false in Western connotation, but in India, even Vidya is of 2 types, Mithya and Satya. So knowledge can be false and can be true. Similarly, when we say that this Jagat is a Karya Ayojana. Ayojana is a term which is, if we translate in English, we will say design or arrangement. Because in the world, everything is so designed, so well organized that there has to be a conscious person who designs and organizes everything. In a room, even on my table, if I do not organize my things, there is whole clutter. Somebody has to do it. Either I do or somebody does it for me. But some conscious agent has to do it. So, Ayojan, simply we can explain it like that, but in technical sense, it is a different matter that I am not taking you into. That Ayojana means when the creation starts, 2 Paramanus meet, and the first Dvayanaka is produced. And that Adyam Sargadya Kalinam Dvayanaka Janyam Sanyogam Janayati iti Ayojana. What is Ayojana? Ayojana is the first contact between 2 atoms. Who created that contact? After the first contact, they can move on with the help of the other agent. But who was the first? The mind, the conscious entity, it is holding itself. If it is carrying a leaf of grass or a branch of tree, it is being held with the conscious effort of that bird. But if you throw something in the sky, it will fall down. So who is it who's sustaining, holding sun, moon and the planets? That is Dhriti. Gurutvavatam patana bhavaha Dhriti. The elements or the entities which have gurutva, weight, they are not falling. That means somebody is holding them. And we have the Veda mantras, Yo Dadhara Bhuvanani Vishwa. He is the one who is sustaining the whole world. So he is the Dharta. He is the Karta, he is the Vyavasthapaka, and he is the Dharta. So Karya, Ayojana, Dhriti, these three are easy to understand. Now the next three, Pada, Pratyaya and Shruti. These three arguments are very specific to Indian tradition because three are based on the Veda. Veda is supreme in Indian knowledge tradition. And for Mimamsa, God is not required because Veda is Veda. No God can create Vedas. Vedas are Anadi, Vedas are Apaurusheya, Vedas are Nitya. So word, supremacy of word is very, very significant feature of Indian tradition. So much so that even God has to be argued for. But for Vedas, no arguments are required. We are Nadi, Nitya, Apaurusheya. So, because the Nyayikas do not accept Vedas to be Apaurusheya. There are two schools. For Mimamsa, they are Apaurusheya. For Nyaya, they are Paurusheya. Just like Mahabharata has been written by Vyasa, any book is written by any of the scholars. Similarly, Veda is authored by God. And the authority, the Pratyaya. Pratyaya means Pramani. Pada means the teaching. Pada Pratyaya Shruti. Pada is same which was in the Yoga Sutra, Adi Shikshaka. Who teaches the original arts and trades, everything? My father taught me, his father taught him, his father taught him. If we go on like that, who was the first teacher of arts, of scriptures, of everything that we are doing today? Because you see a child, a human child is born, and an animal is born. You don't have to teach an animal. It is born and it stands. It starts walking. But for a human child, you have to teach him to stand. You have to teach him to walk. You have to teach him to eat. So there are two types of knowledge, Nitya and Naimittika. So human beings' knowledge is Naimittika. It has to be trained. It has to be given, inculcated. Then who is the first inculcator? That is in the Pada. Pratyaya is Pramanya, authenticity of Veda is because it is authored by a supreme, divine, omniscient person, that is God. And Shruti. Shruti is Veda itself. The Shruti is oral tradition coming from past generations till today. The Shruti, authorship of Vedas, then the authenticity. There are two different pramanas. Pratyaya is Pramanya, authenticity, and Shruti is the authorship. They are different. And the next is Vakya. Vakya can be taken as language. Yesterday there was discussion about language. There is a lot of discussion in Nyaya and Vaisesika about language. Who originated the language? And even if you accept that language was originated on its own, who decided that this word will connote this meaning? Shabdartha Sambandha. Is it Nitya or is it Anitya? According to Mimamsaka, Shabda is Nitya, Shabdartha Sambandha is Nitya. Everything is Nitya. Vedas are Nitya. Srishti is Nitya. But according to Nayayikas, because they believe on the experiences of common people, so everything is produced. Shabdartha Sambandha. They say Samayikaha Shabdartha Artha Sambandha. Samayikaha Shabdartha Artha Sambandha. Word and its meaning have a relation which is known as Samaya. What is Samaya? Samaya is not time here. Samaya is a technical term. What is Samaya? And it is said in Nyaya, Asmat Padat Ayam Artho Bodhavya Iti Ishwarecha Sanketa Visheshaha Samaya. This word will convey this meaning. This has been given, suggested by God, and this is known as Samaya. So Shabdad Artha Sampratyaya is Samaika. That means God decided, God created language, God decided the connotation, the relation between word and meaning in the first place. So Vakya. The last argument is eighth Sankhya Vishesha. That is also very, very technical, that pertains to Vaisesika theory of Dvitva or Vaisesika theory of creation. According to Vaisesika, number or Sankhya is a property. It is a guna. It is a dharma, right? It is an attribute. But how many Sankhyas are there? How many numbers are there? The Vaiseshikas say only number one is eternal. Ekatva Sankhya Nitya. After Eka, from 2 number onwards, all the numbers up to Parardha, 18th number Parardha is counted. Up to that, all are created. Number 1 is eternal, number 2 is produced. And there is again a technical process how number 2 is produced. Suppose I have 2 papers in my hand, this and this. And it is Udayanacharya again who has beautifully described the production of Dvitva, production of number 2 in his text called Lakshanavali. And interestingly, when my PhD Viva was done, this was asked to me, can you explain the process of number 2? And it is said that Nyaya and Vaisesika, they agree upon most of the things. But there are 3 things on which there is no agreement. Dvitva is one of them. Dvitvetu pakajotpattau vibhage cha vibhagaje yasya na skhalita buddhi tam vai vaisheshikam vidu. Vaisheshikas are disagreeable to Nyaya on 3 points. Number 1, Dvitva. Number 2 is the production of number 2 is one of them. Pakajotpattau. The Paramanus have Paka, chemical action, and they change their properties. This theory is acceptable to both Nyaya and Vaisheshika. But according to Nyaya, it is Pitarapak. The whole is baked. According to Vaisheshika, minutely each atom successively gets baked. According to them, Nyayikas, it is a simultaneous baking of the whole. According to Vaisheshika, it is the successive baking of every minute atom. This is Pakotpatti. Vibhage cha vibhagaje. I leave it, that is even more technical, but I come to Dvitva because I have to explain Sankhya Vishesha. So suppose I have 2 papers. First I see this, I am Ekaha. That is okay. I am Ekaha. That is also. But when I say Dvitva, when I say I am Ekaha, there is a sense of duality which is generated in my mind, which is cognized by me in my intellect, and then I relate them. I am Ekaha, tatra apeksha buddhi, relative cognition is generated in the mind of the cognizer, of the agent. And he says, I am Ekaha, dvau imau. They are 2. So there is Dvitva. Dvitva is produced. Ekatva is nitya. Not quoting the verse, but those of you who are interested, Udayana has beautifully described the whole process of Dvitvotpatti in his Lakshanavali. So a question arises, when creation started, there was no human being at that moment. The first dyad is to be produced. Atoms are there, discrete atoms were there in the time of dissolution. When creation starts, who was there in whose apeksha buddhi, relative cognition, this dvitvotpatti is possible? There was no human being. So we have to postulate that there was a conscious power in whose apeksha buddhi this dvitva is generated, and the first dvyanka is born. So these are the 8 arguments: karya, ayojana, dhriti, pada, pratyaya, shruti, Vakya, and Sankhya Vishesha. These 8 arguments are able to prove the existence of God. Now, without knowing all the categories, God is also one of the subcategories. Actually, it's not even a primary category, neither in the Nyaya nor in the Vaisesika. You can see 16 padarthas, 7 padarthas, but it is a subcategory under Atma. So, if we have to know all the padarthas for being able to attain Nishrayasa, God is also to be known. But God is to be known for many more. It is not a personal God for that matter. It is the concept of God and not the personal God to be worshipped that we are worshipping these days. So this rational approach to God, this is again a contribution of Nyaya. I briefly mentioned the contribution of Nyaya for the world today. 2 or 3 things, and I will repeat. Nyaya for the world today. First thing is that Nyaya gave us a rational approach, logical thinking. Pramana Artha Parikshanam Nyaya. Do not accept anything on its face. First you investigate, examine, and then only you accept. This approach in the whole of Indian tradition is given by Nyaya. All of them use it as a tool. Even against Nyaya they use it. But this is given, this is the contribution of Nyaya and Antarne later on connected with the Vaisesika. Then methodology and tools for analysis. All these Trividha Chasya Shastrasya Pravritti Chatasrishu Arthavidhasu Arthatattvam Parisamapyate Pramata Praman Prameya and Prama Uddesha Lakshana and Pariksha Anubandha Chatushtaya Adhikari, Vishaya, Sambandha and Prayojana. Sambandha and Prayojana are category. Sambandha is a category in Vaiseshika. Prayojana is a category in Nyaya. Yamadhikritya pravartate tat prayojanam. So without prayojana, nobody start activity. Therefore, prayojana has to be clarified. Methodology and tools were provided by Nyaya to the whole of system of Indian philosophical analysis, and they are being used in all the schools. Then later on, we had the development and growth of Buddhist Nyaya and Jaina Nyaya also. But all these basics were provided by Gautama in his Nyaya Sutra. Then there are the detailed discussion of fallacies. It's amazing. Hitva bhasas, 5 types and then many subtypes. Why fallacies are important? Because if you have to argue, the vyapti between hetu and sadhya has to be valid. In perception, there is less possibility of error. But in reasoning, in arguments, and these days you see, people are arguing and arguing without any rules. There were these set rules for arguing. And if you are arguing, there is this fallacy, hitva bhas. Kabhi kahenge sat pratipaksh. Sometimes they say it is asiddha. Udayana begins his discourse, his discussion on this Ishvaravada, and he just entangles his opponent in the argument. He says, you believe in God or you don't? You believe in Veda or not? If you don't believe in Veda, then Veda is the kriti of Ishvara. Okay, but if you don't believe in God, then how can you refute it? It is not there. Ashraya Siddha Hitvabhas. When there is not a God, how can you refute it? For example, it was given ShashiPrabha. So it is Ashraya Siddha. Hitvabhasas, the discussion of Hitvabhasas is very, very important. Then I would say there is this doubt. Sanshaya is the beginning of doubt. I quoted yesterday, Sanshayite arthe nyaya pravartate. Nanupalabde arthe, na nirnite arthe. Sanshaya. Doubt is the ground for nyaya. So doubt, then there is dissent and disagreement. When we have doubt, means there are 2 persons. One is in favor and the other is dissenting. He is disagreeing. Dissent and disagreement, then the debate takes place, and for debate, the rules of debate and dialectics are again set, and then after debate, the decision is taken, nirnaya, with the help of discourse analysis. Tarka and Nirnaya. Although Tarka is not a Pramana, but it is quoted as Pramananugrahaka Tarka. Tarka is helping in the Pramanas. And it is said, Tau etau Tarka Nirnayo Lokayatram Bhavata. Tarka and Nirnaya, argument and decision. If you go on arguing, don't reach a conclusion, that is futile. So, Tarka Nirnayo Lokayatram Bhavata. Your life in the world goes with the help of these two, Tarka and Nirnaya, and both of these are explained in Nyaya with greater details. Ultimately, the abhava, discussion of abhava, negation, not only postulation as a category, so many details about abhava, but many types of abhava, and abhava is also perceptible. This is another theory. Only 4 pramanas, and every padartha is given. For example, dravya. Some dravyas are perceived, some are to be inferred. Gunas, those dravyas which have perceptible qualities, their qualities will be perceptible. Pratyaksha dravya, gunaha will be pratyaksha. So, what is this abhava? Abhava is also pratyaksha. Mimamsa says abhava is not pratyaksha. They accept another pramana, anupalabdhi. Nyaya accepts only 4. And abhava is given the scope for perception. So these are the contributions of Nyaya for the world today. And lastly, I quote Vatsyayana. You see, Nyaya Bhashya is beautiful. In Indian tradition, we have Patanjali's Mahabhashya on Vyakaran. We have Shabara's Bhashya on Mimamsa. And we have Nyaya Bhashya of Vatsyayana. These Bhashyas are beautiful. Their language is so simple. And they are explaining the theories precisely and briefly, cryptically mentioned by the Sutrakara. He says, what is God? What is Ishwar? Apta Kalpaschayam. God is the most reliable person. Apta Kalpaschayam Yatha Pita Apatyanam. Just as a father is a reliable person for the child. Child believes everything what his father tells him. And father here will include mother also. Yatha Pita Apatyanam Tatha Pitribhuta Ishwaro Bhutana. Just as a father is to his children, similarly Ishwara is to Bhutanam, not Praninam. Everything, Bhuta is being, not the living being only. So Ishwara is, he also takes care of those which are inanimate. So Bhutanam, use the term Bhuta. Nacha Atma Kalpad Anya Kalpa Sambhav. Ishvara cannot be classified anywhere except Atman. Na tavadasya buddhim vina kaschid dharmo linga bhutaha shakya upapagaitum. Asya buddhim vina, without his knowledge, nothing can be explained. Agamacha, and the scriptures say, drashta, buddha, sarvagyata, Ishvara iti. Ishvara is drashta, Ishvara is buddha, knower, Ishvara is drashta, seer, buddha, knower, sarvagyata, omniscient Ishvara. And one more thing which I can't resist my temptation to quote. In the last verse of Nyaya, last but one verse, after positing all these arguments, Udayana says, there will be still some people who will not believe in God. It is being targeted at his opponents. So he says, I first recite the words. Ityevam shruti niti samplava jalai bhuyo bhirakshahite yesham naspadam adhadhasi hridaye teshvaida sara. Even after so many arguments, so many scriptural statements, they are in the form of water. And I have tried to wash the hearts of those where you were not present. But even then, if they do not give place to you or in their heart, it means they are like Shaila Sarasha. They are like stones, rocks. Kintu prastuta vipratipa vidhayo pyuchair bhavat chintakaha kale karunika tvayaiva kripaya te taraniyana. Even then, I pray for them that, oh Karunika, oh passionate, oh compassionate God, your grace will only take them to the other shore.
Right.
What a magnificent overview. And thank you so much for it. We would love to get into discussion, but there's a challenge. I've just been informed that Professor Sanjay Sarma very much plans to do the session this afternoon after Professor Puchner's session. But he's been called to dinner with the visiting defense minister. So Rajnath Singh ji is in Kuala Lumpur today. So at 5 o'clock, so he has a dinner with him. And as you know, he's 2.5 hours ahead of us. So he would like to begin this talk half an hour prior, which means that just doing the arithmetic, we have to break for lunch now, come back at 2 for your session. Would that be okay? If people who would back now, we can reduce half an hour. No. We should have already done. And so that we move it forward, as in India, we say we prepone it by half an hour. So if that is acceptable to everybody, let's break for lunch now. We'll do your discussion also after Sanjay's talk, because it'll be much longer than half an hour, that I can show you. I have 100 questions, but
I'm not sure I can answer all of them.
no, but so we want to leave, so we don't want to do it in 10 minutes, that's for sure. So let's wait till we come back after lunch. Let's break for lunch now. 2 o'clock sharp.
But is the lunch ready? First floor, even.
No.
1 o'clock?
So it will take us 10 minutes to get there. The lunch will be ready for us. And 2 o'clock sharp, we start. Because we want to be in time for making sure that we don't, that Sanjay is not late for his.
Thanks, Sanjay provided me the books. I didn't have to carry them.
Yes.
I just carried Nyaya Sanjay.
Excellent. So we'll see you at 2 p.m. sharp. Yes. So let me start by introducing Professor Martin Puchner. I met him in January in Jaipur Literature Festival, and we started talking about Nyaya. And I said how excited I became about Nyaya because it, was transmitted from India to Middle East and then to Europe, where it became the basis of the scholastic movement. So we started talking about that. And I just floated the idea. I said, look, let's do a conference, a workshop on it. Will you come? And on the spot, he said yes. So we looked at his calendar. He told me 9th to 13th of July are available. So we said, fine, let's book it. And so if you want to blame me for choosing the wrong weather, I'm sorry, I'm just going to it's because of Martin that this has happened. But be that as it may, we're thrilled to be here. Of course.
He has not complained at all.
He's not complaining at all. Martin is a scholar, of course, but more importantly, he has taken deep pains to popularize core of humanities. He's the author of the best-selling Norton Anthology of World Literature. Think about what that takes to create an anthology of world literature. And it's Harvard X Masterpieces of World Literature. So, I mean, that itself is an achievement of a lifetime, and it seems to me that he's a worthy successor to the whole German scholarly tradition. I mean, we can't imagine anybody else doing that. It has to be a German. If that were not enough, The Written World tells the story of literature from the invention of writing to the internet. His book, The Language of Thieves, is a memoir which has been compared to Stevenson's Treasure Island and Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. His Changing Planet, the Oxford University Lectures in European History, also were quite heartbreaking. Culture, the Story of Us, tells the global story of culture. In hundreds of lectures and workshops from the Arctic Circle to Brazil, to the Middle East to China, and now India, he has advocated for arts and humanities in a changing world. At Harvard, where he is the Byron and Anita Wien professor in the literature department. He has created a new program in theatre, dance, and media, as well as in the Mellon School of Theatre and Performance Research. He also heads the drama program. Among his prizes are a Guggenheim Fellowship, others at the Institute for Advanced Study in Berlin, the Cullman Center at New York Public Library. He's gotten the Berlin Prize and the Humboldt Prize as well, and he's a permanent member of the European Academy. I say this because this will give you a way to contextualize what he's going to say. Because he comes obviously from a deep grounding in his own tradition, that is the European tradition, but with a deep curiosity about all other traditions. And so now I'm able to understand why he was so quick in agreeing to do this. I think it all fits together. So he's going to speak about generative AI and Nyaya. Floor is yours without further ado, Martin. So big hand for him.
Thank you so much, Shanandra. That conversation stayed with me, and I've been dining out on that conversation for ever since. And I'm sorry about the weather. It's not God who is responsible for the weather. As Professor Nyaya also just said, I'm very much an outsider. I speak very much as a non-expert who's encountered the Nyaya Sutra, and it really blew my mind just as a text and as a tradition for all the reasons that we have heard for the past 2 years. But I also approached it for a very, very pragmatic or practical purpose, and that is I've been tasked to think about a new course and a new approach to writing and analysis and thinking. So I've been looking around for inspiration about how to teach students, high school students, college students, how to learn how to analyze and read and write in today's world, in today's media environment, which includes, as of this November, generative AI such as ChatGPT-4 that can produce quite impressive forms of generate text. So that is the world in which we now all live in, and especially our students, in that we have to reckon with. So I'm going to go focus on that aspect, what I, as an outsider, feel like I could extract or use from the Nyaya Sutra for that purpose. And conversely, I'm going to use my very preliminary understanding of the Nyaya Sutra as a lens to look at the world of generative AI as a kind of lens or critical measure with which to perhaps understand what's different about it, what's often problematic about it. But all of this takes place in a larger project on thinking about the arts and humanities. So I just want to take about 10 minutes to contextualize that. Because I've been, as Professor Mehta has just said, on this bandwagon to try to deprovincialize how cultural history is taught in the US and in Europe, with courses and textbooks and anthologies. So this is part of that effort. And I think it's because of that work that a publisher, a textbook publisher, approached me to write a new introduction to the arts and humanities that is supposed to include a sort of a manual or an approach to critical thinking and writing. And that commission takes place before the background of what, and we've all heard this term, is characterized as a kind of crisis of the arts and humanities today. Now, as people have pointed out, the word crisis has been associated with the arts and humanities throughout their history. I think very few humanities scholars have not felt that somehow they weren't respected enough or didn't get attention enough. So they've been tending to complain about the world around them. So in some sense, crisis, humanists have been shouting crisis for as long as they have existed. So I think that's true. But nevertheless, there is something very specific happening right now. Just to give you one example from my local environment at Harvard, the incoming class of students last year, and Harvard is a very small university, only about 2,000 students who enter Harvard each year. Out of those 2,000, only 8% said that they wanted to study any of the humanities, including all the literature, art, music, any of the humanities. Only 8%. Even 10 years ago, the number was more like 25. So it's a really, really steep decline. And that is true in part of very local circumstances. But I was struck that in the airport 2 days ago, I read the most recent issue, the July 11th issue of Outlook magazine that has all the college rankings. And it was entirely devoted to a kind of defense of liberal arts by which they rightly understood to include the arts and humanities. And it was very interesting to hear the arguments made by educators and some business leaders why they felt like we need the humanities today. But the core of that issue was, of course, the college rankings. And engineering and business and so on and so forth. There was no college ranking in the humanities. There's one in the arts, but not in the humanities. So it was interesting to see that, as exemplified by that issue, there's also some form of crisis, I think, of the humanities, maybe here in India, though it may take different forms. And there are different causes, and I don't want to spend much time thinking about it. Among them, of course, we live in a technology-driven world, which is why governments tend to fund STEM subjects, and I think that's true of the US. I know that's also been true of India. I think there's the cost of education that's especially steep in the US that drives some students away from the humanities. But I also think that's in part our own fault. By our, I mean people who are in the humanities. And I think one of the things we are not good enough is communicating what we know to the outside. And I think this is why Professor Mehta has been in some ways organizing this workshop to bring humanities experts, like the Sanskrit experts in this room, and to force them or entice them or encourage them to articulate what can be extracted, for example, of the Nyaya Sutra for today's world, for today's students, including those students who are not going to become the next generation of experts. So it's in that spirit that I want to approach the Nyayas. But to just stay for one more moment with that commissioned work. So a new introduction to the arts and humanities. And my approach has been basically to pursue that in two parts. The first part is cultural history, history of the arts and humanities. It has to be the global history, of course, because that's been one of my missions, to deprovincialize American understandings of European cultural history. And then the second part is the writing part. And I just want to spend a few minutes on the first part because that's the one that's not directly connected to the Nyaya Sutra. But this textbook, pedagogical work, and is, I think, often pedagogical challenges force us to kind of distill what's the most important thing. So what is it that the humanities, the arts and humanities really know that other disciplines don't know or are not experts in? And these are very basic things. And I think there are three. The first is historical difference, and this will not surprise any, that things were different in the past and it will be different in the future. It seems something completely basic to, I know, everyone in this room, but I'm always struck by it, in fact, how foreign deep historical thinking is to most people who are not part of the academy. So this is definitely something I would need to convey effectively in this introduction. The second, equally basic, is cultural difference. That there are different cultural values and practices across the globe, and that the humanities, because they tap into these long cultural traditions, have a good way and a deep way of explaining that, and should therefore be part of conveying that to students. And the third is very specific knowledge about individual artworks and art forms and forms of expression. And I think we've seen an example of that in the last 2 days, for example, with the Nyaya Sutra. So the specificity of this kind of human production. So, so those are sort of the takeaway points that led me to sort of conceive of that first part, that cultural history part, in a way that somehow distills these takeaway points. And they forced me to ask really, and even though I've been teaching cultural history for decades, I realized I've never really asked myself the basic question of how culture works. How does it actually proceed? And my approach has been, again, quite basic, but to say that culture is not natural. That is, cultural transmission is not natural. Unlike our biological makeup that we pass down automatically through our DNA, culture does not get passed down to the next generation automatically. So humans have had to devise essentially storage systems for knowledge through which it can be passed down. The first storage system I start with is cave art, and there are wonderful caves in India. I've been to a few myself, like the Ajanta caves and others. It's fascinating that these were in some sense the earliest cultural storage systems, where humans sometimes over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years managed to create conditions of cultural continuity through that storage system. The cave I know best is the Chauvet cave in southern France, where humans started about 35,000 years ago to decorate these caves. And they did that continually over about 5,000 years, so an incredibly long tradition. So an emphasis, therefore, in this cultural history on different storage systems, from caves, of course, to temples, and then different schools, and this is another interest I share with Professor Mehta, an emphasis on different institutions of transmission, essentially, like caves and so on and so forth. But because these sort of storage systems often malfunction, sometimes through external events, through destruction, through wars, through natural catastrophes, cultural traditions often get interrupted. And interruption became a crucial motif in that broad cultural history. Again and again, humans are sort of confronted with artifacts, texts, paintings, ruins, scripts that can no longer be deciphered. One of my examples is the Ashoka pillar that gets erected, becomes illegible. Firoz Shah Tughlaq takes it and transports it to Delhi. The Chinese traveler Chuan Sheng encounters these pillars and wonders what they're about. And then they get deciphered in the 19th century and reused in the 20th century. So these kinds of traditions that get interrupted, storage media that sort of malfunction, but then get recuperated, that became another through line. And then what happens between the present and the past also happens among cultures. So dynamics of cultural borrowing is another through line. So for example, I use as some of you may know, among the ruins of Pompeii in Italy, a city that was destroyed by the volcano in 79 AD, and therefore created a kind of perfect time capsule of that moment, the Roman Empire, was found one small statue from South Asia that was at first misattributed as being Lakshmi, but the small statue, I follow how that got to Rome and what it says about the exchange, import and export between South Asia and the Roman Empire. So these are just a few sketches of this broad cultural history that's supposed to convey historical thinking and culturalist thinking, but not just as ends in themselves, but also to suggest ways in which that kind of thinking can actually help address some of our current challenges and crises. And so my last example from that sort of cultural history is a text I've always come back to, the Epic of Gilgamesh, part because it's one of the first large written texts in the world, using one of the first full-fledged writing system, cuneiform writing system. And I've been struck by the way in which that text, for example, addresses the climate crisis. In part because it's the first written form of the story of the flood that then gets incorporated almost verbatim into the Hebrew Bible, and therefore into the Christian Bible, and therefore into the Quran, and from there to Hollywood. Well, not directly, but I think activating a kind of apocalyptic vocabulary to think about the climate crisis. And it's a text that itself, because it emerges out of the first urban civilizations, thinks a lot about environmental change, deforestation. One of the core episodes for those who have read the text is when King Gilgamesh, who's a city builder, goes out with his friend Enkidu to slay a monster. And that's, of course, great. All epics have such episodes. Except that in this case, the monster is a guardian of a forest. And once the monster is dead, you realize why they have killed the monster. Because they are on a logging expedition. Because the urban revolution in Mesopotamia has already led to widespread deforestation, which is why they have to go hundreds of miles away to bring timber to build cities. So I was recently in Mosul for 2 weeks working with a group of environmental activists. Mosul is the place of ancient Nineveh where the Epic of Gilgamesh was found in the 19th century. It was very interesting to see how this new generation of environmental activists use the Epic of Gilgamesh to think about their climate crisis. So that's for me is an example of how humanities can produce some form of useful knowledge, if you will. So that's sort of just a brief sketch of that first part of cultural history for our present time. But now I want to emphasize or mostly focus on the second part, which is one of the core skills that I think that all employers demand, and that's literacy. I think if you ask employers, and when I especially talk to colleagues in the business school, they say we're really looking for 3 skills. We're looking for quantitative reasoning, numeracy. We're looking for emotional intelligence, teamwork, and so on and so forth. And we're looking for writing and thinking skills, literacy. And I think it's interesting that the humanities have to contribute to the last 2, emotional intelligence. We can talk about literature and empathy and generally cultural history as inoculating us or immersing us into different perspectives and experiences. But I don't want to talk about that at great length. But the other is literacy. And here I want to come to the Nyaya Sutra and think about the ways in which from my completely amateur and recent reading of the Nyaya Sutra, what aspects of it seem to me particularly useful in my sort of desperate attempt to think about how to teach students how to write and think and reason in today's world. And I think some of these features have already been mentioned briefly, including at the end of Professor Kumar's talk. So yeah, I think of these as sort of an elaboration. So one of the things, just as a teacher of writing, of some very introductory writing courses and thinking courses in the humanities, I'm always confronted with is the prevalence of basic logical fallacies. And this is, Professor Kumar mentioned, and others have mentioned fallacies. So avoiding fallacies, I think, is often the first step to teach students how to write and think. And I'm going to enumerate 5 of them and then elaborate. The second is the evaluation of sources of information, precisely the knowledge source. And that seems to me such a strength and core of the Nyaya Sutra. And that spoke to me very strongly in the kind of skills that students need today. The third, also mentioned by Professor Kumar, is doubt, and the uses of doubt, but also, as I'll try to elaborate, the limits of doubt. And then the fourth, and we've heard this talk about in detail, including yesterday in the keynote, culture of discussion and debate, and how to lay out and socialize, in some sense, the ground rules for discussion, debate. And then the fifth, that also I find important in a more, if you will, philosophical sense, is the commitment, the deep commitment to realism. And the claim, true claim in my mind, that you need to have this commitment to realism if you want to have effective action in the world. That seems to me a really core insight that's important today. So avoiding fallacies. There are, in my experience with students, sort of 5 fallacies that I find the most common. And my question to you all is whether, or I have some initial thoughts, but I would love in the discussion to elaborate, which of these fallacies, or to what extent the Nyaya Sutra and its thinking about fallacies are equipped to countering these fallacies. The most common, and I would be very curious to hear whether this is also your experience as a teacher, and I think everyone in this room has been or has been a teacher of one kind or another, is the straw man fallacy, simply that you present a weak and partial form of an opponent's view. And everything I've heard in the last 2 days convinces me that the Nyaya Sutra is extremely committed to avoiding that particular very common strawman fallacy. And I think that fallacy is prevalent not just in the classroom among relatively young students, but in the public sphere as well. So this commitment, and several of the speakers yesterday have elaborated on it, to making the strongest version. Your talk, Professor Mishra, was itself a good example of it, as well as making an argument for it. And so that seems to be a value and a strategy that where the Nyaya Sutra comes out very strong against this particular fallacy. And maybe we can discuss this further. Another perhaps related fallacy, prevalent in writing, but more prevalent in speech, both in the classroom and outside the classroom, is ad hominem arguments. That you personalize arguments, attack a person who's making the argument rather than the argument. And here again, it seems to me sort of what I said about the way in which the Nyaya Sutra militates against the strawman fallacy, I think also militates against the ad hominem fallacy just through its method of establishing systems of analysis and by inhabiting so effectively other positions, especially Buddhist positions. The third fallacy that I encounter a lot, again, both in the classroom and in the public discourse, is the slippery slope fallacy. It's a form of maybe purism or commitment to simple distinctions that you say, if I give way, if I make an exception this one way, then all these 5, 6, 7, 8 terrible outcomes will follow. It's a strange kind of fallacy that leads to all kinds of distortions. And there I'm less sure. I don't know where in the Nyaya Sutra one would go to counter the slippery slope fallacy. I would say more very generally, the sort of a commitment to testing principles would go to some way to guard against the slippery slope fallacy, but that, to my mind, is a little less clear than the other two, so maybe we can discuss that. And whether you also think that the slippery slope fallacy is particularly prevalent. The fourth common one is the correlation versus causation fallacy. And it seems to me that the sort of 5-step program that was outlined so eloquently by Professor Kumar and others may be a way of perhaps guarding against correlation versus causation, conflating the two. But again, I would be very interested to hear what you have to say here. And the last, again, sometimes hard to pin down, is what I would call the false dilemma fallacy, that you're framing a debate in a certain way that seems to allow for only two options among whom you can choose, but you've already framed it in such a way that suggests that. And so how do you reframe a question? Again, I think sort of in principle, the commitment to logical analysis may serve to guard against this particular fallacy, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that. So that's the first, avoiding fallacy. So it's very clear the Nyaya Sutra itself, it's so crucial, the fallacies, though I think the particular fallacies I find among students may differ to some extent from the particular fallacies mentioned in the Nyaya Sutra. But it seems like in some ways you could describe the Nyaya Sutra as a way of avoiding these fallacies. So that resonated with me very strongly. The second, and this has been mentioned several times and elaborated, is the evaluation of sources of information, the knowledge source. And that seems to me a crucial thing in the internet age in general, to figure out what's a trustworthy source. And I love, Navya, your elaboration or focus on the incentive to lie, the investment, the attachment, and the emphasis on an authentic expert as someone who has witnessed something. How can we translate that to the internet, where knowledge sources are so hard to pin down, where everything like fake news, but not just fake news, just students drowning in information. There's so much information, it's very hard to recognize the authenticity of knowledge sources. So the knowledge source in general is so crucial, and it's been so amazing to me to see how the Nyaya Sutra really emphasizes that. In Professor Kumar's talk and others, there's been also, and it's been fascinating to see this category of the Tarka, the original thinker, inspired divine grace. When listening to these evaluations, that how one would translate that into today's world, and in particular, confronting students confronted with so much information. And I don't have an answer to that. I would also offer that just as a question, really. And then finally, the knowledge source of the sacred text and of interpreting texts, testing hypotheses derived from a text, the Vedas, but it could be translated into perhaps any text. That seems to be a crucial skill for today's students. So in all the elaborations of knowledge sources, I think should be translated into ways that students can understand, and giving them tools in order to navigate very confusing text and world when it comes to knowledge sources. So the third I mentioned is the role of doubt. And it makes complete sense to me that doubt and critical reasoning or critical thinking are almost the same thing, that doubt is the beginning of critical reasoning. But I was particularly struck by the debate this morning about what I would describe as limits of doubt, that you already have to know something to formulate a doubt. That doubt requires knowledge to decide, for example, between two competing qualifiers. I say this because it seems to me, and certainly in the US, but maybe the situation is similar here, that there is, that we are confronted in the public domain with a kind of extreme skepticism that we often call conspiracy theories, that prides itself on doubt, the doubtful, a kind of extreme skepticism that questions everything. And here I was really, again, struck by the fact that the Nyaya Sutra comes out very strongly against that, in partly, I think, to counter certain Buddhist arguments of skepticism about the existence of the external world or the infinite regress. So it seems to me that the Nyaya Sutra mobilizes a certain set of tools against this kind of generalized, purely negative form of skepticism. Skepticism that's, of course, connected today very strongly in a skepticism against authority. That precisely because you're in a position of authority, you're an object of skepticism. I think and that concerns persons, but also institutions. I feel that very strongly. What we call, at least in the US, populism is the sense of a generalized skepticism about authority. And forms of knowledge that looks like doubt, but is really this kind of extreme skepticism, and that this, climate change is a perfect example of that. In the US, denying the outcomes of elections, for example, would be another form. So I find that very interesting, that when we sometimes maybe too quickly call conspiracy theories are based on a form of doubt and a pride of doubt, that you're all fools because you don't doubt, you trust the trustworthy, you trust the knowledge source, but you're a fool to do that, whereas I see through that. And that's sort of the basic gesture of conspiracy theories that are so prevalent. So doubt is important for critical thinking, and that there's no doubt about that. But it strikes me, and I think the Nyaya Sutra would maybe agree with me, that equally important is to think about the limits of doubt, or as we said this morning, the knowledge that's required for doubt. So the fourth that I mentioned is the method or the culture of debate and discussion, and that was especially wonderful to see, and many speakers have mentioned that, but that especially in the keynote yesterday, the images of the Buddhist discussion, the sort of structured debate. And here, and it's been really moving to see these elaborations and also to learn about the history of the different schools of the Nyaya Sutra, and how, in some sense, the whole point is a kind of cultivation of discussion and debate. Now, I think the big challenge is not the particulars of these debates and the gestures and the rituals and the procedures that go along with it, but how to convince people to adopt these principles in the first place, so that they don't remain confined to particular schools of philosophy or particular debate cultures. And I encounter this in the classroom itself, especially in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Students have become very careful with each other They're very worried about offending each other. They often see a kind of vigorous debate as being prone to bullying or causing harm. So I've had to start each semester almost with a first day of discussion where we basically try to have the students generate the rules of debate, basically to which they would agree, and on the basis of which we then can engage in create an atmosphere that on the one hand allows for the testing of ideas, but also make sure that no one feels excluded or harmed or stigmatized in any way. But these have been difficult procedures, and so they are in a way sort of meta questions I have about not so much the culture of discussion and debate as proposed by the Nyaya Sutra, which strikes me as wonderful, but how can we popularize or generalize such a debating culture, from the classroom to a general discussion. And 5, as I mentioned, I was struck by the commitment to realism, and in some ways, the debates in the Nyaya Sutra with the Buddhist position reminded me, and this is a far-fetched analogy, I'll just throw it out, that I remember, especially in the 90s and aughts, but in some ways continuing the debates between, in Western traditions between realists and postmodernists. And it's been really interesting to see how those resonate, and the commitment to realism struck me as really important. So those are the sort of 5 points where I felt like the kinds of goals I wanted to achieve: avoiding fallacies, evaluating sources, thinking about doubt, but also the limits of doubt, so we don't fall into the conspiracy theory skepticism mode, discussion and debate, but the question of how to get people to commit or to subscribe to it. And the kind of basic realism are the 5 that I want to identify. Okay, so the final sort of section, the final thing I wanted to think about briefly is, so what I've described so far is what I'm thinking today in the internet age, if you will, of social media, but I haven't yet talked specifically about artificial intelligence and especially generative AI. So that's where I'll leave you with a couple of thoughts here. Now, first I want to look at AI through the lens offered by the Nyaya Sutra, as I understand. So the first thought I have concerns the knowledge source. So this is, I think, something very important to think about AI, namely what kind of input did AI get in order to generate its knowledge. And as people have pointed out a lot, so it's huge quantities of text, but huge quantities of texts that are very, nevertheless, quite specific. They're mostly in English. They're texts, that is, things that have been written, published. Clearly, that's just a small portion of the kind of knowledge that's been generated. And that's really the kind of knowledge source, and it's very distributed. It's text-based knowledge. So I've been very interested in the way in which you all have debated in the Nyaya Sutra, on the one hand, forms of knowledge that are based on perception and experience, and on the other hand, forms of knowledge that are based on texts and the interpretation of text. So there's something here really important to keep track of in terms of knowledge source, and also about the trustworthiness of it. It's a very distributed form of authority. And when you interact with generative AI, and I don't know how many of you have had that experience, you feel that on the one hand, ChatGPT is very humble. It will always say, oh, I'm just a generative AI system. You should take everything I know with a grain of salt. But then when it spits out answers, it's very assertive. very authoritative. So there's something really interesting about authority and these kind of distributed authority. Debate. Over the last 20 years, we've all learned how to do Google searches. Yeah. What kinds of keywords to input in order to get the returns we want. We all are now being trained how to write prompts. And sooner or later, we all in this room will do that. Writing prompts and getting something in return, answering, or asking a follow-up question, getting an answer in return. So there is a very interesting kind of interaction that happens between AI and you. It's a kind of question and answer that on some level maybe even mimics the relation between a student or a teacher, but it can get very strange. So I think when I use the culture of discussion and debate as envisioned by the Nyaya Sutra, it's very interesting to then go and analyze the particular form of interaction between you and AI through these prompts. And then finally, fallacies. I have to say, in defense of generative AI, that the particular fallacies I mentioned, like strawman fallacy, ad hominem fallacy, slippery slope fallacies, these are not interesting fallacies to which AI falls prey very easily, but there are other fallacies. And I want to give you one example of a text generated by AI. And the text is an answer to the prompt that Chalendra, you asked yesterday that you wanted us to address, but that we have refused to address. So I asked AI to address it. And the prompt was, how can the Nyaya Sutra contribute to avoiding or diminishing suffering? Okay. You wanted us to think about this question. Here's what it said. The Nyaya Sutras, as a philosophical system, primarily focuses on logical reasoning and epistemology rather than directly addressing the concept of suffering. However, the principles and methods of critical thinking inherent in the Nyaya Sutra can be applied to various aspects of human life, including understanding and mitigating suffering. Here's how the Nyaya Sutras, through critical thinking, can contribute to reducing suffering. First, analyzing and addressing the causes of suffering. Nyaya Sutras emphasize logical analysis and reasoning. By applying critical thinking, individuals can better understand the causes and conditions that lead to suffering. This understanding can enable them to address those causes both individual and societal levels, leading to potential reduction of suffering. Ethical decision-making. The Nyaya Sutras encourage ethical considerations and reasoning. By employing critical thinking, individuals can evaluate the ethical implications of their actions and decisions and make choices that minimize harm and suffering. Engaging in ethical reasoning can promote compassionate behavior and contribute to reducing suffering in personal relationships and broader societal conflict. 3, problem solving and innovation. Critical thinking, as fostered by the Nyaya Sutras, promotes effective problem solving. By applying logical analysis and reasoning, individuals can identify innovative solutions to alleviate suffering in various domains. This may include developing technological achievements, societal initiatives, or policies aimed at addressing societal challenges and improving human well-being. 4, challenging unjust systems. The Nyaya Sutras encourage questioning and skepticism. By critically examining societal structures and systems that perpetuate suffering and inequality, individuals can challenge and work towards transforming those systems. This can involve advocating for social justice, equity, and human rights, thus contributing to the reduction of suffering experienced by marginalized groups. 5, and this is the last, empathy and understanding. While not explicitly addressed in the Nyaya Sutra, the cultivation of empathy and understanding is an important aspect of critical thinking. By fostering empathy, individuals can develop a greater sensitivity to the suffering of others and actively seek ways to support and alleviate the suffering. This may involve engaging in compassionate dialogue. to note that while critical thinking influenced by the Nyaya Sutras or other philosophical problems can contribute to reducing suffering, it is not a standalone solution. Addressing suffering requires a multifaceted approach encompassing various disciplines, including psychology, social sciences, healthcare, and policy making. All right. That's the standard for ChatGPT at the end, all that. Exactly. So it's interesting, so there are no, automata, and there are none of the fallacies that I mentioned, but there are, of course, other, and I would say typical ChatGPT fallacies. Extreme hedging. That this can be a solution to this general, so the extreme hedging. Extreme generalities. If you replace Nyaya Sutras with almost anything, it would also be true. So this is what ChatGPT tends towards: extreme generalities, avoiding definite statements, vagaries. So this is, I would say, and there's of course some student writing or general writing that's like that too. But ChatGPT is very, very specific about them. And this leads me to my final thought about the kind of writing skills that it's worth teaching in a world that will be determined by this kind of text that I just read to you. And I think there are a couple of hypotheses I have about that. In some sense, the response to a very specific question was surprisingly competent in a very general sense. And I think there are predictions, and they make sense, that if you take sort of levels of writing and you have sort of the Gaussian distribution, I think it's clear that that's going to move, so that their ChatGPT has a sort of basic competence, including avoiding many of the fallacies that a lot of human writers have, including the ones I mentioned. So that really terribly disorganized writing, these fallacies will probably diminish. But of course, there will still be the sort of high end of writing. And so that's my sort of final question. What kind of writing is it important to teach today that ChatGPT is not very good at? And here I want to see whether we can actually take some inspiration from the style of the Nyaya Sutras. And from the Kumar, you also, I think you sort of ended with that, and I want to end with that too. Because the other thing that's so painful about the texts generated by AI, including the one I read, is how repetitive it is. The same phrases are used over and over again. It's painful. So it's interesting that the opposite of that, the thing that humans are capable of and better at, are these short maxims, or the pithy aphorisms, the karika, first followed by a commentary. Now, I did ask ChatGPT-4 to give me a guideline for logical thinking in the form of a karika. ChatGPT-4 knew what that was, and produced the following: structure thoughts with clarity, premises strong, conclusions fair and free, use valid arguments, sound and true, fallacies avoid, reason comes true. So that's the karika by ChatGPT. It's clear that there's a very general understanding of what that form is, what's required. But again, it's the only general principle. It's very vague. It's empty. It's almost like a parody, perhaps an appearance of karika. So that makes me think that the kind of writing that humans can do is precisely what ChatGPT is not designed to do, namely to come up with a striking, unusual example. Because ChatGPT in generative AI proceeds by probabilities, right? It will always give you sort of the average, the most likely next word or sentence. Humans can do the unusual, the striking analogy, the risky metaphor. For Kumar, you mentioned the cryptic. Even that, ChatGPT is sort of the opposite of cryptic. It's vague, but it's not cryptic. In general, risk-taking, the improbable, the non-average, the improbable, and the particular. That's the last thing that I feel like that the ChatGPT is very bad at. So this is what I want to leave you with. So it's, for me as an outsider, it's been really fascinating to see what the Nyaya Sutra offers. And as I try to say, I think there's a lot that we can take and that we can use even as a measure in order to measure some of the problems with generative AI. But there are also some questions, and I'm happy for all of us to get engaged in debates. And because I feel like this talk was an elaboration of the last section of Professor Kumar's talk, I think you should also, if you have some questions for her, you should direct questions at her. Thank you very much.
How wonderful. There's a beautiful Sanskrit word that I love, sohar, right? Somebody where you have a meeting at the level of the heart, who's co-cordial, as it were. And then the difference of perspective actually works very well, because if you're aligned on values, if you're aligned on emotions, which we clearly are, we have the same goals and the same emotions, then the dialogue becomes very easy, because you're bringing such a different perspective, such a refreshingly different perspective, that we can ask our own questions in a new way. So actually, I'll invite you to come back here. I don't think I need to mediate. You can easily do this. I know I have so many questions, but I know Shyam had several and many others, but the floor is open. And by the way, Sanjay, I take it that you're there, right? So you were also going to listen in for parts of this anyway.
Yeah, I'm here. This is great, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm changing my slides as we speak.
Yes, perfect.
When we speak?
After this. After discussion at 3:30, our time, we will speak. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Something I would like to say.
You may want to, yeah.
You introduced the idea of ChatGPT. Almost 2 months ago, I also did something on ChatGPT. I instructed ChatGPT to write a project proposal. And it came with a project proposal. And because I am a member secretary in Indian Council of Philosophical Research, I observe and see how people write project proposals. And I was astonished to see that 50% proposals which were submitted to ICPR, that were worse than the proposal was written by ChatGPT. So this is what I observe. So you are saying that is very good. Your point is very right, that ChatGPT comes with general observations, general suggestions, general solutions, and accordingly it produces. And it is many times repeated. But one point also I would like to add, because it is only a few months ago, ChatGPT has come here. So might in future, it is possible, I think, that it could come with some more good ideas. Because it is improving day by day. And I would like to introduce one idea. I think there is a program on Google. That is, I don't remember, Google Alpha, I think, something like that, which plays chess. And this program was given only the rules of chess. Earlier, the program, it's difficult for children, very Kasparov. That was something different. Because in that program, all the moves, all the games are over there, put there. But now this came, there was nothing, but only the rules of chess were introduced. And now the chess program worked fantastically and
Very surprising.
very surprisingly slick.
Yes.
And that is, I think, very amazing.
Yeah.
And in future, I think there could be some more things like that we don't imagine now.
I think that's a great point. And this computer example is great. But I think your example highlights the weakness, if you will, of generative AI when it comes to language. And that is, it's precisely not rule-based. There were attempts at AI from the 60s to the late 80s, early 90s that were based on rule-based. And they all failed. And it was only the large text model and the probability-based ones that succeeded. So I think, as I understand it, generative AI is not going in the rule-based. Only in chess you can do it because it's a rule-based, game. So I think actually that it will undoubtedly get better, but I don't think it will get better in that way. So the generalities, the weakness with the unusual, the striking, the maxim, the aphorism, all of these will, I think, is my prediction, but we will see, remain. But it's a great counterexample, yeah.
This could be accurate.
Yeah. It's different.
So if I add to that, what I've experienced with ChatGPT, because I also teach a lot of writing and thinking in my school, the rule base is it can figure out in language what is critical writing, what is analytical writing, what is creative writing. So those rules it knows.
Yeah.
It knows what is creative, so it will make it either romantic, tragic, elements of literature to bring in.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So if you ask it to summarize, it will do the bullet thing. So it knows the rules of writing of various genres, but within that, it is not nuanced. So it has a very narrow bandwidth. The landscape is very narrow, and it only plays within that. Because like I mentioned in one of our discussions in college, I told ChatGPT to create a few Sanskrit mantras personalized for me, for specific gods, and then seeking different graces. Sometimes I would say knowledge, sometimes I would say strength. But by the third or the fourth round, it began to repeat. So it would only replace one word. So if I said gyan, then it would give jnana. But if I said courage, then it would give me a Sanskrit of courage. Rest of it remaining the same. So it exhausts its options very early, very, very soon. That's probably because it's very quick. I've tried doing that for a lot of exercises for creative thinking that I will be using in my class. And they're less than sub average, because just like you mentioned, so there is one piece that I am giving to my students to say that what are the various themes that come out of it. So irrespective of what the source is, the themes generally remain the same. So there will be social misery, equality. These are all the general themes, irrespective of what the source that you give. So those are reasons. So my understanding is that rules in terms of genres of writing it understands, but within that, it doesn't have a great landscape.
No, I think that's very well put, and it's exactly my experience too. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And so, if I have understood the learned speaker correctly, he has thrown a poser whether the Nyaya Sutra has any way to mitigate or diminish the suffering of mankind. I am not a very serious student of Nyaya, but whatever Nyaya I have understood in the last 2 days, I am talking about it, is that Nyaya offers us a judicious way of thinking, a judicious eye, or a mental alertness, and enlightenment. That one should, every mind, we should gain enlightenment, or it is powered by enlightenment, and we should employ that. In fact, most of our suffering, what my answer to your question is, that it is according to Nyaya, that most of our suffering is caused by our misplaced in ambitions, in our impulsions, or whatever wrong aspirations we are feeding ourselves upon. And Nyaya suggests that we have to consciously guard against it. Kabir in Guru Granth says that the mind or the man has always the tendency to do the wrong. He knows what is right, but he still does the wrong. Then Kabir says, what to do of that person who falls in a well by taking the lamp in his hand? Man janat sab baat, janat hi औगन करे, काहे की कुसलात हाथ दीप कुएं परे. Thank you.
You want to translate that? I think the last two lines you can translate, please.
The last line I am not very sure, but there may be some change of word here of say. Man janat sab baat, janat hi औगन करे. How I interpret it? काहे की कुसलात. एक कुशलता से है शायद. What kind of kushalta or wisdom you have if you are to fall in a well by holding the lamp in your hands? Because Nyaya says that you hold the lamp in your hands and then you have to guard against falling into the well.
Yeah, because I think that metaphor is very powerful, right? That you have a lamp in your hand, so that maybe you fall. But you're saying that you fall anyway.
Man janat
The mind is.
it is impulsion.
Yeah.
It is the impulsions that draw you to the well.
Right? So in some sense, it is a play on the fact that on Nyaya, right? Nyaya says if you have the lamp in your hand, then you won't make an error. But you say or fall into the well, but you're going to do it anyway.
No, but
Yeah, I think that you are back.
understand from Professor Singh said that if you have a lamp in hand, you should also utilize it.
Yeah.
If you are just holding the lamp in your hand, still falling in the well, then it's not of no use, your knowledge is of no use. On the other hand, it is about the mind. Man janat,
Sab baat.
man. So mind is aware of everything, but still it is bent on falling into the evil path. Exactly. That's what I was going to quote in Mahabharata. Duryodhana says, Janami dharmam nachame nivritti. Janami dharmam nachame pravritti. Janami adharmam nachame nivritti. I know what is valid, what is virtuous, but I'm not inclined to follow it. I know what is vicious, but I am inclined to follow it. So what to do with such people?
He said very nicely that is the jnana
Can you turn on your
which reflects in the behavior. He said, I think you said that, the jnana reflects in the behavior, then it is valid. For validity, it should be, reflected in the behavior. And now, since it has come to misery, human misery, my question is for you, that how Vaisesika, what is the, nirvana or, moksha, the idea of that in Vaisesika, to be out of this cycle of misery and this samsara?
So should I take the question or should I ask the question first? I was going to ask.
Please answer the question.
Should I? No, that is a long thing. It's not only, yeah. All the systems of Indian philosophy, they promise and they claim that we'll get you rid of suffering, right? They are showing different paths, but all of them claim that by knowing the padartha that the Vaiseshikas have counted or enumerated, you will Shannam Padarthanam Sadharmya Vaidharmya Abhyam Tattva Jnana Nishrayasa. So Nishrayasa is the goal, right? And Tattva Jnana, knowing things in a proper way, in a precise way, will lead you to that Nishrayas. And what is Nishrayas? Where there is no suffering. So, but according to Vaisesika, what is more important to mention, that not only there is no suffering, there is no pleasure also. While according to Vedanta, there is bliss, Ananda. According to Nyaya and Vaisesika, there is no suffering in Apavarga or Nishrayasa, but there is no pleasure as well. You are rid of all the properties. So Atman in its pure form, and which pure form, this has been ridiculed by Vedantis, that the pure form of Atman is also bereft of consciousness. It is also bereft of pleasure or bliss. It depends on the nature of Atman that has been explained in all the schools. So according to Nyaya and Vaisesika, Atman is the abode of knowledge. Jnana the Karanam Atman. While in Sankhya it is Jnana. In Vedanta it is Jnana Swarupa, Satchit Anand. So here it is Jnana is different, Adhikarana is different. Jnana is a dharmi, Jnana is a dharma, Atma is a dharmi. And dharma, dharmi are different. So Atma will remain in its own pure, simple form. There will be no pain, no pleasure. That if I may add, apart from the Vaiseshika, there is a famous verse in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Because getting rid of suffering is the goal of all of us, all human beings, all schools and all scholars. Buddha began Sarvam Dukkham. So Shvetashvatara Upanishad has a very beautiful verse. Yada charma vadakasham veshtaishyanti manavaha tada devam avijyaya dukkhasyanto bhavishyati. When human beings will be able to wrap the akasha, sky around them, just like they wrap a shawl or wrap a leather piece, only then they will be able to get rid of suffering without knowing the Deva, the Lord, the God, the Supreme. So it means, it conveys that we have to know the ultimate reality, the divine Supreme, for getting rid of suffering. That is what the Upanishads preach. Right? I hope I could satisfy. Now my question, first my compliments to you for opening a new arena of which I am totally unaware. So my question is, what will happen to people like us who are totally illiterate in this internet? Okay, email we can do, WhatsApp, limited knowledge. But we have only heard ChatGPT. Today only I just had some experience. So what is the future for people like us?
Yeah.
It's actually not that difficult to use. As I said, we have to, the interesting skill is that just as Google sort of unconsciously trained us all to how to do a Google search, so we will be trained to write prompts and follow-up questions, so to get better results. So that will be a new skill, I think, that we will learn, but I think you learn it very easily. You are a verbal, we are all scholars of language. We can be trained. That part is the interacting with this device is simple. But what's important in it's the simplicity that's seductive. And as I mentioned, the sort of humble caveats combined with a kind of authoritative demeanor is seductive. And I think what will happen to you is that you will have to become, we all have to become, I think, people who analyze critically what the knowledge source is, what form of interaction is it with this device, what, how to create doubt without just saying it's all bullshit. It knows certain things. It's quite good in certain forms of search. And it hasn't, so, but I think the epistemological critique if you will. I think that's something that, and this is what I was trying to, I suppose, convey, is that scholars of the Nyaya Sutra are in, I think, a good position to use that knowledge, those methods, that training, but also those pithy formulas, the specific modes of expression, the literary dimension that you also talked about, and cherish those and foster those, because I think that this is something that ChatGPT can only imitate, not really comprehend. So I think it's an important role. Please? But please use the. Yeah.
Do you think it's the case? It seems to me that with this technology, that in terms of, you know, incredible teachers, that the future for professors like Professor Kumar, she will be the one being copied from. As AI gets more and more sophisticated, it will begin to access a lot of the knowledge base of real experts.
Yeah.
Whereas, and in terms of the experts who use this technology, they're the ones who ask the best questions.
Yes.
So who's going to be copying, who's going to be copied from? I don't think that the experts have so much to worry about as the people who don't have knowledge base and can't distinguish
Yes.
between the true experts.
Yeah.
That's my
Yes.
comment. But
Yeah.
my question is this, I kind of have a question about, you know, people seem to think that AI is a kind of knowledge source, commodity, which I don't, it could only be as good as the testimony that goes with it, right?
Exactly.
So if we look at it in terms of non-epistemology, it seems to be lacking in the sense that, well, it, you know, perhaps can, you know, give bad testimony and good testimony just mixed up together. Maybe as it gets better, we have analogy. And certainly it's already doing inference, but what it seems to be lacking, in my view, is the first phenomenon, structure, perception.
Yes.
That
Yes.
seems to be the big
Yes.
flaw.
Yeah. No, I think you're so right. And there's a point, I think that's a really good ChatGPT backs perception. Yes, perception. It's actually something I mentioned it only in passing. I wanted to go into it more, right? That it's purely text. It's made out of text, of course, our texts, as you pointed out, or some of our texts. And so that's why I was so interested in the, as I mentioned, passing, in the way in which the Nyaya Sutra sort of moves between a critical examination of texts and about knowledge sources in the world based on perception and experience. And I totally agree. It's what ChatGPT lacks. It's a purely textual universe.
And that's the foundation of this, right? The first one. And I'm going to build on it.
Yeah.
In which case,
Yeah. And to your comment, just briefly, and then I'd like to call this gentleman, the experts, you're so right. And there are some predictions is that there will be or it is competition between different generative AIs, and that the big winners of this world will be, for example, the big science publishers like Springer and others that have own incredible corpora of scientific knowledge, and therefore can say, if you use our generative AI, we will have a much better knowledge source than the competition that only uses public domain texts, for example. So I think there is, and yes, the copyright, of course, is huge. You can already now, for a relatively well-published author, you can say, I'm good friends with a very prominent historian, Maya Jazanov, and a friend, prompted, please give me an account of blah, blah, blah in the style of Maya Jazanov. And of course, so it's all coming from her, and yet ChatGPT has used it. So the whole question of copyright, of course, is huge. Yeah. Anyway, but thank you so much for that point about the perception and the just text-based thing. That's a really important point. Okay. Yes.
I don't know, it's a comment, not a question.
Yeah.
More about my confusion. Your talk had almost two distinct parts. One was about art, humanities, and culture. And the second part was about Nyaya, reason, logic. I'm trying to put those together.
Yeah.
How do I apply logic, structured scientific thinking, Nyaya part to art and culture?
Yeah. Apply that. Interesting. Yeah.
I don't know, it's not really a question. It's like-
So first of all, it's, it comes out of this jar with permission, right? This text that's supposed to both include a total history and a kind of applied writing part. And for me, the emphasis on Nyaya is sort of an example of taking an ancient text and using it in today's world. That to me is analogous to, let's say, using the Epic of Gilgamesh as a small part of how to think about climate change and where it comes from. So that would be my immediate answer, but your invitation to sort of use Nyaya Sutra to go back into cultural history is that is intriguing. Maybe we can ask some of the experts on that. I mean, to the extent that it includes also a critical method of reading texts, I would say that it's a method that could be used to apply to other texts. I mean, I've been struck by said another way of saying what I tried to say earlier, by the moving back and forth, which I see in the Nyaya Sutra, between a perception and experience-based form of knowledge and testing that, and a text-based form of knowledge. And if I pull back, it's clearly a response to a world that is in some way shaped by the existence and the importance of sacred texts, or some form of scripture. And this is something in the book that Shailendra mentioned, The Written World. I tried to do a kind of global history, in some sense, of the rise and spread of different kinds of global scriptures, how different cultures, when and under what circumstances different cultures acquire forms of scripture, and how then subsequent cultural and intellectual histories are shaped by the existence of different forms of scripture and the necessity of responding to them, interpreting them, reconciling them with other forms of knowledge. And it seems to me that, among other things, the Nyaya Sutra does that in a very interesting way. But I would say all traditions, and almost all traditions, are based on sacred scripture by now, have developed ways of doing that. So that is something that I see everywhere in our world. There are very few purely oral traditions. So I'll put it that way. A technique or an example, striking example of how to reconcile forms of perception or experience-based knowledge and the existence of scripture. It seems to be a really interesting example of that, and I think that's something that, as I said, all traditions deal with. Maybe it's not a good answer. Can I ask a question which is quite different, but very prominent in the Indian tradition, and that in fact goes to the Sutra form. There's a reason why the Sutra form is the Sutra form. Take, for example, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, 196 lines, 2,000 words or so. The point is, if you memorize it, it immediately gives you the gist of everything in your brain at all times, so that when something arises, you can immediately respond to it and associate. And then the commentaries are there for the people who are reading it for the first time, but once you've understood it, that's all you need to remember. So it's designed for that. Now, my question, so memory is an extremely important part of the Indian scholastic curriculum. That there must be some core that not only you read, but that you memorize. You may have noticed the thing that distinguishes Indian scholars from scholars elsewhere is that they're constantly quoting. Right? They could quote thousands of things, which is very unusual. Latin scholars, Greek scholars don't do that. Or scholars of classical Arabic or classical Chinese don't do that. Because in the Indian tradition, the fact that words can sit in your brain and work their magic. So my question is this something that we should be thinking about? That is, there is some core that people should memorize. Small core that people should memorize that should be available to them. And they can have some control over what they memorize. But that then becomes a transformative agent for them, just as natural.
Very interesting. You know, in this book, The Written World, I thought a lot about the relation between morality and literacy and how they interact in different cultures. And you're right, Indian traditions are a fascinating example of that. You know, you find other examples too. Homeric epics coming right out of oral traditions, and it's so interesting that Percy, a scholar at Harvard in the 30s, remembered that and realized the extent to which Homer was based on oral traditions because he was studying the Balkans and he was doing a kind of oral literature. He was recording Balkan oral singers and realized certain features that he recognized from Homer, and then realized that explains some of the peculiarities, the kind of set phrases, long lists, of course, assonances, sort of building blocks out of which these texts were formed, many other examples. Anyway, it's interesting about these short, and Professor Kumar also talked about it, right? The short, pithy, original form, and then the traditions of commentary. If you go to China, it's the classic of songs, and then all the commentaries on that. I would say the commentaries are more though than just explanation. They are also crucial ways of modernizing or updating, and I think we've heard, Professor Kumar and others, how that works. So, and it's interesting that the forms of commentary, although very strong in the Arabic tradition and the European medieval tradition, that even very original thought was articulated in the form of commentary on, say, Aristotle or something like that. So that there is actually later scholars have sometimes dismissed commentaries if it were just sort of the secondary explaining the meaning, but it's actually very dynamic genre of philosophical thought, I would say, in many different traditions. And it's interesting to also find moments of critique of that. You know, you could describe the European Renaissance in some sense as a turn against the commentary form, and then it returns in other ways. Anyway, but that's just a sort of side observation. But the role of the memory, the maxim, the things that gets memorized, and more prosaic form of text-based thinking is a really interesting example. Is that an interesting question? And on one answer could be, well, maxims and so on and so forth, the sutra, they're basically from a period either when writing didn't exist or when it was used to be confined to economic transactions or particular areas. We don't need that anymore. But I think I don't agree with that. That would be sort of one extreme position. If you reject that, you still have to answer why you need to hold on to that, to sutra. Would anyone besides ChatGPT write sutras today? Would it seem presumptuous? Would it feel strange? What is the role of, is it a question of everyday life that you internalize the memorization, you have always have it available? Anyway, I don't have answers, but it's a good question. Yeah.
Foundation, I think it's a problem parallel to constitutional rights. American Constitution is very brief. Indian Constitution, I think, about 17 months.
Yeah.
And they have about amendments. When you write something, it is easier to keep it live down. To not just amendment. And so, Harsha, as we haven't this mentioned is being updated all the time. So that we would get. And if you find all the details and then it's so much less room. And therefore it will become obsolete and some.
Although America right now, sometimes I wish we're a little longer and spell out a few more things, although maybe it would be actually worse, because we know that I think actually it would be, yeah. No, it's a good point. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for what a stimulating session. So big hand for the Martin. Really stirred up a lot of debate. That was the point. And cross-cultural debate going back to the fundamentals across many civilizations. Now it is a pleasure to welcome Sanjay Sarma. Sanjay is joining us from Kuala Lumpur, where he has recently accepted a position as the head of a new school that MIT and the government of Malaysia has set up, the Asian Business School, if I've gotten it correct. He was chosen to do that, which is a very unusual choice, which reflects many things. He's an engineer by training, trained of course at IIT Kanpur and then Berkeley. And then he's been a professor at MIT for many years, where he's currently the Fred Ford Flowers and the Daniel Ford Flowers Chair of Mechanical Engineering. His lab, he's the world expert on RFID tags and so on. The term Internet of Things was coined in his laboratory. He's one of the co-founders of edX, has created many startups, served as the Dean of Digital Learning at MIT. And for our purpose, has written a fascinating book about his own pedagogical journey, starting in college, how he grappled with fluid dynamics in IIT Kanpur, not getting parts of it, and then suddenly striking him, it would strike him in the middle of an oil field. I think he actually was in oil fields digging for oil, and the gushing of oil suddenly made many of these things very real to him. So, and he reflected on that, and that was the outcome of this book. The outcome was this book. He's been thinking about pedagogy from all of these angles, as a scholar, as a teacher, as somebody who's pioneered a lot in open learning and so on, and more importantly, built institutions. I left one out in the middle. I think he was involved in setting up the Singapore Technological University, again, a collaboration with MIT. So he's also an institution builder. So the topics that have occupied us have been central to his thinking, because he is very, very deeply invested in learning. So, and he was supposed to be here with us until we both decided that, that it would not work, because these flights were being cancelled left, right, and center. And he had to be in Kuala Lumpur tomorrow, one way or the other, because he has to teach and interface with regulators. So we had to get there. We decided that it would be too risky. And indeed it would have been, because this literally the sky has opened up here. So, but nonetheless, he promised me that he would join virtually. So in spite of his so many commitments, he has participated remotely. He's followed many of the discussions here, and he has promised to incorporate some of this in his remarks. So Sanjay, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am trying to share my screen here. Can you see it? Does it say ChatGPT?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna because we were talking about ChatGPT, I'll just sort of switch the order. I have a presentation, but thank you, Shalendra. It's such a pleasure to address you. I'm very humbled by the depth of the discussions and the great deep knowledge into this extraordinary field that I knew about but never explored, but now feel guilty about. Nevertheless, I will try and talk about my views on what I've heard, coming at it from a different perspective. So you see, I've typed in. By the way, I didn't prep this. Okay, I typed in, write a poem about a relationship between water and air as lovers estranged by fire. I just made that up. Let's see what it says.
Can you make the text a little bit bigger?
Yeah, I'll do it now. So let me just make it bigger. It just wrote it in front of you.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the realm where elements entwine, where waters grace as air's divine, a tale unfolds of love's desire betwixt the flames that spark the fire. Once water and air danced with glee. I won't read the whole thing, but it's pretty good, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So, okay, now I'm going to do another thing. I haven't done it either. I mean, I haven't run it either. I typed something similar into DALL-E, which is the image generation algorithm system. Paint a picture of a relationship between water and air as lovers estranged by fire. Use the style of Hockney, who is a painter I like very much. Okay, so let's see what happens. It'll take a couple of seconds. It's generating it. This is a far cry. This is not going to be easy. But let's try it. There you go. So at least it got Hockney style right. All right. But okay, not as good. Water and air estranged by fire in the style of Hockney. My point is that this stuff is getting very good, and I'm going to now switch to my actual presentation. Can you see my presentation, or should I maybe I should unshare and go back? I'm not a big. There you go. Okay, now I'll share the actual presentation, and then we'll start off. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit today is just some thinking about pedagogy and what it means. And there's some fundamental questions about pedagogy I think that deserve reflection. And also I think that I certainly took pedagogy for granted. I didn't really think through what it meant to understand something, what cognition, which was a question I asked yesterday, what that means and so on. So the first thing I'd like to explore is the forms of learning. And to do this, I'm going to play a video. Can you see the slide? It's a little bit colorful, forgive me. Sorry, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
We can.
Great. Okay. So I'm going to play a video of a kitten learning to hunt. It's 3 minutes. I think it's worth it. Can you hear the sound? I just want to be sure.
No, we can't hear the sound.
Okay, that's let me see if I can set that up.
I think you have to unshare the screen, and when you share it, there's a button, share video sound, and we share it that way.
I think in Zoom, I know how to do that. Let me try and one more time. If not, I'll just play the video and I'll give you a voiceover, okay? Okay, give me a second. Share. There you go. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I did.
Wait, we lost your sound.
Please tell me if it works now, okay? Can you hear the sound?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to start again now. Sorry. Okay, here, now we can go. All right, there you go.
In just 3 weeks. But this is where spiders and cats differ. Though physically the cats are now quite developed, their predatory programming is incomplete. Now, to start developing the mind. First, their instinct makes them curious. Instinct makes them play. Play links body with mind. They start to look like predators, focused, fast, alert. But at this stage, the rules are simple. Catch anything that moves. After all, they could be anywhere, and anything could be prey. But a cat can't live on feathers and stones. This simple instinct needs a focus. Enter Mother. She now comes back from hunts with dead prey. This is the new focus of the kitten's play. The kittens get what she can catch, a sample of the world of prey outside. She is programming the predatory machine, preparing it for future hunting. Sight, smell, feel, taste. This is what should be eaten. For the next stage, live prey. Now the mind is focused on specific prey, a lesson in handling. How fast is it? How does it move? How do you catch it? Without this training, kittens will never be good hunters. This time, the vole escapes. Finally, into the field to put training into practice. They go into the outside world with skills that basic instinct can't provide alone. They have the advantage of learning. The predator hunts, fueled by instinct, fine-tuned by learning.
So I wanted to show that because just to set the discussion up, I wanted to say that when we talk about education and pedagogy and learning, we focus almost entirely on explicit learning. But the human being, of course, is a mammal, and the human being is very unique in that our forehead this is the location of what is called the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is something the human brain has, which even the great apes don't. Here in Kuala Lumpur, here in Malaysia, Indonesia, we have orangutans, which are actually very advanced apes. But the prefrontal cortex, this thing is not really developed. And the thing about the prefrontal cortex is that this piece, the brain, is actually the CEO of the brain. And it helps us plan, it helps us discuss, it helps us control our emotions. Animals are very instinctive. Animals learn entirely by implicit means. I mean, the cat mother never gives a single lecture, obviously. And it applies to a lot of things which are very important to us, like experience, insights, skill, know-how, intuition, observation. the idea of an explicit curriculum is only a few thousand years old. And in fact, Nyaya is an example of an explicit curriculum, because the fact that in India, the ancient thinkers were able to extract it and make it explicit is quite a feat. But that's only humans do it. But our implicit knowledge still remains fundamental. Michael Polanyi, the chemist, said, we can know more than we can tell. And the idea is that you can't tell all you know. And this is a pretty fundamental sort of thing that I'm going to explore a little bit in this set of animations. So you have an expert and you have a learner. The explicit pathway is we extract, and there's a term for it. It's a highfalutin term, but it's how they describe it. It's called cognitive task analysis. So you see an expert. For example, it's probably easiest to explain in sports, So if you take a sport like tennis or cricket, what the coach does is see how a great cricketer bats or bowls, and then extracts certain instructions and pulls insights out of it, and turns those insights into a curriculum through something called scaffolding. By the way, the kitten went through scaffolding because the mother brought first dead mice and then live mice. So scaffolding is giving them increasingly difficult tasks. And then with that, we create a curriculum. And the curriculum is then delivered to the learner by instruction. And this is the explicit pathway. But actually, a lot of learning happens by implicit means. And implicit means are where the learner is watching the expert. And the learner is learning from the expert without explicit instruction, but simply by mimicking, getting some guidance. In the case of the cat, the mother doesn't actually provide that much guidance, and with coaching. So this is what cricket coaches do, for example. I want to make sure you can hear me. Sorry, I just heard some sound.
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Great, thanks. So this is the implicit pathway. Now, what has happened in our educational system, our entire sort of educational enterprise, is we have really leaned into explicit, and we haven't done that much of the implicit. So this is a sort of a personal vision of mine. And this is something I've worked on over the years. I've studied, for example, the Gurukul concept, the yeshiva concept in the Jewish tradition, etc. And the idea there is, and also sports. In sports training, you see the sort of coaching, mentoring, mimicking, because it's motor skills, we tend to believe that somehow the implicit is we accept it. You can't teach someone to ride a bike, right? Explicitly, you can't give instructions. They have to do it implicitly. But this also applies to mathematics, and it applies to painting. Painting is a motor skill. It applies to poetry. You can't do it by explicit instruction. Okay. And the explicit route has been the focus, and the implicit route is where I believe our education system has to improve, and in many ways pull the pendulum back to where it ought to be. So the fundamental, in my view, misunderstanding or dogma that drives us down the wrong path is that we assume that the professor has a pen and the student's brain is a sheet of paper. And all the professor has to do is write on the student's brain, the sheet of paper, and declare victory, and you're done. That's a fundamental method of rote learning, of lecturing, and so on. By the way, I made those images using DALL-E. I literally wrote that into DALL-E, and it generated a pretty good image. The better model is that of a plant growing. The student is actually building a model of the world, of whatever knowledge system you're trying to train them in. And the plant you can't give it a lifetime supply of water or potassium or nitrogen or phosphorus when it's convenient to you. You've got to give the plant the sunshine and the water and the NPK, as it's called, nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus when the plant wants it. So the student is building a model of the world. and you have to sustain the student when the student is building the model. Now, what's happened over the last 20 years, and especially during COVID, is actually the knowledge is available. You see, the knowledge is self-service through things like videos, right? Like Khan Academy. And there are thousands of videos. If you go to YouTube today, you can find thousands of videos on any topic. I mean, if you want to learn about AI, go to a website. I mean, it's pretty technical, but if you have the appetite, go to a website called Code Emporium. It's actually an Indian guy who's settled in the US, and he has these fantastic videos on AI. I mean, he explains everything about transform models, generative AI, everything, other forms of AI, and all this is available. So if the explicit stuff is actually being commoditized, you see, what is not being commoditized, in my view, and what is much more fundamental, and where we are not paying attention, and I think the thing that makes humans special is the implicit stuff, and particularly the disciplines of critical thinking, logic, and reasoning. So for the last 10 or 15 years, Shekhar very generously said in the introduction, this is what I've been very passionate about, which is how does one explain the fundamentals? I mean, the way to think about it is, if you're trained to be a sports person and you don't know which sport you're going to play, whether it's tennis or weightlifting or basketball or cricket, but you go to a sports academy, what would the instructors teach you? They would teach you how to build core strength. They would teach you about your own physiology. They would teach you about stretching and perhaps yoga. They would teach you about how to take care of injuries, and they'd get you to work on your aerobic and anaerobic skills. Conditioning, your oxygen, SpO2 as it's called. They would teach you something called interval training, which, by the way, is first reported in the Mitanni culture by an Indic author, written in the Mitanni language, and he actually first describes interval training as applied to horses. This is 1400 BC. But anyway, they'll teach you interval training. So similarly, I think what's happening in education is that we need to rethink the separation of learning into explicit and implicit. And I truly believe, I mean, if I had to distill everything I've done in the last 10 or 15 years, the focus ought to be on the mechanisms of learning, the mechanisms of dissecting, organizing, analyzing knowledge. And that's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about it. So when Shailendra first reached out to me, it really struck a chord for me that this may be the most essential thing. And actually, the link between the East and the West of this tells us the importance of the translational importance of critical thinking, Nyaya, etc. As an aside, I should say that I happen to also be a sort of a mediocre humanist. I certainly am a fan. I do believe that the humanities are where critical thinking is taught best. It also applies in engineering and science, perhaps more in engineering than science, because engineering is you have more judgment there. You have to make more calls. Physics and math are very precise. But I do believe that it has great application in the humanities. And actually, I believe this may be the way to save the humanities, which in my view, unfortunately, as Martin said, I worry about the future of the humanities in academia. In fact, there was an article in the New Yorker titled "The End of the English Major," and I had a quote in there which I forgot about because the guy interviewed me and I forgot about it. But then I started getting love letters from my humanities colleagues when the article came out. And so I had to go back and read the article, and I found I had been quoted. I said, I think the future belongs to humanities. And the point I was making was actually exactly what I'm making here, which is that with AI can take care of all the other stuff. But what it cannot do is some of the critical thinking and reasoning that we are discussing here. I'll also say that having said all that, I just showed you at the beginning how AI wrote this poem, which I'll email to Shailendra if it's valuable. And so AI is also encroaching, even the humanities, but in a sort of a robotic way. And we have to distinguish what it is that it is doing that is not that humans, what it can't do that humans can do. By the way, you can go to that same prompt and retype this poem in haikus and it'll do it. Or write it as a play in the form of Waiting for Godot and it'll do it. It's pretty staggering, actually, just as I did with Hockney. So this is the first comment I want to make is that implicit, we're very focused on explicit and knowledge systems. But my view is that we're going to have to shift to the implicit. And the implicit involves both, of course, coaching, mentoring, things like that, but also learning thinking structures, thinking mechanisms that make it possible to digest and understand knowledge. So which brings me to the next topic, which is understanding. So understanding, actually in Stranger in a Strange Land, which was a sci-fi movie from the 60s, they struggle to explain understanding. And in that movie, they introduce a word which is now fairly common in the American zeitgeist, which is grok, to grok something. So grokking something means truly understanding. So yesterday I asked, what is our view of cognition? What does it mean to understand something? What does it really mean, really mean to understand something? And really become an expert at it, and, Ustad Bismillah Khan sort of captures that for me. I mean, for example, riding a bike. I mean, I know when I can ride a bike. Again, that's the explicit, implicit thing. You know it, and you know you're good at it when you get it. Or a concept in physics. When you really get it, what does it mean? Even take a fundamental thing like the laws of physics, the Newton's laws, first law, second law, third law. They're supposed to be the most basic thing that you learn in standard 8, standard 9 in the CBSE curriculum. And, when you go to the IIT entrance, my God, you've got to have that completely understood. When I started teaching at MIT, I realized I did not understand them. I really didn't. Entropy, I did not understand it. It was actually a chastening feeling for me because I really didn't get it. Because when you teach, as you know, you have to really examine what you understand. And the sciences, the one thing about the sciences is that if you don't understand it, it becomes pretty obvious very quickly when you have 100 very smart MIT students, listening and questioning you. Or a linguistic flourish, something that you do, or when do you, or how to appreciate a painting, an impressionist, one of the impressionists, what does it mean to understand, or a Hussein, or Hussein style? What does it mean to write poetry? Many years ago, I was very lucky. I sat next to Vargas Llosa, the Nobel laureate, and I asked him. He's a writer. He writes a long form text. He and Gabriel Marquez were frenemies, friends and rivals. And I asked him. I said, "Have you ever written a poem?" And he said, "I was never good enough. I was never good enough to write a poem." This is a man who subsequently won a Nobel Prize. So what does it mean to be a poet? And or to compose music? What does it mean to really understand what it means, what composing music entails, or for the matter to give a presentation? I don't think we have a very clear idea of what it means to understand something. Funnily enough, as Shailendra said, I've written a book called Grasp, which is to really understand something. The funny thing is, the other words for grasp also have the connotation of grabbing something. Comprehension has the same root as apprehend, to grab. Pakarna in Hindi, fasten, I think, is in German, right? In German, fasten is to understand something.
Yes, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was a little insecure. Usually, I give this presentation without any Germans present, and I was a little insecure when I put this up. Thank you for confirming. Or if I was wrong, thank you for saving my blushes. So how do you know that you've really understood something? When you've really fastened or pakarna is grabbing something. So my answer actually is, when I can dream the concept. Again, if you take the Vedantic approach, the dream state, the middle state, and the awake state, when you can dream it. Of course, the problem with that is it's hard to test because things show up in dreams when they show up in dreams. But of course, we have a classic example of that in the form of the German scientist Kekule. Kekule was trying to come up with a model for benzene, the molecule, and he couldn't. And some of you may know that he had a dream of something called the Ouroboros, which is, a snake swallowing its own tail. And that turned out to be the model for benzene. And benzene is an aromatic. It's a closed, until then they thought all chemicals were open loops, but benzene is a closed loop. And that led to the benzene ring. And it came to him in a dream. Now, he must have really understood things very deeply for in a dream state to be able to manipulate these concepts and make a discovery. I know I understand something when I can manipulate it instinctively, absolutely instinctively. I don't have to think about it, it just happens. But I actually have a deeper definition of understanding. I actually don't think we ever actually truly understand anything, ever. As I discovered with Newton's laws, everything in motion stays in motion, the basic stuff. Actually, one of my colleagues at MIT, he's a Cambridge and Caltech and Stanford grad. He is writing a book. The entire book is about the third law of physics. Literally, the whole book is about this thing that I thought I had covered in grade 9. He's writing a book about it. So I don't think we really ever understand something. And there's this great quote from Feynman, who was talking about particle physics and the immense richness of physics. And the point he makes is there's plenty of room at the bottom. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Day before yesterday, there was a result about the charge distribution in an electron. It's actually very fascinating because they're still trying to figure out what goes inside. Is there an exotic particle we haven't discovered? I think that's true of understanding something as basic as the third law of physics is an infinite recursion of questions. And I think this is true in most fields. And if you want to do that, if you want to go into this recursive sequence of questions, deeper and deeper and deeper, you need, again, critical thinking. And my view is fundamentally, this is, if you take the Anu concept and so on, I think this is something that we have to teach our students because this will, again, make them, insulate them from AI. I mean, in some respects, AI is going to make us better, I think. Now, by the way, this slide, I had to find it. This is the slide that caused me and Shailendra to have our first conversation some 10 years ago. I don't know if you remember, Shailendra. I gave this talk at the Indian Institute of Management. Our common friend, Anil Gupta, hosted that talk. And I was talking about the Western tradition, the university tradition. The university, as we know it, gets its name from Universitas Magistrorum et Scholarium, Guild of Scholars. That's what it means. Universitas itself doesn't mean universal. It means one truth, universal. Like the Harvard, we have 2 Harvard folks there. It's one truth means a guild of scholars, magisterium, teachers and scholars. And Western universities, going back to Bologna, come from the Christian tradition. Actually, they owe a debt to the Islamic tradition, including the university in Morocco, which was a madrasa, but still extant. Karawaiin, perhaps also in Cairo, which is Al-Azhar. And that's when Shailendra came to me and said, Sanjay, have you looked at all the history before that? And then that's how began our many, many, many conversations and phone calls and emails and documents. This is the monastery in Serra that was referred to yesterday, which is where they have the debates. It's in Lhasa. It's just outside Lhasa. It's one of the 3 big monasteries outside Lhasa. This is, by the way, the Talmud. And the Talmud, for the first 1,000 years of this, in the Common Era, collected commentary. And the idea of the Talmud was, you had the document and there was commentary. And, again, Martin talked about it. It's very exciting to see that. And then Maimonides around 1100, 1150 had added a whole bunch of other commentary, which didn't make it into the Talmud, but created this sort of disputation and discussion argument. But the point is that the Western university, a lot of it was based on the Holy Book, which I think generally, was not about disputation. But it turns out, pardon me, this slide got messed up a little bit, but I'll give you the idea. It turns out, and coming back to Professor Mishra's talk yesterday, we actually learn, and this is cognitive psychology, we learn from differences. And argumentation, discernment, dissection is fundamental to learning, absolutely fundamental. So these are two papers, again, and I talk about them in my book, one by Rohrer and Taylor, and the other by Rohrer and Faschler. This is very well known. If you're going to teach things, so for example, let's say I wanted to teach you how to calculate the surface area of a cone as opposed to the surface area of a sphere. The surface area of a cone, by the way, is 1/3. It's 1/3 pi RH. Okay, I think that's right. Yeah, no, 1/3 pi dH, and the d is the diameter, and of a sphere is 4 pi r squared. Now, if I want to teach you the surface area of a cone versus sphere, the best way to do it is, what do you think? Cone, 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 sphere, 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 or cone, sphere, cone, sphere, cone, sphere? The answer is cone, sphere, cone, sphere, cone, sphere. And the reason is when the brain switches, it uploads the cone formula, and then it has to use it, but then switch to the sphere formula. That's how we learn. And there's a lot of research about this. It has to do how memories are stored, how we retrieve memories. It turns out the memory doesn't go, it's the retrieval that goes. So you retrain the retrieval. And this is why the more differences, the better. And that's the Bayes concept. So this has been proven in art history, it's been proven in math, it's proven in field after field, and it's called interleaved learning. And that's the heading that somehow vanished in the slide. So we know that differences are essential. And how do you get to the differences? Through critical thinking, through analysis, through disputation, and especially in fields that are not so black and white, it becomes even richer. And that's where you practice. That's the field where you practice. The problem is our modern education comes from an interesting root, right? During the Industrial Revolution, people say, well, the classroom was based on Industrial Revolution factories. It's not that obvious. That's not exactly what happened. But what we can say is that the Industrial Revolution was the concept of products. The first Industrial Revolution ended with interchangeable parts. And the whole point of that was testing. So really what we ended up doing was we ended up training people to become cogs in the machine so that they could, and testing them. So this whole thing took off, which is making people very repeatable. And usually on either low-level skills or on knowledge, right? Because mechanical calculators didn't even exist then. So you had calculators and low-level knowledge. Now, unfortunately, the future, which is critical thinking, is also under attack. So in 2012, there were shockwaves around the country, and it sort of presaged what ended up happening in American politics, which is in Texas, they wanted to introduce a critical thinking course in schools, and it was shot down by the state legislature. Literally, it was shot down. And it was shot down because it was seen as anti-Christian. Because critical thinking would let you question. And the thing that fascinates me is, Christianity is an Abrahamic religion. I mean, I showed you the Talmud, where questioning is essential. And of course, in the Dharmic religions, throughout all conversations, that's the questioning is central. And in the post-AI era, questioning is going to be what makes humans outface the tiger, the dragon that is AI. So it is, to me, this business of critical thinking, of dissection, is existential. And there is a lot of room at the bottom. The technique for digging deeper is critical thinking. Nyaya is not just a curricular topic. We shouldn't just teach Nyaya. Nyaya should be, in my view, or critical thinking generally, should be the one mechanism we focus on, or a very key mechanism we focus on to generate a deep understanding. And which brings me to generative models, which I'll talk about next. Okay, so now let me talk about generative models a little bit. So this is a field I've been involved in for the last, well, for a long time now, 10 years, 15 years. I used to work in AI in the 90s, 80s, because at that time, artificial intelligence was going through what was called the AI winter. The quick history is that neural networks were born in the 1940s. The idea of taking human neurons and replicating them on a computer goes back to the 1940s. There were two gentlemen, Willoughby and Pitt. And Willoughby and Pitt in the 50s moved to MIT, actually. And they theorized and theorized and theorized. But it could never work because we didn't have the computation. We didn't have data labeled sets. So the way you train a machine learning algorithm is labeled sets of dogs and cats and dogs and cats. And none of that existed. So AI slipped into something called an AI winter for about 30, 40 years. There was a brief halt in that winter, a little bit of a positive period with the birth of expert systems, which are rule-based systems, which again, we talked about a few minutes ago. These expert systems had a very short-lived success because it turns out you can capture very little with expert systems. The number of cases are too huge. So really the winter was uninterrupted except for expert systems for 30 or 40 years. So in 2004, AI started to come back. And the reason it turns out is brute force. In other words, because of gaming, these things called GPUs, graphic processing units, started taking off and they became very valuable in AI. And the other is the internet gave us thousands of examples, labeled data sets of dogs and cats, so you could train it. So that's the second wave of AI. And the third wave took off with generative models. And that started with a paper written by a group of AI, Google researchers. One of them is a guy called, the first author, Ashish Vaswani of Google, 2017. The title of the paper is Attention is All You Need. And that's when it started taking off. But I want to say that we say generative, but I want to clarify something, which I will in the course of the slides. And I did want to also point out this amazing result from from a student, I think his name is Raghav Rajpopat or something in the UK. He decoded this Cambridge, he's getting his PhD at Cambridge. This amazing Panini grammar code issue, which ties to this, which I'll come to next. Okay, so let's come back to AI. So why is ChatGPT so shocking to us? ChatGPT is, I was shocked. It came out in November last year, and I'd been working on GPT for the last, for 2 years before that. But when I started playing with ChatGPT, I was staggered. I remember I was in Bali with my wife, and she and I were I logged in, I showed it to her. She's also an IT Kanpur graduate. She's also a computer scientist. And we were just taken aback. I mean, something about it really sort of shook us. The reason is this. I think ChatGPT is us looking in a mirror. And what looks back at us, what stays back at us is not ourselves, but language. We looked in the mirror and discovered that a lot of what we are is actually language. And so when we started talking to it, it was like talking to a person. You could ask it questions. It would hallucinate. It was actually pretty staggering. In fact, they've reduced the hallucination now, but it would be quirky, you know? It would fall in love with the person talking to it. It was something amazing. So this thing about ChatGPT, GPT was old, but because you were chatting with it and we were sort of looking at our own reflection and our reflection turned out to be language, I think we were very shaken by it. There's a professor at the University of Washington who rightly she calls it a stochastic parrot. This is the parrot. A way to think about ChatGPT is it is simply a predictive typing machine. So when you go to your iPhone or your smartphone, you type words, it suggests the next word. That's all this is. except trained on a corpus of trillions of documents. And so statistically, for every word and for every sentence, it can pick the next word in the next sentence. And that's all it took to spook the hell out of us. And to write that beautiful poem I just showed you, and to write the code, start writing software code, which might put many coders in India out of work. That's how fundamental it is. Language is a lot of what we are. And it's just predictive typing, and it's pretty good. And frankly, we are training our students to be robots. And guess what? The real robots just showed up. And it's pretty terrifying. So we should stop training our students to be robots, which is a third way of making the point I want to make. I want to give you a little sort of a staggering insight about GPT before I make that point. So forgive me, it's not math, but a little bit of geometric reasoning. So this is a three-dimensional space. I mean, the room you're in Shimla is a three-dimensional space, right? So that's a three-dimensional space. Now, it's going to be hard for you to do this, but actually imagine a space that is not three-dimensional, but 1,536 dimensional. Okay, don't do it. But such a space exists. And these GPT algorithms live in that space. And here's what they do that's so freaky and actually quite staggering. I'm going to give you 3 sentences. Okay. The first sentence is, I love you. So this is something you may say to your spouse or your child. Here's another one. I adore you. Another sentence you might say to your spouse or your child. Here's the third one. I like you. Is any of the sentences different from the other two? I'm asking the question of the room. Since I can hear you, I'll just pose it. Shailendra, could I put you on the spot?
Yeah. So,
Meaning is different.
they're absolutely different.
Which of the 3 sentences stands out from the other 2?
I adore, well, I don't know. I adore you.
Okay, I would argue that if I said I love you or I adore you to my wife, she'd be happy. If I said I like you, she would say, why are you being so frosty?
Okay, yeah.
It's very subtle, right? It's very subtle. Okay, so here's what happens with these transformer models. GPT, the T is transformer. What it does is it maps sentences and to this 1,536 dimensional space as points. And the crazy thing is that point in space has a meaning. Of all of human sentences and meanings, they in this 1,536 dimensional space are simply a point. And these 2 sentences are similar, so they'll be very close to each other. But I like you is somewhat different and will be further apart. And that is called embedding. And that's I think to me, that's just mind-boggling. We have mapped human expressions in language to points in this 1,536 dimensional space. Now, here's how ChatGPT translates. So I can go to GPT and write something in English and say, translate it to Hindi. Here's what it does. It goes in English and finds the point, like this point. And then it goes to Hindi and says, express this point. Boom. And you get the Hindi meaning. I just want to share that with you. Okay. So with that point, now let me just go back to the topic of the discussion. I wanted to clarify the difference between the word generative as it shows up in languages and the word generative that shows up in GPT. Languages, especially, well, all languages, but especially languages that have a lot of declension in them, The generative grammars are based on rewrite rules, which I think Shalini mentioned yesterday. Many of you know this, it's the Backus-Nor format, as it's called. It was actually called the Backus normal format. BNF was a way to capture languages reduced to a certain reductive state. And then Nor, who's another scientist who created a program in language called ALGOL. To honor him in the 50s, they made it the Backus-Nor format. Many of us argue it should be called the Panini Backus-Nor format. I got actually Noam Chomsky many years ago I didn't have to get him to, he agreed. Noam Chomsky agreed with that. But it is purely logical. This is purely logical. It's, in computer science, it's called regular expressions, context-free grammars. It could be context-sensitive grammar. It's completely logical. The problem with generative AI is it is purely statistical and probabilistic, therefore stochastic. It is not based on logic. And the result is AI is often wrong. I'm sorry for the typos. Its reasoning fails. It is, in fact, there's a whole field some of you may or may not know called explainable AI. AI will do things and you can't explain it. And this is, by the way, the impediment to the use of AI in professional circumstances. Because, if it's fantastic 90% of the time, mediocre 5% of the time, and blatantly wrong 5% of the time, you can use it for a lot of things. You can't use it for medical diagnosis. You can't use it to fly a plane. That's why self-driving cars haven't taken off, by the way, because if your car crashes 5% of the time, none of us is going to be too pleased, right? So AI is spectacularly good statistically, but its failure modes are extremely black and white. Unlike generative grammars, which are based on logic, there is no internal logic. It's pure correlation. And the logic must come from humans. So I actually think that at least in the near future, in broad domains, not narrow domains. So if you want an AI system that just tells you, what time your flight's going, AI will replace, that's the robot job it'll take. But anywhere where reasoning is important, where critical thinking is important, it is my view that the human has to use the AI to give themselves sort of a superpower, but the human has to be in charge. And the thing that makes the human valuable, essential, is the logic. So I'm going to end there. I heard a comment earlier today about perception. I just want to caution you that that's not entirely the case. AI systems have been tied to perception systems. There's a professor, actually IIT Kanpur guy at MIT, his name is Pulkit Agarwal. I invited him to give a talk at the Asia School of Business last month. He is working on robots that walk and perceive and stumble and learn to walk better. He's talking about robots that can look at a video of someone untying a rope or tying a rope, and from that, figuring out how to untie or tie a rope. So this perception thing is important, but actually machine perception is very good. It is not perception. It is critical thinking, it's understanding. And I'll repeat the joke that I said, not the joke, the observation I made yesterday in this context, which is when IBM Watson won Jeopardy, the quiz show. Everyone felt happy except Watson. Watson didn't know what it meant to win or to achieve something. That's the next frontier for AI. I think that reasoning, logic, and critical thinking are the frontiers of the human being. So I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. So many insights, implicit knowledge, generative AI, errors of perception, sentence completion, stochastic parrot, so many different resonances. So I think I have many questions, but let's open up the floor first. Yes, sir. Please turn on.
It was indeed a very exciting presentation, and after I think your presentation, almost the same thing came to my mind, that it is the language that we are interacting with, and there is a great repository of language and the words and the lexicon, which statistically you can, use to make good permutations and combinations within the limit of permissibility. And but as you said that the critical examination is not there with the artificial intelligence. The proof is, the other time I was talking to Professor Kumar, and she told me about, I think she or some other person also told me that this Panini's grammar, which he corrected, which was not known, but he found out by this kind of artificial intelligence and this permutation and combination was proven to be incorrect by Indian scholars because the element of critical examination was not there. It was artificial intelligence. From that he decoded, but the thing that you call critical examination, and then of course this kind of sensory perception, not only sensory perception at the bottom, but intuition from the top, both are very, very human, very specific human kind of thing. Like you said about prefrontal cortex. Similarly, basic perception and intuition, both real intuition, which are missing in any kind of models of artificial intelligence, you cannot bring in. But of course, you can maximize the chance of its being correct, but still these components would be missing, which I think are necessary for critical perception. And so basically, as you very rightly said, it is the logic of the grammar that artificial intelligence uses. And I'm really very excited to hear you. And thank you very much for this kind of exposition. And your poem was extremely good, to point this thing, that artificial intelligence poem. I think it was really super. So it has also its role, but of course, the human, critical thinking has its role, both can have, their spaces in the scheme of the things. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sanjay, by the way, the point that he's making about intuition, you mentioned grokking, right? That's exactly that.
Exactly.
Grokking, and certainly it's a huge part of discovery. You mentioned Kekule and the benzene molecule. But think of Ramanujan. Everything that he did, in revolutionized mathematics, I mean, he himself didn't know what he was intuiting, but he intuited it, one after another, thousands of things. And by the way, this is a topic for a future conference, perhaps. How do we develop intuition? There's a lot that has been said in the Indian tradition, and there are different words. Pragya is one, Pratibha is another one. Essentially, when the idea is that when the buddhi, when the faculty of the intellect is cleansed of its emotions, then it becomes a transparent crystal and reflects reality directly. And that's where it grows. So I think we'd love to. I mean, this is a whole area that is completely open for recognizing everything. Anyway, just a thought. Your observations, then other questions. Shyam has a question. Yeah.
What do you think of von Neumann's suggestion that understanding is little more than familiarity?
Can you repeat that? I heard von Neumann, but I didn't hear the statement. Sorry.
Understanding.
You may want to go closer to the mic.
Understanding is familiarity.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, of course, who am I to disagree with one of the greatest scientists to have lived? By the way, von Neumann, there's a lot there about coaching, because von Neumann and a few others were coached by one professor, Laszlo, I've forgotten what it is, a teacher in Hungary. They're all Hungarian Jews. And that one coach produced these 3 or 4 amazing people. That said, I actually think familiarity is the enemy of understanding sometimes. We sometimes get familiar with things and we think we understand them. In fact, there's a lot of research, modern cognitive science research, that shows that there is something called the illusion of learning, which is you become familiar and the brain plays, it's like an optical illusion, it plays tricks on you. And you think you've learned, but you haven't. In fact, there's a lot of research also that shows that effortful learning, as it's called, where goes beyond familiarity, where you struggle with it, then you think you haven't understood it, then you sort of understand it, and then two opposing thoughts click. That's when it happens. So familiarity is a very early stage on that. So much as I hate to disagree with the great von Neumann, I disagree.
Actually, yeah, Martin.
Great talk, thank you so much. I have a question about the distinction you made between implicit and explicit knowledge. Really very interesting. As I understood you, you said that logical reasoning systems like the Nyaya Sutra can be understood as making the implicit explicit. Because we all sort of operate with sort of intuitive logic systems, but what's great about the Nyaya Sutra is that it sort of makes that explicit. But I wonder, and I wasn't sure whether you would sort of stop there and saying we need to understand all these dimensions, let's say, of implicit knowledge, and then make them explicit the way these logical systems like the Nyaya Sutra do. Or would you say, or that would be at least my intuition, that there is a dimension of the kind of implicit knowledge that remains implicit? What you can do is try to understand it, create an environment in which this kind of imitative learning and relearning, an environment that's conducive to foster that kind of implicit knowledge.
Yeah, no,
So,
right. No, thank you. That's a really great question, Martin. Actually, I wasn't very organized with my thoughts, so let me try and be a little bit more organized. I was actually saying three different things. The first is what you said, which is that logic, precision helps make implicit explicit. So that's the first. The second point I was making, which also you just said, is that we've so besotten, we're so in love with the explicit, we have forgotten implicit. In fact, coming back to Shailendra's point about insights, intuition, we're actually contemptuous of intuition. In fact, the great Hungarian mathematicians always used intuition, and then they would use logic afterwards. But we have become contemptuous. In fact, we even teach theory, lemma, result. Whereas often, if you take the Ramanujams of the world, the result came through some intuitive thing, and then the logic came later. We're very contemptuous of that because it doesn't fit the narrative. And so the third point is that I believe, and this is completely unproven and on the edges of mystique, I think if you truly absorb Nyaya or logical thinking, I think your brain automatically applies it implicitly without you even realizing it. That's the point that I did not organize well. So I've often understood something, and like in the middle of the night, I go, wait, that doesn't fit. But it was working on it without implicitly,
Yeah. Other questions?
A comment on implicit and explicit.
Please turn on the microphone.
Implicit is, that is, as Plato also said, and later many other Indian philosophers also say that knowledge is always, it inheres a man. And so it is always, nowadays they say it should be learner-centric. So implicit is almost learner-centric, and the explicit, you said the teacher writing on the mind, on the brain of the boy, that is explicit, that is, didactic kind of knowledge that you try to impart, and implicit is some kind of self-discovery. that is already there, and you are teacher facilitates for you to come out and do it yourself. Perhaps, I'm not very sure because I'm out of education field for quite some time. So, but earlier we always thought like that.
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, I think that it's like riding a bicycle, right? I mean, how much explicit, no amount of explicit instruction. Of course, it's a motor skill, but nonetheless, it's easier to explain. No amount of explicit instruction can teach someone to ride a bike or swim. You can't say, here, take all the courses and I'll go do it. You have to learn implicitly. Motor skills, it's more it's easier for us to grok that, right? But the same with cognitive skills. There's a lot of research that shows that cognitive skills as well, it's just like a muscle. You got to sort of practice it, you got to twist it. By the way, another interesting thing is there's a slide I didn't show on something called embodied cognition. So embodied cognition is when you learn something. I'll use a physics concept. For example, the curl, the product between two, or the cross product. It turns out there's a gesture for showing it in the right-hand rule. You hold your thumb up like this with your right hand. So that's the gesture. It turns out that if you do the gesture, you learn it better in abstractly too. It's sort of a weird thing. So it's a mind-body connect, and the reason it turns out is because you're engaging the motor cortex in learning. Now, Descartes, and by the way, I'll put up a slide. My mother, of all people, sent me a cartoon, which I think you'll find funny. You see it?
You have to make it bigger.
Okay, it may not work, but anyway, the idea is that Descartes looks shocked when he finds out that people who don't think also exist. I'll spare you the corny joke, but Descartes had this, I suspect, I mean, Martin probably knows this better, but Descartes, to protect the intellect, sort of theorized that the brain is separate from the body, right? Mind-body disconnect.
Mind.
Right? And, of course, in Indian traditions, it's the mind-body connect, yoga, etc. connected. And embodied cognition actually confirms that. And there's a lot of research on embodied cognition. For example, if you teach a child vectors, have them walk the vector on the carpet, 3 squares right, 2 squares up, So there's a lot of research that connects. That's also implicit, by the way. So implicit is a very fundamental thing. And as explicit is attacked by our knowledge systems, automatic knowledge systems, the implicit is what remains. That's sort of where I'm going as well.
Fascinating. I think yesterday in Arundam's talk, which was also spectacular, he showed a clip of the kids arguing in the Sera monastery.
Exactly.
In the Tibetan tradition. And there were 6 logically, they were debating, right, in pairs. And they have to go through this exercise. And there are 6 logical fallacies that they could commit. And they had gestures for that. So if I catch you making that fallacy, say secular reasoning, then I literally have to turn around and do this and say, gotcha. So what that does is that it makes it very embodied. I think we'll send you that. I don't know.
No, I found it. I was so obsessed. I found it. That's why I put this thing in. I found the video. I watched the video. In fact, if you look it up on Wikipedia, it's called the debating monastery or the arguing monastery or something. It's amazing.
Yeah, amazing. So yes, Shah. Yeah, continue.
You might also add that embodied cognition now it has gone beyond to 4 E's of cognition to include embedded cognition and what are the other 2 E's, I can never remember them, which goes not only from brain to body, but beyond body to the environment outside the body. There's a handbook of 4 E cognition now.
I can't hear you very well.
Speak into the microphone.
There's a handbook of 4 E's of cognition, which first is embedded cognition, of course, embodied cognition, embedded cognition. There are 2 others, which goes beyond the brain to body, and then beyond the body to the environment. So.
I don't think it was embodied. I think the 4 Ps are participatory, perspective, I think, procedural, proposition. I mean, there are different people who do it. But I don't think embodied was in that. Embodied actually has been known for some time, and it's a meta theory, the 4 Ps. Actually, a lady who wrote on embodied cognition is Sean Bielak. He just became the president of Dartmouth College, is a young president. So if you're referring to the 4 Ps from the meta theory, I think it's different Ps.
Ina just gave me the reference. 4E cognition includes embodied, embedded, inactive, and extended.
I didn't know.
Extended.
I'd love to read about it. So is this John Verwick's meta theory of cognition, or this is a different one?
I think easiest thing to do is to look up for handbook of 4E cognition.
I'll go look at it out. Yeah, thanks.
It's nice. But I want to make one more comment, if I may. You mentioned Ramanujan, and we had conversation earlier about sutra form of knowledge. And I think Ramanujan embodied sutra form. Because he thought that having been exposed to this sutra form of knowledge, growing up in Tamil Nadu, he thought mathematics, and his knowledge of mathematics came from a handbook of results.
Yeah. Lowly's
Yes.
book. Yeah.
And so, and he couldn't afford paper, he was so poor. So either the results appeared to him in his imagination from goddess, what is his name?
Namakam.
Namakam. Or he worked it out on his slate. And he worked out the results, he wrote down the results from his notebook. And erased the derivation, and all that survives is in notebook. Those are the sutras, but for 100 years now, dozens of mathematicians are writing books.
Yes.
On that. True. It's only 100 years, so we have a long time.
So true. That's a very good way to look at what the whole Ramanujan publishing industry has become, which is figuring out his, looking at his results in the notebook and then proving them. By the way, a few were actually wrong, I'm told, or wrong in some essential ways, but they could have been fixed. So other questions, but then I have one observation, but please, other questions first.
By the way, Candell, who wrote The Man Who Knew Infinity, which is a fantastic book, by the way, and I got to meet Candell and talk to him about his research on Ramanujan. He claims that they were insights, not derived.
Oh, they were insights, okay.
That's what he claims, because some were wrong. Because apparently Hardy and Littlewood tried their best to get him to recreate the derivations. He didn't. And so he claims that they were insights. And if you accept that romance, then coming back to Martin's question to me, I would argue that he was in like a supercomputer applying logic inside his own head, and maybe a little bit of andaz to come to these conclusions using intuition.
Yeah. So, a couple of observations, and I'm going to take this discussion in a different direction. You talked about embodied cognition and the body and the mind. Actually, in the Aurobindonian tradition, they take the Taittiriya Upanishad and they talk about 5 levels, not 2. And the 5 levels are the body, the mind, the body, the emotions, the mind, the intellect and intuition, the boundary, and then the spirit, right? This is the Annamaya, the Pranamaya, the Manomaya, the Vijnanamaya, and the Anandamaya portions, right? So Shankaracharya also has a commentary. And there's a very interesting observation that everything exists at 5 levels. So let me give you an example. Let's say every quality exists at 5 levels. So they believe in 12 fundamental qualities. Let me pick one. Courage. There's physical courage. Soldiers show that. The ultimate fighters show that. Emotional courage. Actors show it. Right? Shah Rukh Khan I have read descriptions of he would do 20 takes or 50 takes of a scene and be emotionally invested in every one of them in the same way, which most of us mortals can't do, right? Third, mental courage, which many people here, the professors, exhibit, and the more the better. Intuitive courage is another, that's what Ramanujan was doing. And then finally, spiritual courage, right? Razor's edge. I mean, we have the famous Upanishadic, so there is spiritual courage as well. And the point is that every quality, generosity, exists at every level, and so on. So they say that you have to educate every single level, and only then is it integrated. And their interpretation of the Nasadiya Sukta, where the cosmic Purusha breaks up into the 4 Varnas and so on. So Aurobindo's interpretation is that that's a story of man's fall. That really the man ought to be integrated. All 4 Varnas need to be in each individual. All 5 levels need to be in every individual. And the reason these are, when they're not integrated, you either have a mental breakdown or an emotional breakdown or a physical breakdown or something like that. So the whole evolution of man, the evolution of the individual can be looked at in that spirit. So anyway, that's another conversation. But
That's great.
But those are some of the things that I think we need to explore, stemming from our tradition, but very contemporary.
That's wonderful. I love the insight, the courage of insight. I think that's a very powerful thing.
Other observations? Anything? Any other questions before we let Sanjay go after this dinner? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi Sanjay, thank you so much, and all that you spoke is like it's today enough for the head. Just one little thing in the example that you gave about I love you, I like you, and I adore you. And I remember Dr. Mehta saying that I adore you stands differently. That's how it struck to me also. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that to me, it just felt that the intensity was different. So to me, like and love are not as intense as adore. And when you looked at that example, you said that these are the people to whom we would mention this to, and therefore like just stands out. So does ChatGPT also, or can ChatGPT also interpret the intensity? Because it can play with emotions, but can it also figure out the intensity?
Yes, it does. It's actually pretty spectacular in this. I mean, I was criticizing ChatGPT, right? But I also wanted to tell you this little insight, this embedding thing. And it can interpret intensity, it can interpret tone, it can interpret context. It's actually, I was spooked when I looked at the embeddings, to the point where the translations are very rich. So you can take something, as I said, in English and translate it to Hindi, and it will transfer the intensity too. So yeah, and the thing is, it's 1,536 dimensions. You could do it in 4,000 dimensions, and it'll be better, right? The problem that GPT and all these guys are having is they're running out of corpuses to train on. They're running out of text to train on. So recently, you'd have noticed that Twitter, Elon Musk, shut down access to Twitter for people and started metering it. And the reason is the training bots were using Twitter to train, and they were killing his servers.
Yeah.
So they're running out of training data. That's really it. Also, I think that they're also trained in, for example, mostly certain languages, certain tones. So adore may have a different connotation in India than, say, in Italy, which is, adoration is a religious thing compared to America, compared to England. So yeah, but it does capture it all. It's actually quite staggering.
So Sanjay,
At one point, I would like
yes,
to
please,
say
Professor Mishra, go ahead.
the sentences which you repeated just now. I love you. I adore you. I like you. Insofar I know, in French there is the same verb used to like and to love.
Love, adore, right? Adore is the same word.
Yeah.
No,
Jatem and j'adore. Before.
aimer, like and love. Like and to love. Yes. The same verb is used.
Yeah.
So I think.
But in English, all three have different nuances.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is with Chat GPT, I think, that it is understanding, or you can say, it is also taking care of all these languages. And the documents which are available in German, in French, or English, and Sanskrit, and Hindi, whichever languages it understands, all these documents are accessible to it. And therefore, making these type of statements. That's why that is only I want to do. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
no, GPT, I think they've scanned now 85 languages, but the corpuses are limited. So I'll give you an example. I'm in Kuala Lumpur now, which is in Malaysia, and I did a demo a couple of days ago to some business people here, and I translated from English to Bahasa Indonesia, which is the local language, which by the way is Bahasa, right? Which we've been talking about. And there's Bahasa Melayu, which is the Malaysian language. They're very similar, but the corpus in Indonesian is much larger, and in Malayu is smaller. So the fidelity of the translation to Malayu is not as good as Indonesian. So it is, but you're right. I mean, the point you make is absolutely spot on.
So, very quick pitch, Sanjay. On the 12th, from 2 to 5, we will have a round table about what next, right? Many suggestions have already come in the course of these conversations. For example, this morning, Professor ShashiPrabha Kumar, had a list of 7 or 8 things that we could do immediately to foster critical thinking, right? Martin is working currently on a book on critical thinking, as you may have heard. So I think, how do we speed up this process? That is one of the things that we'll be thinking about. How do we bring in a true critical perspective, respectful but critical, and then also creating a community of discussants, so to speak. So please join in for whatever duration. I know you will have a very busy schedule. And very briefly, I just wanted to let you know that tomorrow we have sessions on Nyaya and Mimamsa, Nyaya and the Jain tradition, Nyaya and the Buddhist tradition, and then Nyaya and decision making. And then after that, before on the final day, 4th day, before the round table, I'll do a session on how Nyaya was transmitted to the West and the impact that it had on systems of learning there. So you're welcome to attend any or all of those, but if you can't make the others, please do come for the round table.
Well, thank you
As much
very
of it as
much.
possible, because
Thank
I
you.
think
Absolutely. I'll
your time
certainly
will be well utilized there, and we of course love it.
No, I'm going to try and attend as many of the sessions as possible, and I particularly want to hear your session because I'm very fascinated by going back to our first conversation. But I'll come to the roundtable. But thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Sorry for doing this remotely, and I wish I were there in person. I think you dropped out. I dropped out. I'm going to take off. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Yeah. So I think we can continue. We have another half an hour. I think we did not fully engage the way we could have with Professor Kumar's session. So this is also a good time to talk about her talk. So that's open. Professor Kumar.
Very much required, because today's session was dedicated to Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Now we can turn to
Yes.
From robot to the roots again.
First, Mark, your talk was so generative of thoughts.
Yes.
Not thinking, but it was very thought-provoking. And I have a simple question, and it's really about terminology and language. The word means something to me. I'm not a scholar of Nyaya or Shastras. When somebody says, I prove this, I'm thinking of Euclid's theorems of Young. You know, that the area of the triangle is equal to this. But I think you probably use the term proof, or it's used in this literature that Udayana proof that about the existence of God. That use of term of proof is probably meant in a very different meaning from what I'm thinking of. I think it may be helpful to at least me to understand a little better.
I think I also mentioned that this is the problem of translation. So the term proof, when I used it regarding these arguments for the existence of God, and this is used in the books which translate this Nyaya Kusumanja. So it's not in the technical sense or in the current sense that you are mentioning. This always happens with us Sanskritis, that when we translate the original term, we use it as pramana or tarka. These were actually I meant was arguments for the existence.
Don't you think, after having, reviewed all these systems, what's your opinion about Vedanta? Because, that there the problem of infinite regression is almost solved. And here all these, how these two things come into contact, and this principle and that principle comes into contact, and then what brings them together, and what brings that, which brings them together to be present there. So all these problems, I think, Vedanta tackles the best way. So what is your conclusion?
No conclusion. Yesterday I mentioned that the debate was going between an Nyayika and a Vedanta. You see, there are different approaches and they are listed in our tradition. So much of literature is there, right? So we have history of ideas, and these are the history of ideas which are contained in these texts. Similarly, as you say, Vedanta has settled it in a better way. I am not here to compare and judge, but I would like to say that they are all complementary to each other. Vedanta came when the structure of the building was ready, and it just decorated it. But the Nyayikas, what they were doing, they were fighting with the Buddhists and they had to lay their foundations. So they were at the elementary level, at the beginning stage. Then came Sankhya in between, it improvised a little. And Vedanta came, Sankhya metaphysical structure was ready. And they accepted, the Vedantins accepted the Sankhya structure and just put up a paramarthika or the ultimate transcendental level. So there is improvement in ideas, there is revision, there is correction or decoration, whatever you say. So this is a gradual development of the philosophical things. There is no acceptance of self or soul, Atma. No acceptance of God, right? Only matter for Charvaka. One pramana or means of knowledge, instruments of knowing, that is pratyaksha. From pratyaksha we go to two, pratyaksha and anumana for Buddhist as well as for Vaisesika. Pratyaksha and Anumana. Charvaka is deadly against Anumana, but criticizing Anumana, refuting Anumana with the help of arguments. So isn't it like there are fallacies involved also, but from one to we go to the two pramana, then we have the third. The later Vaisheshikas accepted Shabda. Then comes Nyaya with four pramana, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana and Shabda. And here stops the empirical level can be explained with these four. But the Prabhakara Mimamsakas came, they add one more Arthapatti. Then Bhatta Mimamsaka and the Vedantins, they add another one, Anupalabdhi, for cognition of abhava. While the Nyaya Vaisesikas has solved this problem with the help of perception itself. So from 1 to 6 pramanas, and from 16 padarthas, 6 or 7 padarthas, then Sankhya comes with 2 padarthas, Prakriti and Purusha, and Vedanta just it gives a theory of empirical and transcendental, only one ekameva dvitiyam. So it's a gradual development, a journey, I think. So no way or no use of comparing or refuting anybody. There is no contradiction. There is complement. That's what I feel.
Even Buddhism, I think, gets it very well. Although they don't use God or the soul, it is replaced by Shunya. Shunya is also not emptiness, complete emptiness. The difference is between Vedanta is Purna and Buddhism is Shunya. That is the only difference. And there Shunya is also some kind of Purna from all the potentiality.
Professor Gokhale is here. We hear from him tomorrow about Buddhism.
Okay.
Yeah, Professor Sanjay.
So I think another aspect of what Madam has mentioned, that Charvak is 100% materialistic. Then comes Vaisesika and Nyaya, and Jivatma and Paramatma is under the category of Dravya. And all other are materialistic thing, processes. Then comes Sankhya, that is 50-50. 150% consciousness, 50% matter. Then
What is the percentage of Vaisesika and Nyaya? They are having percentage. So the percentage should be very much clear.
So,
Percent material. Okay, because the consciousness is just the quality of Atman, which ultimately perishes. No, secondly, I would say the Nyayikas and Vaisesikas 100% materials, because cognition itself is matter. Cognition is itself is jada.
Atma, Jivatma, Paramatma is matter in Nyaya Vaisesika. But
Actually, when you are
improvement in Charvak.
But at least you see, there was no acceptance. So acceptance, arguments for the existence of Atman, arguments for the existence of God, they were provided by Nyaya and Vaisesika. And if we leave aside this materialism or spiritualism, at least they taught us to argue for these entities which were beyond arguments. They taught us that we should not accept anything without arguing, without examining, without investigating. So there are many tarkas for Atman in Nyaya as well as in Vaisesika. Pranamana, Nimesha, Unmesha, Gati, Indriyantara Vikaraha, Atmano Lingani. So just don't go on the scripture, word of the scripture. That is there. Atman is posited in the scripture, but the Nyaya and Vaisesika teaches that scripture is fine, but also infer with your own wisdom. Try to argue and prove. Yeah.
One more thing that as per your system,
Now he is in Vedanta. He is in Vedanta.
knowledge is the product.
no, which system are you talking about?
Both of so what you have written, that is very close to me. And their knowledge is a product. And in Sankhya, there is some improvement, because when Prakriti reflects Puchner consciousness, then the knowledge process starts. And in Vedanta, knowledge is the nature of it. So consciousness is the nature of Brahman. So from matter to the ultimate state of consciousness. In Vedanta, consciousness is the ultimate cause of the pluralistic reality, and the knowledge is the nature of that Brahman. So, you know, wherever there is a existence, there is knowledge. So you cannot differentiate knowledge from reality. Reality is conscious, so knowledge is with this reality. So this is another aspect. One is from one Brahman to six, another is from pure materialistic understanding to pure state of consciousness. So as Madam said, all are complementing each other. So you start from Charvak and reach that state of consciousness.
Put it in other words, let me put it in other words, please. The same thing that Charvakas said there is no Atman, only matter is there. So Asat, Atman is Asat. The term that we use, Satchidananda. So the Nyaya Vaisesikas proved that Atman is Sat. At least it is there, Atma Tattva Vivek. Sankhya came and they added Chit. Atman is not only Sat, it is Chit also, it is conscious in nature. And Vedanta added the Ananda, Sat, Chit and Ananda. So this is a gradual journey, a development of ideas.
One point.
See, in spiritual philosophy, there is an involution. There is an evolution of, the complete matter on this hand and the spirit, the absolute, Brahman, the so-called Brahman or absolute on this hand. And this complete spectrum is Brahman, is complete. So here is the matter. And from the Brahman involutes into the matter through various stages. It will come to, the form of Satchidananda, to, say, Vijnanmay Lok, to the word of mind, to the word of light, to the word of matter. And then the same thing, the same matter, which has that absolute, that light within itself, will gradually evolve itself into the life, into the, so it's a, complete spectrum. Evolution and then evolution, and the man is capable of evolving to the.
So one more point that what you mentioned that the nature of intuition, that is very important. So Adi Shankaracharya says, Tan mana shodhanam karyam prayatne mukshuna visuddhe sati chaitasmin mukti karpala. So when your mind is clean, purified, then not since the nature of Brahman is knowledge, so it reveals itself. So there is a need to clean your mind, and it will reveal itself. But in other model, you are trying to generate knowledge.
William Blake said exactly the same thing. He said, when the doors of perception are cleansed, you see the world as it is infinite. Poetic form said exactly the same. Now,
Yes.
yeah, sorry, you were saying something. This is maybe an overly simplistic conclusion, but I was really struck when you were describing the history of the succession. It's clear that without the Buddhist challenge, no Nyaya. And that also means without a challenge of scripture, because now we live in a world where there's maybe no agreement of scripture, or maybe there are competing scriptures. And in that world, we need the method, right? And that's precisely the world we live in. I'm thinking, tying it back to the world. And that seems to me one way of explaining why Nyaya is so important now, precisely because we live in this post-skeptical moment with competing scriptures, where competing challenges, where we now need to generate the method of debate. Is that right?
One point I would like to, good point here I would like to add. What you have told, development, when we are using the term development, it always makes a sense of historical development. But such type of historical development is not available. Because Sankhya is very old. It is available in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. And Vedanta is also very old sense. And Nyaya is also old. So if we are trying to say that there is such type of development coming from one and another, I think it will not be historically justified. So I think there should be something.
If I may clarify,
Yeah.
by history, I don't mean the chronology of these systems. This was history of ideas I mentioned. So I was trying, or I have tried to do so in the last 5 decades of reading and teaching Indian philosophy. That's how I feel that Nyaya and Vaisesika are laying the foundation. So I don't mean that they are older or they are later. So it's not the chronology. And even in Indian tradition, we don't think history, we don't explain history in these terms. So by history, I mean the history of idea. So if you analyze these 3 twin systems, Nyaya Vaisheshika, Sankhya Yoga, and Vedanta Mimamsa, and on the other hand are Charvaka, Jaina, and Bodha. So it's only on the level of ideas postulated by them, not by the dates or centuries that they were flourished. That's what I.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I fully agree with you. But I think in that sense, that the development term should not be used, otherwise will confuse us.
Development of ideas, development in ideas, because from matter we are going to matter and spirit, which is not actually conscious in nature, in Vaisheshika. Only Atman is posited, but as a substratum of consciousness, not being conscious. Then we go to Sankhya, which says, no, it is conscious, only conscious. It's not active. In Sankhya, Purusha is conscious, but it is not active. Everything else is happening in Prakriti. Kartritva is assigned to Prakriti, Gyatritva is assigned to Prakriti, knower, doer, enjoyer, everything is Prakriti. Purusha is just knowledge or conscious. So whatever was lacking in the Nyaya model, that was completed or compensated by Sankhya.
Okay, that is okay. Yeah. But again, the term used by development, when we use the term ideas are.
The evolution of ideas, evolution of ideas.
No, but what is development, all these things suggest that you are getting it better, really. Yeah. Vedantic idealism becomes the best. Yes.
Yeah.
But it is not necessary. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is quite possible that some kind of realism is the best.
Yes.
Where you accept both matter and consciousness, and everything is not consciousness. Even what I have written, Uchchatam Darshan ki khoj mein, in search of the highest philosophy. And here I presented that every philosophy claims to be highest philosophy. Like Nyaya claims to be highest philosophy by Udvayanacharya. Even T.R.V. Murthy claims that Madhyamik philosophy is the highest philosophy. And Pandit Rahul Sankrityayan, Pandit Rahul Sankrityayan claims that Vaigyanik Bhautikvad, the scientific materialism, is the highest philosophy. And even such type of other claims are available. Even Kashmir Theism claims to be highest philosophy. Right.
No,
And even Sankhya itself claims that it is the highest kind of philosophy. So
Just let-
everywhere there is such type of claim.
From that point of view,
A little bit.
yeah, I should have been more careful in use of the terms. I accept that the term development may, but I clearly mentioned that I am not into comparison of these systems when the question was put to me. I am looking at them in a complementary model. All of them are looking at the same goal, helping us to reach there by different ways and paths. So language, English language, especially when we try to express or translate it in English, especially we Sanskritists, it is a problem for us. Because we are trained or taught in Sanskrit medium, so we studied through Hindi medium, Now we are trying to communicate with those who do not know these languages. So I just wanted to, I never think that any of them is best. If any of them is held to be best, then for me, my Shastra is Vaisesika, and by name itself, it is Vaisesika. By name, it is Vaisesika, Vishesha. So anybody who reads a Shastra, he owns it, and that is the way. But I don't think so. And I am a person who would look at an integral model, and integrally these systems are only supporting each other. And they are enriching each other. Rather than saying developing, I should say, they are enriching each other. Looking at what is lacking in this, the other one comes and fulfills that gap. And when Sankhya adds that consciousness to Purusha, it becomes Gya, but it is neither knower, doer, or enjoyer of anything. Everything Prakriti is doing. Even liberation is pertaining to Prakriti, Sankhya Karika clearly say. So Vedanta is best, I don't mean, but the questioner himself said that Vedanta solves it in a better way. So the structure that Vedanta provided, that can satisfy the pluralistic level and also at the non-dualistic level. In that sense, I find. Yeah.
Sometimes the ladder does not have all the steps. Later on, you add steps. Some people, leap. Like Vedanta was discovered perhaps by the first one. But this jigsaw puzzle was not solved. So by later inclusions of these, the missing links, then you make a complete picture. So it is actually development. But it was not before that, only thing, the time lapse was there. So that is why if you look at the chronological development, as she said, no, it is not chronological development. It is filling in the steps of the ladder or completing the jigsaw puzzle. And after that, you have a better scheme and understanding of the one of, the final thing or whatever it is. So this development is not in terms of time.
That is the problem, but when you are saying a better scheme, acceptable to others. Yes, sir, if your comments are said.
About your, you have presented the argument for the existence of God in a very lucid way. I just want to present the other side of the picture from a atheistic point of view. Personally, I feel that the main argument that you presented on the basis of Day-2 is a cooked up type of. That is, when we observe that many things are made or created by some human beings, and on the basis of that, you jump to things which are not made by human beings, and you make all of them, bring them together and make it into Puchner. So actually, we have so many doubts about all these things. Suppose, okay, pot is made by a potter and all these things. But are the clouds, who made is there any creator of the clouds? These are natural phenomena. Raining is natural phenomena. So if at all there is a nimitta karana, that nimitta karana need not be some quantum being. And so this is the natural doubt which arises in our mind. But all this, Nyaya will say, no, all these things are in the Puchner Pravishta. So you should not talk about that. You should only see whether in Sapaksha it exists or not, in Vipaksha whether it is non-existent or not. So this, I think, is a very, artificial and unsatisfactory way of arguing. The next step is some kind of rachana, arrangement. So again, that I will just mention Dhamakirti's argument that you find, for example, in ant hill there is a rachana. But does it mean that somebody has created an ant hill? So there are counter examples for this idea that because there is some kind of structure, some kind of rachana in the world, therefore it must be due to some conscious agent. And thirdly, in Tattva Sangraha of Chandra Akshita, they argue that also in Dhamakirti, that kind of rachana we see kind of arrangement, we see in the things like temple and building. That type of arrangement is not seen in the world, due to which we can say that the world must have been created by someone. And in the case of such huge, complex constructions, actually we see that there are many elements, not just one element. So, what will your argument prove? And because there is a rachana and a very complex kind of arrangement in the world, therefore there must be many gods. If at all there are many, there are
My question.
so that is it is a counterproductive inquiry. So these are some of the major.
Thanks for your comments, but the third one that you raised about many gods, or Bahu Ishwarava, that has been answered by Sridhara in Nyaya and also by Udayana himself. Sridhara says, if I don't remember the Sanskrit line, but he says if there are many Prabhu or Ishwaras, there will never be Ekamati or Sarma. There will never be agreement. So if there are many gods, nothing would be created.
No, but we find many things created by many creators.
No, no.
So why not agreement among gods? Omniscient.
The seminar is being organized. There are many participants, but the convener will be one. There should be creator will be one, although there may be many subsidiaries. So Nimitta Karana will, maybe many things are in under Nimitta Karana, but Karta will be.
Yeah, I think one answer would be maybe the gods needed a Nyaya to come to an agreement. But I had the question about the theory of history. I thought it was very interesting, the debate about development. And it's clear that a kind of simple history of progress where things get better and better with time, that's very simplistic and wrong. However, would you agree that sort of a version of what I said earlier, since the foundation in the form of Nyaya was created in response to a particular event, historical event, the Buddhist challenge, historical event, intellectual event, that we don't live in a progressive history, but we live in a post-challenge world where we now need to provide a foundation. So it's a pre and post, not evolution or progress, but there is this marker, this event, and we live after it. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, that's it. And also where you ended previously, you made a remark. I would like to add that this conference or workshop, Nyaya and the World, after seeing today's sessions on artificial intelligence, I think Nyaya is more than relevant. Because whatever emerged from these presentations, that critical thinking is not present there. It's repetitive. It can have a corpus, and when you ask a question, it will search the answer and present it. So critical thinking is missing. The machines are being more empowered with skills and with content, whatever it is, but the human beings are getting deprived of their innate qualities, like critical thinking, or the qualities that Nyaya helps us in inculcating, like rational approach, arguments, debate, dissent. These are missing. So I think, as you have brought out the Nyaya Sutra in modern generative AI, that is even more required today. And it is good that when we conceived of this title for the workshop, these things were not in mind, but these have come to the light after discussion with so many disciplines, scholars coming together, and that is what the Nyaya says, Vade Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha. So different types of theories have come, and something has emerged out of it from which we can move further. Regarding the term intuition that came here, I think the Vaisesika Sutra uses a word arsha. Arsham Siddha Darshanam cha. There are two terms, Arsha and Siddha Darshanam. So Arsha is intuitive cognition. Arsha is derived from Rishi. So this was the type of cognition that the Rishis had, the direct realization of the truth or any entity or object. So Arsham qualified by Siddha Darshanam. Siddhanam Darshanam. those who had already accomplished themselves, their darshan, their insight. So intuition and coupled with the insight that makes these seers particular or more endowed than all the ordinary human beings. That's what I wanted to add. One point that you raised, sir, regarding sutra, you said Ramanuja wrote sutra. So not only Ramanuja, all the ancient branches of learning, be it Sangeeta, Pingala's Chandra Sutra, Jyamiti, Shulva Sutra, ritual science, Grihya Sutra, all these branches of learning in the later Vedic period, they were all written in the form of sutras. Sutra is one of the subsidiaries of Veda. Vedanga, Shat Vedangas are there, 6 Vedangas, and Sutra is one of them.
I think just one more thing. What I'm familiar with the last 5 centuries of material sciences and culture in the West that I got educated in. I noticed that there are these material sciences and mathematics, natural sciences, and there's a field of philosophy of sciences, philosophy of mathematics, philosophy of physics, philosophy of chemistry, philosophy of medicine that interacts with these material disciplines on a continuous basis. And they debate and discuss these things. And the philosophy and in these material sciences seem to go evolve and change. What philosophers wrote 500 years ago in the West is not what philosophers wrote 200 years ago, or 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago. It's changed. When Professor Chakrabarti spoke yesterday, he left me with a very positive heart of Nyaya in the world, especially with that video. You know, the basic approach of Nyaya had been accepted by everybody, even the Buddhists, and they were arguing on the basis to settle the differences on the basis of evidence. Apparently, as we can tell on the screen, the way was, did I misunderstand everything? That Nyaya method of arguing has not settled those differences. No, actually, any method of argumentation cannot settle all the differences, whether it is Nyaya or whether it is Buddhist. Because we philosophers, and I would like to remind you one sentence uttered by Professor Arindam Chakravarti. Naiko munir yasya manam na bhidram. So if you are a Muni, he must have some different opinion. So difference of opinion is always there. So if you are willing to settle the matter and remove all the differences, that has not to be done. If we are thinking beings, only then these differences can be avoided if we try to cut the heads. But then there's no.
No,
By Nyaya in the Bible.
So I respond to you, No, whenever you go into an infinite terrain, no, and you are going to have the vision of the infinite, depending upon your eyes and your capability, you can see only a part. Will you see the whole sky? No. Only that much which your eyes show. So all these seers have seen different kind of, lights within the infinite, and all are true at the intuitive level, because most of these knowledge systems are primarily based on intuition and then followed by the logic, as Shailendra ji has said. So, our system is based on intuition. So you only pick up, has science picked up everything? Are all problems in astrophysics resolved? No, nothing. So same is in philosophy. A seer sees, and then the philosophers, explain and try. So it is not possible. But ekam sat, the infinite is the sat. Sat. Ekam sat vipra bauda vadanti. But all are true. All are.
And partial.
Eh?
And partial.
But because
The problem is
this
this,
glass,
I would like
like
to.
we are going to fail, even the theist is true, even the nihilist is true in the hour of God. Everyone has his own vision. So you cannot say those who do not believe in God. And one more thing I would like to tell you, you may be stunned. There is one great Buddhist monk. He has written a book. His name was Dhammanand. He was a Gandhian also. And he was a very erudite scholar. He studied in Sri Lanka and all over. And he has written a book that the Buddha was silent on God. He had not denied, and he has sought evidences, and he has produced evidences of his silence. And he has said that he was just silent on the God, because you need not invoke God or soul just by plain ethics. You can get Nishkamta and Nirvana.
No, sir,
Plain by.
Buddha was not silent on the issue.
No, but
Both
I will
issues
bring
which are
that book
being
into my
silent.
I'll bring
There
that
are
book.
10 questions only.
Okay.
And I want to gather the questions. And God is not included in these questions.
No, but
So,
even if you are not included, I'll bring that book tomorrow, and those who wish to see can see. And this is what is also, mentioned by many other seers, that he was silent on God. He has not explicitly denied the existence of God, because there's no need. By just compassion and ethical living, you can reach a stage where you perform motiveless action. Speak for others.
sir, all the Buddhists deny the existence.
Now,
of
all
God.
Buddhists deny, but this is a very.
If we accept the problem in the that all the pupils couldn't understand Buddha, and we could understand Buddha.
Everybody also. I will bring, I have read his book. He was a Maharashtrian.
One point I would like to bring. I completed my PhD on the topic Nyaya Bhimateshwarasya Darshanantara Drishtya Paryalochana. This is to say in English, the critical examination of God of Nyaya by other schools.
Okay.
Okay, from the point of view of other schools. And I came to one conclusion, that on the rejection of God, even the Vedantin, even Buddhists, even the Jainas, all the Vedantins, even the Mimamsakas, all are arguing in the same line of thought, that there is no conclusive evidence to prove the existence of God. Okay, but their intention is different. Mimamsakas are arguing for the sake of this, that there is no need of God. The Vedas are eternal, Vedas are apurusha, and we did not created because the world is also eternal. Here, Vedantins are of this opinion that if God is there, then how these Vedas will be apurusha and how it will be possible. So all these are arguing in the same way to reject. So you can see in Indian philosophical tradition, only the Nyayikas and Vaisesikas try to prove the existence of God through logical methods, not anyone else. So.
So now you are on the side of Nyaya.
So you should try if they succeed. Yeah, they succeeded or not. And again, this question, when you are saying, what does it mean to succeed? Because the question we have here, what does it mean to succeed? Because when I study the Western philosophical tradition, there was a philosopher, Pascal, and he was also a scientist. And it is very famous in Western philosophical tradition, Pascal's wager. That this is to say, if you believe in the God, you are not leaving it, you are not losing it. But if you don't believe in the God, and suppose there is a God, then you will not everything. So, so the same kind of argument was given by Udayacharya.
What does he say? What does he say?
Udayacharya.
विश्वास करो कोई नुकसान नहीं है. Is that what he said?
Actually, no, I am not able to remember at this moment, but I will tell you tomorrow.
Wonderful. The same argument was made earlier by the.
Yeah, Udayacharya. I think almost 700 years.
When did Udayana?
10th century.
So then here is another question for you.
Yeah.
When you were listing the arguments for God, according to Udayana, they presaged by 300 years the famous arguments for God of Saint Augustine.
Equina.
Sorry,
Equina.
Aquinas.
sorry, Saint Aquinas. What's Aquinas' time? I thought it was Augustine in the 13th century. That who wrote the Mark Aquinas.
Augustine is much better.
Yeah, Aquinas is 13th century.
First made the argument from design.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Greek Stoics first made the argument. So that would be the.
And again, the point is here, that what you are asking, whether they succeeded or not. Even in the beginning, you recited one shloka, one karika of Udayana.
That is in the end, I decided.
Yeah, in the end. That means Udayana himself was very much aware of his limitations, that he will not succeed.
In convincing everyone.
But let me go back. Certainly, Lisa, there's a reason why I'm asking this question. So the Stoics certainly had the argument by design, but the point is that they did not embed it in a logical context in the sense that look at all the implications, argue for or against.
Yes, actually, they very much did. This was their worldview. I mean, one of the old school of thought, comparable to say which type of creation that God is inherent in the world, God is in everything.
Yeah. You may want to turn on your mic.
They were moist. But
Even in Nyaya Sutra, there is an argument to the existence of God.
Yeah.
Right, but wait, what I'm saying, this is, so Aquinas has a very structured argument, and he was a proponent of the scholastic method. So he essentially applies the scholastic method to argument for God. What I'm saying is that that same method was applied by, it seems, by Udayanacharya.
Then 10th century.
That's exactly what I'm saying, 300 years prior. So the question that I have is that we know that the scholastic method traveled. Did the arguments, did these structured arguments for God also travel? That's my question. I don't know, because it will be very interesting to compare Aquinas structurally with Udayana structurally.
There is a book by Paul Davies that talks about God and the new physics. I think that's the.
Joshi has written a book where he has given him about arguments about God and all those things.
But from that point of view, Rig Veda itself clearly mentions the term Isha, Ishvara, and Hiranyaga. These are many ships in the Vedas which proclaim and describe about God.
Right, but I'm talking in a very limited sense of the scholastic method being applied. So it's, yes and no, you're critiquing everything for and against. So the arguments have existed from many times immemorial. So it's a very natural argument, right? But what does it mean in a structured?
But I think Udayana
But that's what needs to be compared. The other historical question that I have, Arjun made the statement, I don't know if that is correct or not, that Nyaya arises from the contact of the Vedic tradition with the Buddhist tradition. I thought Nyaya could be even earlier than that, right? Because certainly there were the Jainas and there was Sulabha, Charvaka, Sulabha, and others who were arguing. Because in the Rig Veda also you have Rishis and then you have the Munis. And the Muni is the tradition of the.
Munis we don't have in the Vedas, they are later.
No, Muni, there's a reference to Munis.
Reference to Muni, that is a derivative language, that Muni is not the tradition of Munis that.
No, they define.
Keshi is there.
Yes, exactly.
Keshi is there, the word Muni is there, but the Rishis are the seers of the mantras.
Right. But there's a parallel tradition, which several people, Wilhelm Rau, I believe, talks about the Vratyas, right? That essentially the Vratyas who were mentioned in the Rig Veda, and the Atharva Veda in particular, were these precursors of the Shramanic tradition. So anyway, the point that I'm making is that is the Nyaya tradition, does it predate Buddhism? Or is it only contemporaneous with or later than the
Tradition may be years to.
But here again also, the
Yeah.
question arises, what do you mean by Buddhism? Because before Buddha or the tradition which started, which follows Buddha. Because one point I can say, Nyaya predates Nagarjuna. That is very clear. Because Nagarjuna refutes Nyaya Sutras. But Nyaya Sutra.
Nagarjuna is first century, is it? Or second?
Second century. Second century. And
Nyaya Sutra is held to be 4th century BC. Vaisesika is held to be 6th century BC.
yes, Vaisesika is a earlier.
But see, there is a difference between the Nyaya Sutras and the Nyaya method. Sutras being codified in the
Yeah,
first century.
Sutras were codified
But,
later.
but just as Kautilya is, 3rd century BC, but the traditional Brihaspati and his precursors is much older.
Yeah.
So we can't say that Arthashastra basically is only from the past.
Actually, what has happened, they're like Sankhya, you see. All the Sankhya books are written much later, but the Sankhya tradition was in the monasteries and taught. But the writing was done, say 10th century or the 13th century. So those scholars who actually codified it and wrote it. Otherwise, it was, from the Guru to Shishya. And he mentions it was in that time also, and Sankhya is mentioned, in Gita also. It was not written. It was not written. It was not written, so you cannot really see the, chronology in terms of years. Because writing is much later. And oral traditions are.
The Sankhyacharyas' names we find, but their works are not available.
I'm not writing codification. Codification is much earlier than writing, right?
Even Sankhya Sutras, Sankhya Sutras were codified much later. And they are not
And
very
one more-
well structured also in the present form that we have.
So,
I was actually just trying to re-articulate, I think, the point you made, which is not that, of course, the Nyaya draw on long traditions. They don't come out of nowhere. The same with Buddhism itself. But I thought the point you made, and very striking, was that the need for this fundamental method that's to some extent independent of scripture and that can answer some of these questions only arises once a fundamental challenge, such as in the form of Buddhism, let's just say, happens. And that is something.
That is well documented. Udayanacharya wrote this book I mentioned in response to Ishvara Bhanga Karika of Kalyana Rakshaka. Professor Gokhale will correct me if I am wrong.
right, by the way, Professor Sagar Jain is going to talk tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him, Professor Jain, I'm going to come to you in just a minute. But the Jain tradition, at least from the time of Parshvanath, is historically attested, 8th century BC. The challenge had already been there very strongly. And there's a much older Shramanic tradition, which always has coexisted in India. So I think the challenge is older, but the codification obviously and the writing comes much later. So Professor Jain, I know you've been there listening quite patiently. Would you like to comment on anything that you've heard so far today?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. I am enjoying.
प्रकट हो जाइए please.
हाँ आप अभी
प्रकट हो जाइए.
प्रकट हो जाएंगे।
Yes, 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 yes. Very good, very good.
अच्छा, तो no remarks today? Only tomorrow? Will you speak only tomorrow?
And one more, you said about the Greek, Aquinas and, Udine Acharya.
Yeah.
You were there in contemporary, then was there any contact between Greece? There was tremendous contact.
No, we know that.
And Greece was only one country apart. India was up to Iran, up to Zoroastrian. After that, the Turkey and all that region was Greece. Turkey came much later, the Asia Minor, and the Pythagoras and all Ionians were in the Asia Minor in the current day Turkey. So India was only one country apart, and there was so much of, traffic between these two countries. You cannot believe that there was no interaction between.
No, I'll talk about it. When I speak on the 12th, I will talk about it.
Okay.
Professor Singh, you had an observation.
My question, I was inspired by that observation of Kumar when she said that last but one verse of Nyaya says that after invoking numerous arguments in support of the existence of God, he says, I am sure that still there are people who won't believe. Now, from this, another philosopher, with whom I consider a philosopher, Mr. Ghalib, came to my mind. Because he has made an instruction also, ये मसाइले तसव्वुफ ये मेरा ये मसाइले तसव्वुफ ये तेरा बयान गालिब तुझे हम वली समझते जो न बादा खार होगा. That whatever you have said, these are the you have said the highest spiritual truths, spiritual and meditation, highest religious truths. You would have been considered a wali, an enlightened person. Why you not used to dig? Now, about this, that the pain of a person who invokes arguments, but still thinks, not everyone is convinced. Mr. Ghalib has, you can say, expressed that pain in one of his couplets, in which he says, whom it is directed at, it is for you to imagine. I am sure that whom I am addressing is neither understanding, nor I think would understand. Now, I pray to Almighty, if we cannot change my speech, because I can only dish out these arguments, then Almighty should change that mind, so that my speech has the desired influence. Ya Rab wo na samjhe hain, na samjhenge meri baat. दे और दिलों को जो ना दे मुझको जुबान और. Thank you. Exactly.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Abel, you have.
In fact, the same thing I was thinking to add on behalf of him. कि जब ईश्वर की बात हो रही थी, इसमें बहस हो रही थी, so I remember two things. One is in Vivek from Matram Vishnu Tram Indra Tram Gita. उस समय मुझे याद आया वो गालिब का कि न था कुछ तो खुदा था,
कुछ ना होता तो खुदा
कुछ ना होता तो खुदा। तो गोया मुझको होने में,
शायरी
तो गोया मुझको होने में, न होता मैं तो क्या।
Very nice. Professor Jain, would you like to say something? Professor Jain, would you like to say something?
Thank you very much. I am hearing and I feel very बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया.
तो कल आपको सुनेंगे हम लोग.
Yes, 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 yes. I will say something.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Uh,
Okay. Thank you.
Here is heavy raining, heavy raining.
Yeah.
Yes, same here.
So he will
Heavy
join
raining.
us.
Yeah.
No problem.
No problem at all. Thank you.
आपकी ट्रेन कौन सी थी कल?
हमारी काल का शताब्दी थी.
वो शताब्दी कैंसिल हो गई.
हाँ, उनमें से जाएंगे.
जैसे वो अरिंदम है, आप रघुनाथ जी के साथ जाइए.
हमारी ट्रेन कैंसिल हो गई.
थैंक यू सर, आपने बहुत कष्ट उठाया.